4 of the Bob Willis Trophy Final. We had a rain-interrupted first couple of days. We got a full day in yesterday, and this game is now intriguingly poised with Essex 271 for 6 in their first innings. They trail Somerset by 30 runs, and that is significant because if Essex can get past 301, they will then be in a position that they can draw this game and still win the trophy. The same, of course, will apply to Somerset if they can keep Essex to under 301. The fact that Essex are in this position is largely down to one man, Sir Alistair Cook, making his 67th first-class century yesterday, and he made it a big one as well. He scored 172 in the end, his highest score here at the home of cricket. And I'm delighted to say we're joined by the man himself right now. Well batted yesterday. Was that as fluent as you've been for some time?
Yeah, it was nice. It was, you don't often score 170 odd in the day. Obviously frustrating to get the end, but yeah, I played quite well. A bit of luck early on, which you obviously need sometimes. A few of those nicks didn't carry, but once I got in, yeah, I played some nice cover drives and kind of surprised myself.
Are there times when you're playing like that when you think, you know what, I'd love to be back in the mixer in Test cricket?
Oh, how come it took 2 questions? I thought, no, look, as I keep saying, like, I've had my time there. And I certainly haven't had Joe Root on the phone or anything like that. So it's, I had my time, had an amazing experience playing Test match cricket, and very lucky to represent England as much as I have. But it's, you know, it's a different team now, different generation. I enjoy myself at Essex, trying to, you know, play and try and enjoy playing cricket for Essex, and try and win stuff. And it's going to be one hell of a game the next 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. What did you make of the pitch?
It's a really good cricket wicket, actually. You know, it's if you get it right, there is something in there. Certainly with the new ball, when it goes a bit softer. It's, you know, it certainly favours the batsman, but there's always the odd ball which just does it with the slope. And then, but the new ball obviously is key. So it's going to be key this morning for these 30 runs. And it just adds another little mix in, because if we don't get the 30 runs, then kind of the pressure then goes to Somerset which way they play. If we do get the 30 runs, then how we play in the 4th innings, because it kind of forces Somerset's hands. So in one way, it doesn't actually matter that much. Obviously, you'd rather have it, but if you don't have it, you know, you then have to, the tactics come in a bit differently. So it makes it even more intriguing.
Yeah, certainly does. Yeah, it gives the whole game a different complexion, really, doesn't it? Having that first innings situation. In general, the Bob Willis Trophy this year, what's the atmosphere been like? Generally, have all the players just been happy to be out there?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, it's a great tribute, isn't it, to a legend, and I think, you know, he'll be really privileged to have a trophy named after him, as he should, for one of the greats of the England game. And I was really sceptical at the start of it. I was thinking,
really?
Why are we just playing a five-match tournament? It didn't seem right, but actually, once you got into it, it's brilliant. It's been brilliant for counties, giving young players an opportunity where maybe with the pressure of promotion and relegation, they might not have done that. I can only speak for Essex, but someone like Paul Walters come in, been given an opportunity in both forms of the T20 and this, and taken it. Varose, another youngster in the middle order, has done really well for us. And without, you know, and Aaron Beard, there's 3 of them who've made massive strides, where without that, you know, Peter Siddle would have been our overseas, maybe Aaron Beard wouldn't have played as much. It's been brilliant. And other counties you've seen, without those overseas and, say, Colpack players evolved, have given an opportunity to players who might not have had it, and they've all taken it. So I think it's been brilliant. The standard's been good, and, you know, the 5-match series as it was, and to get through it out your group, you know, was good cricket.
How about the conference system then? Because there's talk that might stay next year. Are you a fan of that?
I would be. I don't mind whichever way it goes, but what I would say is I think it's important that the top, if you can, in the top group, it has to be the best 6 and middle 6 and the bottom 6, unfortunately, because, you know, there's always that bridge of the gap between international cricket and county cricket, and you want it as small as you can. Of course, there's going to be, you know, of course, there's always going to be a gap, and it's up to the player to bridge that gap. And actually, over the last few years, I think the players coming into the international side done really well. Like Zach Crawley, come from county cricket, learned his ropes, got 260 odd against, you know, Ollie Pope, averaging 60 odd in first-class cricket, done really well for England. So, you know, it proves that county cricket works. It's a different game, but in certain ways, you know, you face slightly slower bowlers and slightly nibbly wickets as a batsman. But as a batsman, your technique has to be able to deal with that and 90-mile-an-hour bowling. So I think every game has a challenge to it. But I would be a little bit sceptical if it's the same this year as next year. If you know, obviously, if coronavirus allows it, because, you know, some games you want the best sides playing against each other. We haven't played against Lancashire, Yorkshire, you know what I mean, whose sides are always up there, and I think that would be important.
Very well batted yesterday. Thanks
Thank
very much for talking to us. Good luck in the second innings.
Thanks, Matt.
As well. I saw you having a hit out there. Looks in fantastic form, doesn't he, Sir Alistair Cook? Right, we're going to hand you back up to our first commentators of the day then. They are Niall O'Brien and Adam Collins.
Thank you, Matthew Floyd. Thank you, Alistair Cook. Adam Collins here, Niall O'Brien with me. Great to hear from Cookie after what was a fluent and beautiful innings yesterday, Niall. It's been his accumulation over the years that we've most respected, his patience at the crease hour after hour in the middle, but struck 26 boundaries yesterday, played beautifully through cover especially. It really was vintage Cook.
It was. Good morning, everybody. Even in the interview himself, Alistair Cook said he surprised himself a little bit with his unfurling of some lovely cover drives. You're used to seeing clips and pulls and cuts, but not necessarily as many cover drives. So well played, Alistair Cook. Well played, Essex, and also well played Somerset for fighting back in that last session.
And we start this fourth morning wonderfully placed, perfectly positioned with 2 days to go in the Bob Willis Trophy Final. Somerset made 3-0-1 in their first innings. Essex 2-7-1 for 6 as we start here. 30 runs away from parity. 31 runs away from first innings points, which will be crucial if the game ends in a draw tomorrow afternoon. But as Floydie and Alistair Cook both pointed out downstairs, the tactical side of the game will be a real element of this today at some stage. Day 4 starts. Overton on the way. Adam Weeder leaving outside the off stump to begin. They had to get through 4.5 overs last night after Cook fell with the score on 266. But Porter, who actually came in first as the night watchman, was then joined by Weeder, and they got there, a couple of hairy moments, but did what they needed to do to make sure they were able to see this fourth morning.
Yeah, Porter especially got peppered a little bit. Craig Overton with some good hostile short bowling. I expect the same this morning. Good hard new ball in his hand.
Overton's got 3 slips to start. Run there. 4 of them. Down the leg side, clipping the pad on the way through. Overton dismayed that he's given those runs away to start the morning. So Weeder still not yet off the mark, but Essex advanced to 275 for 6, and given how few runs they have to play with, that'll sting a little bit.
Yeah, down leg side. It was only Craig Overton had any interest in the appeal. He looked distraught, dismayed that the umpire didn't give him the affirmative, but no support from behind the stumps, sliding down leg. 4 important leg buys for Essex.
Again on the line of the pads, just spilling out towards square leg.
Speaking about this 301, 302 total target. Yes, it's important, but I think if we get 2 full days of cricket, this game should naturally take its course. It should provide entertaining cricket today, with Somerset maybe having to force the issue a little bit, maybe having to put their foot down a little bit more than they would like. May create opportunities for Essex second time around with the ball.
There's one other element to it as well, the compulsory closure, which we'll come to after this Overton delivery. Steering behind point. That's Weeder off the mark. A bit of nimble fielding there. 276 for 6. So 120 overs is the compulsory closure in the first innings in the Bob Willis Trophy. So what it will mean is that even if Essex do bat well and pass 302, they won't be able to mount an enormous lead before Somerset get a second opportunity. Of course, they'll want to knock them over. They'll want to take the lead. But if it were to be the case that Weeder and Porter can reach that first innings measure, then the game will change again. And of course, we have 98 overs at our disposal today. Make that 98 after this one, 99 all told, given we lost overs on the first 2 days. Short leg just around the corner.
Good work by Stephen Davis behind the stumps. Never easy as a wicketkeeper when you've got the bowler running in, bowling some hostile short stuff and aiming for that armpit region, that left shoulder of Jamie Overton, or Porter rather. Overton's been good, very impressive cricketer. First time I've watched him up close and personal this summer. Bowling with good pace, he batted well, his slip catching was exceptional.
Especially on a freezing cold day yesterday. Good all-round performance. Oh, short again. Bowling to a plan here, Craig Overton. Spilling out towards fine leg, so they'll take the run. Leg by signalled again. No, bat on it. Porter gets credited with the run. In any case, 277 for 6. Porter back on strike, but that short leg around the corner, we saw late yesterday that they were working Porter out. He's got the big chest guard on as well. It's as though they're targeting it every time they get an opportunity, especially from the nursery end with Overton.
Yeah, well, it is a bit of a badge, something to attack. Don't want to overdo the short ball though. Keep it up your sleeve as the element of surprise.
Lewis Gregory getting the first opportunity from the pavilion end. Yesterday picked up the wickets, or 4 of them along the way. Brown, Lawrence, Walter and Cook late in the day. Floating that one down to begin, just to loosen up and take a single.
Jack Brooks doing the fielding there, heavily bandaged right hand Jack Brooks. He injured himself yesterday. His thumb got stuck in the floor when he was fielding at mid-off. Saw him last night. Said he really struggled to grip the ball, hold the ball. Ended up having the ball cross seam because he couldn't hold it with his thumb. So if Somerset are going to prosper in this game, not just first innings but second time round, Brooks is going to have to be firing on all cylinders, you would think. Lewis Gregory excellent yesterday, really good. Ball well, medium pace, bit of shape. Thought the big wicket of Alistair Cook late in the day, which has drawn Somerset back in the contest.
Nicely steered. So it moves back to Porter, who came in as night watchman. But only an over or so later, Alistair Cook did fall. The last man to be picked up last night. Caught in the slips by Overton from the bowling of Gregory. He's in operation now from the pavilion end. Oh, shout for leg before. And down for 4 leg byes. So for the second time today, we've seen balls pitch on about leg, angle down, clip the pad on the way through, and advance Somerset score, Essex score rather, by 4. So 283 for 6, which means that we're getting ever closer to first innings points for Essex. Somerset now really in need of a wicket.
It was pretty close. Porter shuffled across the stumps. It was probably one of those umpires' call. Sliding down leg side. Good decision, Rob Bailey. Two ex-Steelbacks umpiring this fixture. Rob Bailey, Russell Warren. Russell Warren obviously Nottinghamshire as well. Rob Bailey was a fantastic cricketer. Northamptonshire in England. A wonderful batsman. Very good umpire too.
So no short leg when Gregory's in operation at Porter, but they are targeting his stumps. It's better, pushing off the back foot. Tom Lubbock doing the work around there at point. So we have a third man and a deep backward square, the 2 men out. Had they gone with a fine leg to start rather than the deep backward square, they wouldn't have conceded those 2 boundaries, but they've tended to go with that setup throughout the course of the innings so far. Again, that close leave down the slope here at Lord's. End of the Gregory over. 100 bowled. 283 for 6. So Wheater back on strike. He's on 2. Porter's on 7. That first magic number for Essex is 301. Needing to come back this morning and add 31 to make sure they control the game. It will make it exciting in terms of seeing how Somerset approach this second innings whenever it begins. 20 overs until the compulsory closure.
Yes, good, proper first-class cricket played by two really strong sides. Good, solid sides, good bowling attacks. Batsmen who can score big, but you think Alistair Cook, what an innings. What a fantastic knock for his county. What a time to do it. Step up with a daddy 100, as they call him, a big 100.
Yeah, debating the format for next year in terms of groups and conferences and how it might shape out. And the race to September as it's been described, but this compulsory closure element's been interesting through the competition. Not needed too often, but ball has certainly dominated bat in this competition overall. Nice clip through mid-wicket, beating the fielder, running down the hill into the corner of the ground, and 4 runs registered. Nice shot from Adam Waiter, his first boundary. 287 for 6, edging ever closer to first innings points.
Adam Waiter been in good form all summer. Played nicely, kept well first innings. And he's looking good touch here. Footwork's been good, very precise. Small in stature, but a clean striker of the ball. That was a good shot. Nice clip through wide mid-wicket.
Four more. Down to fine leg. Got a good piece of that. Into double figures. And all of a sudden, Essex just 10 runs away from parity. And they've moved there very quickly. We've only been going for 2.5 overs this morning. They've already added 20 runs.
Well, we had 2 fours off the bat and 2 leg by fours. So Essex motoring along, you would say. Somerset just too straight. Overdoing the attacking the stump option. Bowling 2 straight to Wheater and Porter.
Yeah, Somerset would have showed up this morning thinking, right, we are in this big time as far as taking that first innings lead, having done so nicely after tea yesterday, picking up 5 wickets, 3 in a hurry and then 2 towards the end of the day. But the sting has really been taken out of them due to that scoreboard pressure Essex have been able to apply already this morning.
Yeah, and that pressure, if Essex can go past Somerset, we'll just put a little bit more pressure on the Somerset batsmen to maybe try and score a little quicker than they would like to ordinarily. You look through the Somerset lineup. Lammonby, Green, 2 players that are probably fairly watchful in their approach. As the wind picks up and takes multiple notes away. It's the middle order really that probably score a little bit more freely, but Somerset might not have that luxury. They might have to play a little bit more aggressively than they would like, and that will give Essex maybe an opening to take some wickets.
So end of the overs and over, 291 for 6 Essex with Wheater 10 and Porter 7. It'll be interesting to see how Essex approach this period if they do pass 301, and let's assume they do for the purpose of the hypothetical. Will they put the foot down and think to themselves, well, we've got 20 overs here, let's make it as tough as possible for Somerset to control the game, or will they just try and occupy the crease for as long as possible and suck time out of the game, given we have 95 overs left today and 98 overs available tomorrow?
That's a good point. You can go either way with it. I would imagine if they can get past this Somerset first inning total, they'll just eat into this game, tick along at 2, 3 and over and take that lead as far as possible without giving too much away. There's not going to be a great deal in it, you wouldn't think. It's not going to be a massive advantage unless Adam Wheater goes berserk. So Somerset don't need to fear too much. It's going to be a 1 innings game, which would be absolutely fantastic for all to see.
So 3 slips here for Gregory. Trying to find a way to remove Porter and see if they can get right into the tail. Yeah, but there's a fair slab of time here, given it'll be, well, at least 16, 17 overs, you'd imagine, after they passed that 301, 302 figure. If they did elect to go down the route of batting as quickly as possible, yes, it's a calculated risk, but that could take even more time out of the game if you think of it in those terms, because every run they make, Somerset will need to get again before setting a total.
Yeah, but their coach is a Yorkshire man, probably cautious, Anthony McGrath. No, I see your point. What Anthony McGrath and the skipper Tom Wesley will say, right, if we manage to get past, let's just not hand the advantage back and chuck our wickets away. Take a bit of time out, take the lead to 40 or 50, which would be a handsome lead.
Who will we be looking to in the Somerset lineup to really play an enterprising hand? May they get funky with the batting lineup even and try and manufacture a situation where they're bringing up some of their bigger hitters earlier on?
I don't think so. I think Lamberville Green will probably do their usual, try and see the shine off the ball. Abel's a fine player. Eddie Byram's coming in off a good ton. Stephen Davis may go up the order a little bit. He's the most free scoring of the Somerset batsmen. There's still a long way to go. There's a lot of cricket to be played here. These first class players are used to playing 4-day cricket. In this day and age, over the last 5, 6, 7 years, first class cricket, a lot of games don't even go to back end of day 4, so we're probably maybe looking a little bit too far ahead. The coaches will say, get your eye in, take your time, set up a platform. Still the best part of 200 overs nearly to bowl in this match, so plenty of time.
Really benefiting from this spare day, aren't we, after rain on day 1 and 2?
Yeah, it would have been a travesty really if this was the final day of this fixture. I think it's been cracking cricket. I think it's been really, really good. Two very disciplined teams, some quality young cricketers on show, and some really good experienced players like Lewis Gregory himself, who's had a good game so far, been excellent with the ball. So we're very grateful for day 5 actually. It's been fantastic. I think it's going to be an absolute riveting contest, ebbing and flowing all the way till 6 p.m. tomorrow.
And you cast forward and think about future seasons, and if we do have this Bob Willis Trophy Final each year at Lord's in September, Porter retains the strike with a single down to third man, so they're 10 away from the lead. Porter's 8, Essex 292 for 6. Annual fixture at Lord's, I mean, we see the sort of crowds that counties from a long way from London bring down for one-day finals. Thinking of Somerset last year, it was a wonderful atmosphere. Granted, 4 or 5 days, bit of a different story, but the expectation would be is that this would be a real event to end the season. Great atmosphere over 5 days, almost feeling like a test match.
I think it's brilliant for the. I'm thinking more for the county cricketers, you know, and that's not disrespecting some of the guys here that probably will never play international cricket. There's a number of international cricketers on show, but for these county cricketers, this is a massive occasion to play at Lord's, a 5-day game. I'm thinking of Sheffield Shield finals, that kind of thing, which is the pinnacle for many cricketers in Australia's careers.
So the short leg around the corner, and sure enough, upstairs goes Overton immediately at Porter. He's been looking for this opportunity, had to bowl his previous over at Wheater, but he fancies his chances with the short ball. The short leg maybe 8 metres away, just taking a step back behind square. Not a position we see an awful lot. Usually bat pad would be just in line with the square leg umpire, perhaps a fraction in front.
Well, fine leg could probably be a little bit finer as well, I think. Fine legs, if he's going to go at this angle.
In fact, going the other way, making him fraction squarer.
It's strange because I can't see Porter taking on the hook.
So 3 slips as well. It's full, nicely driven by Porter. Down the ground, out towards the rope. 4 runs, moving into double figures. 296 for 6. They are now 1 lofty stroke away from first innings points. Not to say they'll be going the aerial route, but another little milestone along the way. They're very close now.
Yeah, warm applause from the Essex balcony. The Essex 12 men down on pitch side. Smiles all around for the boys from Chelmsford so far. It's been a good morning, a really good morning's work so far.
Especially when you consider No side has made more than 200 runs against his Somerset attack all season. Another good short ball there from Overton. Right on the money, but Porter gets down nice and low, bat out of the way, safe leave.
It's gone back to the conversation around the final, the Bob Willis Trophy Final, and speaking to friends in Australia, the Sheffield Shield. If you win the Sheffield Shield, for most of those guys, it's the pinnacle of their career. So I think the Bob Willis Trophy, if we can make it into something similar for the next few years, could have a decent impact on these young players.
Ducking again. Yeah, and part of the Shield Final's always been that if you are second, you need to win, which, according to what Athers was saying on the call yesterday, that's his information at the moment, which will mean that if you're top of the table and you can acquire a draw, well fair play to you, you win as a result. But in late September, at Lord's, neutral venue, there'll be no chance to curate your own pitch. We've seen that in the Sheffield Shield, where teams have been top of the table, home ground, prepare a road, bat first and bat for as long as they want. Again, the short ball. But with compulsory closure at 120 overs, if that stays as a feature, and it's at Lord's, as we mentioned before, the neutral venue, taking the curation out of the hands of the home team, there's no reason why it won't be a genuine scrap between first and second, and the reward there for the team chasing the win from the outset could make for some captivating cricket. Fuller to finish. That boundary from Porter, so valuable. 296 for 6, he's 12. Back to Wheater, who's on 10. They're 5 runs away from Somerset's first innings total of 301. But yeah, so I suppose my point there is that the issues with the Sheffield Shield that have been pointed out over the years won't necessarily be a factor here in the Bob Willis Trophy. And it will be that set-piece event. The idea of coming to Lord's, the home of cricket, to finish the year, even if it is this time of year. Sure, it's chilly. Sure, the conditions are different, but Lord's is the Lord's.
Spot on. Bathed in glorious sunshine now. Saturday morning. Yeah, you can imagine 25, 30,000 people in here after having a good Friday night in St John's Wood.
I think you really can. I mean, we saw back in 2016, Gregory goes again. Full to Wheater, defending. When Yorkshire were playing Middlesex here, the crowds were fantastic. Now, sure, effectively a home game, or it was a home game, of course, for Middlesex. It wasn't a neutral venue there, but irrespective of who gets drawn to play here, be quite a fitting end to the season. And through that conference system where they're broken off into 3 and then broken off again for that final stretch of 4 games, there'll be competitive fixtures all the way to the end. None of those September dead rubbers, anything like that. Again, attacking the stumps. Not able to get through the Wheater defence this morning, as hard as they've tried.
But he's got an interesting technique, Adam Wheater. Just keep an eye on it. His minimal foot movement, his left foot, so his front foot is open, almost pointing to extra cover mid-off, and all he tries to do is get access to the ball and just leans in. Very little foot movement. Just look at that left foot pointing to mid-off, and that's a no ball. That's a costly overstep as well by Lewis Gregory. Yeah, Adam Wheater, good technique, but minimal foot movement. He has that left foot just open, and all he's trying to do is just transfer the weight into the ball. Trying to keep that left pad out of the way. Gregory's honing in on that left pad, looking for an LB.
Good season with the bat, Wheater. Before the final, made 251 runs. An unbeaten 83 against Middlesex in the final round. Average 50, just over. The clear approach. They're trying to hit his stumps. They're not really bringing the cordon into play when he's on strike. I think that's where his vulnerability is, what you're referring to there, looking at that gap and seeing whether they can penetrate it, but no success so far today.
Well, he used to be a real dasher, Adam Wheater, with the bat. He used to throw bat to ball, come in. Typical wicketkeeper, really come in around that 6 or 7 with the ball slightly old and try and take the game away from the opposition, but he's been quite watchful, quite circumspect this morning.
Played a bit as a specialist bat when he was down at Hampshire as well.
He's always been a fine cricketer. He's been around a long time. Lost out, obviously, with James Foster at Essex. What a gloveman he was, and a fantastic batsman. So made the move to Hampshire. Didn't quite work out, truth be told. Probably didn't have the success that he or Hampshire themselves probably wanted from Adam Wheater. Lost his place down at the Ageas Bowl, but found a happy home back at Chelmsford. I think he's enjoying his cricket again.
Full on the drive, albeit straight to cover.
Essex obviously a very rich tradition of producing excellent keepers. Foster, obviously Ben Folkes was there. Had to move away from Essex. Couldn't get in the team really, or couldn't get as much first team action as he would have liked to. Played against Ben Folkes when he got his first class 100. Excellent cricketer, really top class. Best gloveman in the country by a distance, I would say, Ben Folkes. Maybe even the world. I'll be winning lots of plaudits from Alex Stewart across the river there.
298 for 6 at the end of the over. 3 runs away from that 301, which will bring them level with Somerset. It's that quirk, isn't it? For wicket keepers and spinners, often only enough room for one in any given 11. Sometimes a couple of spinners, but more often than not, just one. Whereas if you're a specialist bat, if you're a seamer, there's a few chances to get in the team. But that's why we have the merry-go-round, and there are 18 spots for keepers. And you know, as we've seen with Dom Bess moving up to Yorkshire, on the basis that he won't be able to play consistent county cricket for Somerset, with Jack Leach there and the preferred tweaker of the two. As we have our first COVID pit stop of the day, every 6 overs, as we've seen throughout the Bob Willis Trophy, getting some hand sanitizer.
Yeah, had a good chat this morning with Vic Marks, ex-England and Somerset, and I asked him about the spin bowling department of Somerset. Obviously, he has a keen interest in Somerset and watches a lot of international cricket. Would have seen a lot of Dom Bess and Jack Leach, and he feels that Leach is the premier bowler, and he feels that probably Leach should have bowled a bit more for England this summer. And Dom Bess, unfortunately, had to make the move away. It seems a crazy situation when you're playing for England as your number one spinner, but you can't get in your county. But Dom Bess had a little loan spell with Yorkshire. Obviously enjoyed it. Gone up there on a 4-year deal. Interesting move, because generally Headley doesn't turn a great deal, and early season can be quite conducive to seam bowling.
Overton to continue. Only 3 runs to play with here in the first instance. Going short to begin. They've taken out that short leg.
Well, it might be about damage limitation here for Somerset. If Essex do pass them, which they will do, Somerset will have to try and restrict Essex to as small a lead as possible, and knock that lead off as quickly as possible second time round and get in the plus zone.
It's really the first ball we've seen this morning really go through Porter. We've seen a number of them when short, having to get underneath and having to get out of the way, but in terms of balls that have really made him have to think outside the off stump, bring the cordon into play, it's been the one time.
Well, the previous ball was a good bumper. The old 2-card trick. Next one, pitch it up. Tail end of his feet didn't move, and fishing for it.
Ballooning off the pad out towards square leg, racing in. Green there. As though there may have been something, maybe a little inside edge before the thigh pad, but too much work to do.
Well, Craig Overton's been very unlucky. I thought he had a superb spell. 57, 23 overs. He's picked up one. He could easily have 3 or 4, truth be told. I think he's been a little bit unlucky. Been excellent. He's had an excellent game so far, enhancing his credentials.
Yeah, the one moment early yesterday with Cook, but there might have been an opportunity. It was when Overton found his outside edge. Driving nicely again, Porter. This time it's cut off at mid-off, but ticking the board over. 299 for 6, crawling towards his 301 after making a real burst at it to start the morning. First 3 overs crunching 20 runs, but since then just making sure they get to that first innings lead.
Well, obviously you take Alistair Cook's knock out of it, 172. It's a whole different ball game. That's what Somerset will have to think second time round. Right, whatever we can get. If we can knock Cook over early, Even a score of 200, if you take Cook early, it's going to be a tightly fought contest.
We joked about it yesterday, didn't we? Cookie will say, well, I'll get half of those, you get the rest. Oh, beating the outside edge of the bat. Again, Overton for the second time in the over. He's brought the cordon into play.
It is a new ball wicket, though. When you get the new ball in hand, there is a little bit of nuff in the wicket. So Alistair Cook has been around long enough. He'll accept and appreciate that he's 172, but second time around you can get a good ball. You can get one that has your name on it. Somerset have to believe all the way through that they can win this contest.
Oh, and again, 3 times in the over. Overton unable to find the edge, but doing plenty right. Essex 299 for 6, 2 runs away from Somerset's first innings tally of 301. Porter's on 13. Wheater is on 10. It's enough from Niall O'Brien and myself for the time being. Replacing us will be Matthew Floyd and Stephen Finn.
Thank you very much, Adam. Almost job done as far as Essex are concerned. 301, 302 to be precise, the magic number for them. It's been a really good morning from both of the batsmen at the crease. Night watch from Jamie Porter, who's currently on 13 of 47 balls. He's certainly done his job and some. Adam Wheater, 10 of 28. The partnership now a vital 33. As soon as they get past 301, they will be in control of this match. Oh, lovely delivery that, but the keeper has missed it, and that is going to go to the boundary. And it means that Essex go past 300, they go past 301 as well, up to 303, and it means that they will get more bonus points than their opponents Somerset in this Bob Willis Trophy final, and it means that they now can draw this game but still lift the trophy. A significant moment, Stephen Finn.
Yes, good morning, Floyd. It's a very big moment in the game. That Somerset pushing hard for wickets this morning, bowling well, beating the edge a few times, but Wheater and Porter up to the task and played some lovely shots. Jamie Porter hit a beautiful drive down the ground that would have been any top order batsman would have been proud of there, ably supported by Wheater at the other end, who, as Adam Collins mentioned earlier, has had a good Bob Willis Trophy so far this season. But at 303 for 6, you'd say Essex in control of this game, but still with 181 overs left in the game. You would say that there's still some twists and turns to come.
Yeah, certainly not over, is it? There's a long way to go. The weather is supposed to be set fair for the next couple of days. Certainly if Somerset can bowl out Essex for 350 or so, they're still very much in the game.
I think the rules of 120 overs max in the first innings still apply in this game. So
he's bowled him. Absolute jaffer, full and straight from Lewis Gregory. He has a fifer, and Jamie Porter's long vigil is over.
Well deserved from Lewis Gregory there. We've seen from the other end Craig Overton banging them in to Jamie Porter, trying to take his feet out of the equation. And as a tail end batsman, when you do receive a few short balls like that, it is always on your mind that you might get another one, so your feet don't actually move into the full balls. And Lewis Gregory there taking advantage of that work at the other end from Craig Overton. Full straight, middle stump out the ground, good bowling, 303 for 7, and Somerset fighting hard in this game, even though they've lost the advantage of the first innings runs on the board in regard to the rest of the game. Still here, if they do mop up this Essex tail, they will still feel very much there's enough time in this game for them to be able to push forward and win this overall. So very interesting next couple of hours.
Simon Harmer, the new batsman for Essex, would normally come in at number 8, but he's coming at number 9 today as a result of Jamie Porter being pushed up to be the night watchman yesterday. He can certainly bat. We saw that when he hit the winning runs in the T20 Blast final last year. So no need just yet for Adam Wheater to worry about shielding the strike or anything like that. He's got a guy who can certainly hold a bat alongside him. Jamie Porter, though, hats off to him. He really did his job there. Scored 13, got his side past 301, ate up a lot of balls. Good start by Gregory to Harmer, making him play straight away. That is the over. 24 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 63 for Lewis Gregory. He's having a fantastic couple of days. He's been the one-seamer to really stand up and be counted. What have you made of the way that Somerset have bowled so far this morning?
I think they've been very disciplined. I think they've not chased wickets too much. I think, as we discussed a little bit yesterday, that in this situation where you do feel as though you have to constantly take wickets to remain in the game, it's very easy to then start looking for magic balls and start trying to bowl absolute jaffers. But if you remain patient, especially this time of the year, end of September, there will be, even if the sun's out, even if the wicket does look good, there will be the odd ball that we see, especially when the ball's only 16 overs old. It will move laterally, which will bring the slips, which will bring bowled into play. Any mode of dismissal, really. But I think they've been disciplined. They've not chased the wickets. Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory were their outstanding bowlers yesterday. They've started with them today. They've set the tone lovely. They've eked out that wicket there, and now they'll be hunting for 3 more.
Craig Overton still running in hard, still hitting the gloves hard. We've seen a flurry of bounces from him this morning. He looks an angry man sometimes.
Yep, he gets fired up. Him and his brother are very, very competitive people. You can see that when they play. He is the man for a number of years now for Somerset who has given them that cutting edge with the new ball. And he knows that this is an important period of the game. He wanted to soften up Jamie Porter there in order to either him or Lewis Gregory take the wickets at the other end. You probably won't see him bang too many into Adam Wheater because he is a very good player of the short ball and prefers the ball around his waist as opposed to towards his knee roll. So Craig here will be wary of having to be that slight little bit fuller, shorter in stature, stays in his crease a fair bit. So yeah, Craig Overton, he's competitive and he's Somerset's go-to man in these situations.
Certainly at the beginning of the Essex innings, that was a fascinating few overs with Craig Overton steaming in against Alistair Cook and Nick Brown. It was testing for both Essex openers. He did get through that initial burst though. 14 overs before Nick Brown was dismissed. About the only time that Alistair Cook looked even half uncomfortable throughout his innings, you'd have to say. Does he look like he's put on a bit of pace to you, Craig Overton? He said that that's what was asked of him by Ed Smith when he went and spoke to him after his most recent involvement in the England squad.
Yeah, I think he's always a guy who's hit the pitch very hard. When you face him, I mean, I know when I faced him, he feels slippery. Even though I'm a lower order batsman, you do feel as though the ball's on you quick. He gets good bounce and He looks like he's hit the gloves hard all game on a wicket that doesn't look that conducive to quick bowling. If you bang it in, it has seemed to die slightly, so it's just about balancing that. The feeling of trying to bowl too quick, because if you do run up and try and bowl too quick, you sort of lose the natural rhythm of your action. So it's about trying to gain that pace but keep it natural. I know when I've tried to force myself to bowl quick, or to, you know, try and forcibly bowl 4 or 5 miles an hour quicker, you do start to lose your action slightly. You don't retain the attributes that do make you a good bowler. So it's a very fine balance between trying to put on pace and retain the things that make you a good bowler anyway. And it certainly looks here, his numbers this season suggest that he is doing that. And here on a wicket where there's a little bit for bowlers, but there's not a lot.
Oh, that's a big appeal for LBW, but immediately Rob Bailey shakes his head. Looked like that one nipped in down the hill, wrapping Simon Harmer on the pad.
I think that's hit him on the thigh pad. So he might have needed 2 sets of stumps stacked on top of each other for that one to be out. But it's about that atmosphere, that pressure here. Somerset again know that this is an important juncture of the game for them. Essex 303 for 7. They've got a chance if they take these 3 wickets here without Essex getting too many more runs. They can go out there and know that whatever they get, Essex are going to have to get in the second innings.
Nicked and taken. That is a sharp catch from Craig Overton at second slip. The second sharp catch he's taken, or third in fact, because he took 2 yesterday, and Harmer is gone for a duck. 303 for 8.
Standing slightly closer there, Craig Overton, this time without the helmet on. He stood up with the helmet on a couple of times at second slip there yesterday. He's gone without the helmet today, and a quick reaction catch to his left, very good, waist high, justifies him being that little bit closer, makes it an easier catch around waist high. And as we said here, Somerset sniffing blood. Essex 303 for 8. Taking these wickets quickly this morning. They've remained patient, they've not chased the wickets. It's just very good bowling that's doing this, and it's still neck and neck in this game. The 2 best teams in the country can't be split at the moment. It's going to take a bit more cricket to do that.
Aaron Beard, the new batsman for Essex. He comes out with his side having lost 2 wickets in quick succession. They have got past the crucial figure of 301. But as soon as they've done that, Somerset have responded. And as Steve said there, this game is really nip and tuck now. Any run from here on in, absolutely vital for Essex. If they can eke out another 30, would be brilliant. The way that Lewis Gregory is bowling, that is going to be very difficult. 6 for now for the England player. Makes the left-handed Beard play straight away. 2 slips in for him. Gregory's been very impressive.
He has, he's bowled that nagging length. Again, his trajectory slightly shorter for a seam bowler, different trajectory to Craig Overton, but always making the batsman come forward, always making them think about having to play the ball. He makes batsmen play a lot, he doesn't get left very much. And here bowling round the wicket, trying to threaten that off stump as he gets left, as I say that. But he's just bowled that length, I think, that's dangerous on this wicket. As we mentioned before, the value of bowling back of a length and shorter is very minimal here. You have to try and bring the batsman forward, especially with this 17 over old ball. Fresh legs this morning, good night's sleep. Challenging that forward defence is the way to get wickets here, and Lewis Gregory's exposed that.
6 for 32, the career best figures for Lewis Gregory in first-class cricket. He's 6 for 63 today. Never got a 7 for before, so he's on the hunt to get a PB. And what a stage to do that at as well. Here at the home of cricket, the Bob Willis Trophy Final.
He'll be sniffing that with numbers 10 and 11. Number 10 in and number 11 waiting to come in. He will be sniffing that as he bowls a no ball, striving maybe to try and take those wickets. Rob Bailey outstretching his arm. 305 for 8, still on an absolute knife edge this game. Still so much time left for there to be a result. In Somerset, you can see they've just gained confidence. The fielders are steaming in around the bat. Lots of noise from the dressing room. Another wicket for Lewis Gregory in his 25th over. An outstanding bowling so far this morning from Somerset.
305 for 8 off 108 overs, so Essex can only bat a maximum of 12 more overs anyway in this innings. As Somerset assistant coach Marcus Driscoll, I think, with a lovely beanie. Director of cricket Andy Hurry, watch on in the sunshine. Still a bit of sunshine in the pavilion area now. That will be gone within an hour or so. But it is a lovely day, if a cold one again. Not quite as breezy as it was yesterday, thankfully for us up here in the turret, and also for the bowlers. Going to be a change of bowling from the nursery end with Josh Davey coming on to bowl. Had a quick word with him as he was walking off the pitch after warming up this morning. He was complaining about the wind yesterday. Did feel sorry for the bowlers at times, especially when coming in from the nursery end.
Yeah, stiff breeze here. Quite often the weather comes from the west, which is directly behind us here at the pavilion end. Which means that if you're bowling from the nursery end when the conditions are like that, and when it's a stiff, cold breeze like this, bowling into it, it can be difficult. So, respect to the guys who are doing that all day. Tim Murter, when we play here for Middlesex, likes to moan a lot about having to bowl the difficult end, the nursery end, even though he's took about 3,000 wickets from that end in his career. He still likes to moan about it, the old warhorse.
Made a T20 comeback this year, didn't he? Tim Murty, you picked him in your side. He hadn't played since 2016.
He did. We wanted the extra spinner to bowl in the power play, so we thought Tim Murter with his off-cutters and his off-pace balls, and then his even more off-pace balls than the ones that he normally bowls, would have been tricky to hit. And it turned out to be the case. He bowled outstandingly for us. Yeah, I wonder if he'll enjoy being called a spinner there. Probably not.
He won't. If he's watching. Sorry about that, Tim.
I'm not sorry.
Davey into his 18th over. 3 maidens, none for 53 so far. Had an excellent season. He and Craig Overton have led the line for Somerset in terms of wickets and average, most averaging 10 coming into this game.
Will be interesting to see here, Floydie, whether Adam Wheater does start to try and expand his game slightly, having a little look at the new bowler, seeing what he's going to be trying to do to him in order to get him out. But he'll have half an eye on the fact Essex are 305 for 8 here with 11.2 overs left to bat. He'll be wary that he wants to face as many of those balls as possible if Aaron Beard can hang around with him.
Well, he's got a single here. That's what he wanted. Just one delivery left in the over. So Aaron Beard hopefully will negotiate that, and then Wheater can take strike at the beginning of the next over. Walks down to the middle of the pitch, has a quick word with his number 10. 21 first-class matches for Beard. Not a bad average, actually. Averages 16, best of 58 not out.
He's looked handy so far. He's only faced 5 balls, but he stays in behind the ball, plays with a straight bat. Hasn't looked that phased so far, but Josh Davey round the wicket. We saw him be a great exponent of round the wicket bowling this year. We're looking to do the same here.
Safely negotiated by Beard. 306 for 8. 109 overs gone. And let's see what Wheater's intent will be in this over coming up. He is a batsman of real quality. Averaging 50 coming into this game, topping the batting averages for Essex in the Bob Willis Trophy. As I just try and get my notes, which keep flying everywhere.
Someone on St John's Wood Road got a good read of people's batting averages yesterday.
Yeah,
I think
they've got a running order for day 3. Oh, almost through the defences of Wheater there. Thick inside edge. But as I was saying, he's got a very good career first-class record. 6,624 runs at 36, 12 first-class hundreds. When he was at Hampshire, he played as a specialist batsman for a while after he lost the gloves. Moved there, of course, to escape the shadow of James Foster, who blocked his way for many years down at Essex. Then finally became the first choice wicketkeeper when he left in 2018 at Essex. Pulls away there, but straight to the man, deep backwards square leg. They do take the single, so he's trusting Beard to face the 4 balls remaining in this over.
I think there's also an element here from Adam Wheater realising that Lewis Gregory is on one a bit. He's got 6 for 66. He's bowling very well, but he can't bowl all morning, and if he does, it'll be a Herculean effort, considering that Somerset are going to have to come now in the second innings and bowl Essex out to win the game. So knowing here and picking his times, thinking Gregory might have one more after this, maybe not even that, knowing that whoever comes on after that's going to have been stood in the field for 50-55 minutes or so, will be a bit cold, and that's when he may look to capitalise. So 10 overs left of this innings, 307 for 8, finally poised with Adam Wheater at the crease, who's got the ability to be able to up the scoring rate and hit it in awkward areas. Somerset will be wary of that. Essex will know that a 20 or 30 run lead here, or 20 or 30 runs more, could be very handy.
His defence has looked very tight so far, Aaron Beard, presenting the full face of the bat. You can see why Wheater has trusted him in this over.
It's actually the worst thing ever when a number 10 or 11 comes out and just gets in behind them like this. Gone are the days, or we've got one genuine number 11, Tim Merter. I think he'll agree that he's a genuine number 11 these days.
Tell you what, he's getting a lot of stick today, Tim Merter,
it's
isn't he?
right.
Out of the blue.
Woke up on the wrong side of the bed. But when a number 10 or 11 comes out and really gets in behind them, it can suck a lot of energy out of you as a bowling team, because you think they should just be gimme wickets down there. But now, with the development of practice, the number of coaches that clubs employ to be able to throw balls at the lower order, it means that their techniques and their ability to be able to withstand good bowling are far greater. As Aaron Beard's showing here, I'm sure he wouldn't like to be classed as a tail ender. He looks better than that, but it's certainly annoying when someone like this strides out at number 10.
That's a lovely delivery from Lewis Gregory. Went away from the left-hander, bounced as well. It was a no ball though, so had he nicked it, it wouldn't have counted. It's a couple of no balls in the last couple of overs for Gregory. Haven't seen too much bounce in this pitch, but that one did take off.
Did lift, yeah. Saw 1 or 2 yesterday just keep a little bit low, and then that one's jumped a little bit. Sometimes when there is a strong wind.
Same again.
Lovely bowling, great bowling, shows he's in such good rhythm, making the batsman play, angling it in from around the wicket. making the left-handed batsman feel like he has to play, then using the slope and the slight little bit of bounce to lift and carry to Steve Davies behind the sticks. But I think when there is a strong wind, sometimes it can dry the pitch out even more. The sun has been on it. It's not a hot sun, but it is sun nonetheless. And with a wind as well, it can sometimes mean that uneven bounce comes into the game as the game wears on. We've seen those leaps slightly, and I wouldn't quite say that that's uneven bounce or anything to be concerned about, but as this game wears on and this wind gets on it, it means that batting on the fifth day, especially when you have a number of overs, when you go into a fifth day, you expect the wicket to misbehave slightly, and the wind and the strength of that can play a part in producing up and down conditions. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
Clipped away by Wheater. Again, he takes a single early in the over. This time Beard will have to face Davies' music for 5 balls. But I suppose Wheater's taking the view at the moment that every run pretty important at this stage. They'll just try and eke out as many as they can, try and bat the full 120 overs they've got. And while he's got someone at the other end looking solid, he's happy. And Beard gets off strike immediately as well. So a good couple of balls for Essex to start off the over. We've had 12 overs today. Lewis Gregory's bowled 6 off the bounce from the pavilion end. I wonder if he'll have another one, or that might be it for him. Davies just bowling his second.
Lewis Gregory will be sniffing wickets. He's on 6 for, he's bowling wonderfully.
There's going to be more runs for Wheater. They'll push for 2 here. That's gone fine over the man at deep backward square leg. Come back easily for 2. Ben Green throws it in over the stumps to Stephen Davis.
It's very, very hard when a bowler's on 6 for and beating the edge like Lewis Gregory has done the last few balls to tell him as a captain, you're done there, mate. We might need you later on today and tomorrow in an important part of the game, but Lewis Gregory here will be sniffing these last 2 wickets, sniffing a career best and sniffing to keep his team very much in this game.
Just sniffing, basically. He's doing a lot of sniffing at the moment.
Sniffing, yeah, that's what you do as a bowler when you're in this position. You're on a roll. The captain tries to make eye contact with you, you avoid it, so he can't tell you. If he doesn't tell you that you're not bowling the next over, you have to bowl the next over. So, yeah, you try and avoid that eye contact.
Just got this image of dogs, really. Fast bowlers sniffing around, sniffing wickets.
I've been called much worse than that, so I'd take a dog. Dom Bess is out there fielding now as a substitute fielder. I'm not sure who for, but he's only wearing his playing shirt, which seems absolutely ludicrous to me. I'm sat here in 2 jumpers, a scarf, gloves, a coat over the top, and I'm still shivering, so he's a brave man. He needs to get used to that, moving to Yorkshire, being in the cold weather. Bred tougher up there, obviously.
He's preparing himself. End of the over, 313 for 8. Dom Bess not selected today in this showpiece final. Jack Leach picked as the frontline spinner for Somerset. This would have been Bess's last game for his home county. I don't think he's actually played for Somerset for around about a year or so. But as he'd already agreed to go up to Yorkshire, I suppose it was inevitable that they were going to back Jack Leach as the main man if they're going to play one spinner. I do think it was quite close though, the decision. I think they thought about playing 2 spinners. Would have had to leave out a batsman, maybe even Eddie Byram, who ended up getting that fantastic century in the first innings for Somerset. As Gregory continues from the pavilion end, the 7th over of this spell. looking for a first 7-wicket haul in first-class cricket. I wonder if he still thinks he's a batting all-rounder, Steve, because that's what he used to say at the start of his career. You look at his bowling career, though, his stats are absolutely fantastic. Very much of a frontline bowler.
He's had his injury troubles over the years, hasn't he, which I think has curtailed his ability to bowl sometimes. So sometimes he has played as a specialist batsman, but you watch him here, and I've always thought of him as an outstanding bowler who's very handy with the bat, can bat in the middle order, balances a team nicely, having someone like that, as we've seen with Ben Stokes with England. It's the ability to have that person who's a frontline bowler who can bat very, very well as well. Yeah, his bowling numbers are phenomenal, and 6 for 68 here is going to help that as well.
Yeah, 88 matches in first-class cricket. He averages 21 with the bat, with a couple of centuries. He's got 274 wickets and an average of 25.
And in the last few years, the wickets may have been a bit more bowler-friendly in Taunton, but he'd have started his career playing there, a tiny ground on an absolute road. So to have a bowling average that low is an outstanding effort.
Lovely shot from Aaron Beard. Glorious cover drive from the number 10 that races away to the boundary, and he is up to 5.
That's a wonderful shot that. We've seen a couple of shots this morning from the Essex lower order. Jamie Porter smoking one down the ground out the middle of his bat. Aaron Beard leaning on that, slightly fuller, pushed up, trying to induce that edge to Craig Overton again. Just leans on it through that gap between point and extra cover. Races away down the hill here, as it often does. No point in chasing it. Wonderful shot, and that'll give him a lot of confidence. The problem with tail enders is, and I know this as a number 10 or 11, that if you hit one of those, you're then very quickly in 5th gear.
Beware, Aaron Beard. He leaves that one very nicely, though, to finish off the over. 112 gone, 317 for 8 is the score. Floyd and Finn out. O'Brien and Collins are in.
Thank you, Matt. Floyd, 317 for 8. A lead. A small lead, but a very important lead nonetheless. For the reigning county championship holders, they've had a good morning. First and foremost, they wanted to pass that Somerset total of 301. Josh Davey to continue. Wheater's just nudged and nurdled, got his side to the lead that they wanted. Adam Collins alongside me. We've got a fascinating morning and day ahead.
He's done well, hasn't he, Adam Wheater, after coming in last night when the score was 266 for 6. And fair bit of work to do in order to make it to that 301 and 302 threshold that we talked about earlier this morning. After achieving that alongside Jamie Porter, they lost 2 wickets with the score on 303, but they're only 8 overs away from reaching their compulsory closure.
Left-handed Beard, who Stephen Finn just warned, don't get too carried away. He unfurled a lovely cover drive down the slope, and a tail ender, sometimes you can start thinking like a batsman. They've got just 7.4 overs. If they can stick another 20 or 30, it's quite a sizable lead in a lowish scoring game, 300 being the par score so far. Good game of cricket in store. Flat wicket, must be said. Sun is out, conditions are good.
If they were still 6 down, if Porter, who was never really truly in, but as in as you could be, having walked out as night watchman last night, and Wheater, they might be looking at putting the foot down a little bit here in the last 8 overs, but instead, with Beard, albeit putting to one side the lovely drive you played in the previous over, it might just be a case of taking as many overs out of this game as they can, knowing that if it does end up as a draw tomorrow, they'll hold the trophy.
Outside edge down a third man. A lot of runs have come in that third man region. Both innings. Often a unmanned territory in first class and test match cricket. Come quite unfashionable now to have a third man, but a lot of runs go down a third man. But this pitch is good. Somerset need to realise that there's no demons in this pitch. If you get your head down, you've got a good technique, and you're looking to score, I think that's very important. The 2 century makers, Ed Byram and Alistair Cook, both always looking to score, getting good positions. Absolutely no demons, and Somerset will probably have to be a little bit more aggressive, but first and foremost, once they start batting again, they need to set a platform, set a foundation, and then go from there.
I'm looking forward to this because they're in a situation where there is truly nothing to lose. Often, 4-day game, that there'll be acquiring of points, or there'll be a broader table position to consider. But in a final, they're going to have to not necessarily go for broke. That's the wrong way of interpreting it. Plenty of overs left in the game, but they're going to have to go and really attack at some stage later this afternoon and look at declaring. And given the way that Essex are batting at the moment, as the 113th over is completed, 3-1-9 for 8. 7 overs to go. In reality, as you point out, Noel, 20, 30 more runs, so the deficit will only be 50 odd. They can get that dealt with, not long after the lunch break or thereabouts, let's say. Then they can really look to play, perhaps not in a limited overs format, but certainly making sure that that's the priority, ticking the board over, because there's really nothing to be gained other than setting Essex something to bowl at, well, something to chase rather tomorrow, something to bowl at. Hard to foreshadow what that might be, but anything up and around 250, if they were to get that far, which is unlikely as it is, given they'll be taking a 50-odd run deficit into the second innings, but a 2 in front of it, let's say. They'll still feel as though, with the bowling they've got, even though it's not worked out too well over the last day and a half, that they're in the game, and rightly so. That's why this is such a good thing, having a final with 5 days.
Yeah, if Essex can stretch that lead to 30, the run rate in the match so far is in and around 3, maybe even under 3. So if you've got a lead of 30, give or take, it's going to take Somerset maybe 10, 12 overs to knock that 30 off. So 83 overs left, still 7 overs in this, so that's 74, 77 overs, 76 overs. So 10 overs to knock those runs, so almost it's a 60 over innings before you're level. So how quickly can Somerset play those 60 overs? Can they go at 4 and over? Could they be 240 ahead by the close? How do they play Harmer? The spinner might get a little bit more purchase second time round. Craig Overton, switch of ends. Been good. He's been really good. That was a bit of a Larry Loosener, but he has been generally very good this match. He's a wholehearted cricketer, Craig Overton. Had a good game so far. His brother's playing across the river. A Surrey man now, a Brown hatter. Somerset have lost 2 big name cricketers, you would think, Jamie Overton and Don Bess to Yorkshire and Surrey, but they managed to keep hold of Craig Overton. Excellent cricketer for Somerset. You've had a look at some players that maybe you haven't seen a great deal of up close and personal this season. What have you made of some of these players you've seen?
Yeah, and I think that was the point that Alistair Cook was making before play when talking to Matt Floyd. It's that a number of players have had the chance to make their debut or at least get serious game time that may otherwise not have happened. So I think that's a huge positive. Even take someone like Eddie Byron, who made that 100 in the first innings here. If the full complement of players are available, with him kind of there and thereabouts, but on the fringe of the side, maybe he's not getting that chance and he's not getting to play in this final and so on. So, the format of the competition, the fact that it's been able to bring through some young players, it's to the credit of the administrators for realising there was an opportunity to get some first-class cricket in, and we're getting a fine finish here.
Yeah, Alistair Cook made a good point. As you say, Somerset would have had Azarali, Hanuma Vihari as overseas, so maybe some of these young lads may not have had a chance. Peter Siddle would have been playing for Essex, so maybe Aaron Beard may not have got as much exposure, so it can only be a good thing for the county game. Well, a little bit of a flirt outside off stump, we don't mind that. Put back the ball here, no sweepers out. A fine leg and a third man, and Aaron Beard, he's got a bit of a licence. Adam Weiser looks pretty content. He may have a little dip the last couple of overs, maybe the last 2 overs. Adam Weiser might just try and take him down for 10 or 20, but at the moment he's watchful. He's letting the tail ender play more shots. Overton, well, he's deserved more than one. He's only got 1 for 58. He's bowled better than that.
And on that point of young players, of course there's a balance. We want the county championship to have strong overseas players coming through. Talking of Peter Siddle, for example, what a great overseas pro he's been for Essex over the last couple of years, for instance. But this year, in a truncated season where there was no second 11 cricket as well, it must be remembered, limited other cricket had at their disposal, in a unique season, a season that hopefully we'll never see anything like again, taken as a whole. It's worked so well.
Yeah, the lack of second 11 cricket for the majority of counties. Another over trickles past. 114 bowled, 319 for 8 Essex. Most counties, some counties have had some second team cricket, marginal though. So a lot of players have been on the outer, not knowing when the next game of cricket has come along. So this has been a really important phase for these young players. I think the overseas players next year, 2 overseas of course, so you can have 2 overseas players. No Colpacks anymore.
Which will make things interesting as well, another element next year. But some of these young players who've got their start this year, I was following the Middlesex campaign closely and calling their games. A player like Blake Cullen, the young quick who's been through the England system, well, gets his chance. A couple of first class games. What a big difference that'll make in terms of his development. Tilamo Lawita, the left arm spinner, another player who was playing second 11 last year, coming through. Players like that who have now just got their toe in the water of the professional game. And then next year, in terms of the format, taking the best of what we've learnt from here, so groups of 6 seems to be the consensus, whether they were regional or based on the finishing positions of 2019. It would appear as though the latter will be how they configure the comp next year, and there'll be rolling groups. There won't be too much repetition year on year.
Clip down easy. Whoa, Ben Green. Bit of humour. Went to feel the ball, a fairly elementary bit of work, and just lost his footing down a fine leg. Weiser just clipping one. Yeah, I like the regional. I'm happy with it. For the time being, I think it's worked well. I think it should be on a seeding basis as opposed to geographical. I think that's going to be the way next year, and get the best against the best. But yeah, I think it's good. Gives counties a chance to really show their worth. And this is the showpiece. This is what we're all about. Lords here, playing for a wonderful trophy. Davey coming around the wicket. Scottish international. Good drive, nice solid, straight to mid-off, but good shape.
I think also that it's an elegant draw. The way that the championship's been played, changing the divisional structure between 9 and 9 teams going to 8 and 10, then flipping it with 10 and 8 respectively with first and second division over the last couple of years. It's meant that having a home and away system for the division that has 10 teams in it was impossible. Whereas with the regional structure that we've had this year, but next year with seedings, there will be parity across the board, which I'll explain after this ball.
Looks good. Aaron Beard looks well organised. In this day and age, you don't get too many tail enders. In bygone era, once you got past number 7 or 8, you would have been able to wrap up a tail. Not anymore. Bowlers work on the batting almost as much as batsmen these days, so you're never quite through a team until you get that last wicket. Looks good, Beard.
Yeah, recalibrating the groups in September where they break into the top 6, next 6 and the bottom 6. It means that you're only competing against the other teams that have qualified with you. So your eventual finishing position will be calibrated accordingly. So the team that actually makes it to Lords will have had the same sort of trajectory to the final, which I think stands to reason.
Weiser, solid. This pitch is good. Carl McDermott, the groundsman's done a good job. Days 1 and 2 when there was a bit of rain around and overcast conditions, the ball nipped. and you felt as a batsman that potentially you had one with your name on it, but it's flattened out nicely. The forecast is good for today and tomorrow. Okay, it's cold and a bit windy, but there's no demons in this pitch. Somerset will be confident they can put up a good score. Essex will be backing themselves to chase it down day 5. Davey charging in. Full ball on drive, Wheater. Nice, really nice. Half stop. Good cricket all round.
And in terms of what actually will happen next year, the professional game group's going through that at the moment. It'll need to be signed off by county chairs. Seen reporting through the week that the majority of chairs seem to be in favour of it, in terms of what my colleagues in the press box have been doing, making the phone calls and so forth. So it looks like it's got plenty going for it at local level, but those machinations will play out during the close season, and we should have a better idea in a couple of months of what will happen next.
Yeah, it's going to be, all being well, a chock-a-block summer next year. We're going to have the 100, which should be very exciting. Still got a lot of cricket this summer. We've got the Vitality Blast quarter-finals to take place, and then finals day, early October, up at Edgbaston. That's always a wonderful occasion.
Yeah, we've got a women's T20 international today. 5-game series with England and the West Indies. There's the Rachel Hayhoe Flint trophy as well. The women's regional 50-over competition, that final being played this week.
Yeah, a bit of cricket being played around the world as well. Fortunately for Afghanistan, their test match in Perth has been postponed, I read yesterday, which is a shame for Afghanistan. They would have loved to take down the Aussies at the WACA or at the Optus Stadium.
Yeah, a sense of inevitability around that decision. We've been waiting for that test to be formally jettisoned for some time. Unfortunate, but circumstances as they are. They said they'll reschedule it. Time will tell on that front.
Drives. Wants a single. It's going to be tight. You Aussies are just worried about getting turned over by Rashid Khan and co.
I woke up early this morning to watch the New Zealand-Australia T20 game over in Brisbane. Good to see some spectators in the ground there at the Allan Border Field. The first of 3 women's T20 internationals. Australia got over the line there by 17 runs. Tell you what, New Zealand should have won that game too. Chasing 139, they had Australia 80-odd for 5 at one stage, but weren't able to complete the job with the ball.
You're never beaten. You Aussies are never beaten. You'll never give in.
Especially that team, the Australian women's team. They're formidable.
Yeah, they're a good side. Overton around the wicket. Bouncer. Good aggressive bowling. Just 4.3 overs left of this Essex innings.
I wonder whether this might be the point where Wheater especially makes a decision that it's worth actually chancing his hand. There'll be the 2-over changeover regardless. So once they sort of get towards that 118 over mark, it'll be kind of not a lot lost by really having a tilt. As we mentioned before, every run they make is one more that Somerset will need to get before they can start setting a tally.
Adam Wheater hasn't looked in any hurry whatsoever. He's 19 off 55. But I think the last couple of overs, especially when he's got that short boundary down the slope, he may just take on that short boundary, just try and get a couple into the stands. At the moment it's a bit of a dead time, not much happening. Time out of the game, but there's still plenty of time. 81 overs left today. Nicely guided, very nicely guided, Aaron Beard. He didn't have a great time with the ball, Aaron Beard. He'll be hoping to have a better display second time round.
Yeah, I wonder how Wheater will play this last delivery, whether he tries to retain the strike. 1 ball to come in the 116th over, so 25 deliveries before this innings will end in any case. There are men out at deep backward square, deep square leg there in front of Father Time and third man. A couple of slips, but will he be looking to steer the ball down, use the pace of Overton here to make sure that he's on strike in the next over? We'll see. Happy to leave it alone.
Yeah, nice bit of shape. Gave him whiff. Yeah, just throwing his arms at it. End of 116 overs, 324 for 8. Nice lead. 23-run lead. Essex have played nicely, led by Alistair Cook. Daddy 100, big century, played brilliantly yesterday. Absolutely fantastic to see Alistair Cook in his majestic best. A lot of cricket to be played in this game. Still 80 overs left today. We won't lose any time for rain or light, you wouldn't think, today. So it's going to come down to a one innings game, which is always exciting in first class cricket. Parity after one innings, give or take, and whoever plays best over this innings 3 and 4.
Yeah, and Alistair Cook made that point this morning as well when talking to Matt Floyd, that yes, first innings, it's important, we can't overshadow that, but it's going to be a great afternoon. Somerset, all to play for. And it sometimes can be difficult bowling when you know that you're effectively in a situation where there's going to be a declaration. Unless you can roll through Somerset, then of course that might be the case. They might play so aggressively that wickets fall, and so be it. But there might be a moment later this afternoon when the pressure does transfer back onto those Essex bowlers. Of course, they did plenty of work across days 1 and 2, where Somerset can get hold of them a little bit.
Well, they've had a good rest. Porter, Sam Cook, who was excellent first time round, Beard himself, Harmer. Well, he didn't exert himself too much with the bat, so he should be nice and fresh.
On a hat-trick in the second innings as well, Harmer.
Well, there you go. So
the last couple of wickets.
And he'll have a big role to play, Harmer. One, he can attack, but also he can control the run rate. A couple of left-handers Somerset have, so that's going to be problematic. Davey round the wicket. Good work. Backward point. Good hustle though. He wants to, should get it. Excellent running. Really good cricket from Essex. Busy on the front foot here. Seizing the initiative.
I'll tell you what I wouldn't mind saying. We've got, this is the 117th over, so we've got 2 overs to come from the pavilion end, 118 and 120. Lewis Gregory, 6 wickets. I know he's bowled a long spell this morning, but could pick up an 8 for here, an 8 for at Lords.
He's got his hands in his pockets at mid-wicket, so
it doesn't
I'm
look
sure
like
too keen. He's bowled well though, Lewis Gregory, I must say. Pro away yesterday, pitched the ball up. Whatever movement was available, he managed to exert from this pitch. Didn't bowl any great pace, we're not used to any great pace from Gregory. He's only medium fast, but he was very accurate and got the big one of Cook yesterday evening that got Somerset back in the game. Haven't seen much of Leach. Didn't get much out of the wicket. Held an end for a while yesterday. A lot has been spoken of Josh Davey, Scotland international, coming into this game. Probably hasn't been as good as we expected. Not for 65, this is 22nd.
Yeah, he was tip-top with the new ball early on yesterday and came back well after lunch too, but hasn't been rewarded with wickets. For Leach's part, he bowled 22 overs, changed ends, but essentially unbroken. 22 overs, 4 maidens, none for 52. Principally when Cook and Wesley were putting together that stand of 170.
Tidy over. 117 bowled, 326 for 8, a lead of 25. Yeah, Leach bowled okay. He just held an end when he bowled. He never really looked to attack or over attack. He had a little bit of pressure mounting on Ryan Tendescada at one stage. A couple of balls turned and gripped, but generally just looked to hold an end up and give the seam bowlers a bit of respite.
Yeah, thinking about it now, his entire spell would have been when Essex were 1 down. So that was when that long stand played out, and when the second new ball was taken, it took them 3 overs to break through, 2 wickets in 2 overs, and that did start to shake things up a little bit. But most of Leach's work was done bowling to Cook, who he would know well, of course, having played international cricket with, albeit briefly, and shared plenty of time with and against around the traps on the circuit. And a lot to Tendescada as well, where he was trying to find a way between bat and pad, but just couldn't quite find a route through.
Deep point, more protection. We're just happy to give the strike to the tail ender. Somerset just sitting back, hands on hips here at Craig Overton, just trying to really figure out. He's just having a little look at Adam Wheaton just to say, what's your game plan here? You're not trying to put me under too much pressure. You've only got just shy of 3 overs to get as many as you can, but Wheaton looks content just to bat out these overs. Somerset won't be overly disappointed if they just tick along at 2 or 3 for the next couple. Deep square in position, long leg, third man, just a solitary slip. Good bouncer, really good bouncer. Excellent by Craig Overton. 118 overs in, he's still running in, steaming in, plenty of energy, good bouncer.
He's deserved more than the 1 wicket, Overton. You look at the way that he's bowled throughout, really bent the back. By far the quickest of the Somerset seamers. Really impressed throughout the season. But just hasn't had that bit of luck.
Good bowling. Good bowling. Put a deep square in. Good bouncer. Aaron Beard taking it on. Don't mind that at all.
Well, why wouldn't they? I mean, I think we're now at the stage where they should have a dip. We've got 2.5 overs to go. From Beard's perspective, he's got Wheater up the other end.
Yeah, I agree. Strange Adam Wheater hasn't looked to be anyway more aggressive than he has 20 off 57. Once one. Should be tied. Oh, would have been out. Would have been out.
It's assertive running all the same. I mean, whether it was out or not, it's intent to get Wheater back on strike. A couple of balls left in this over. And try and find the rope. There were only 2 men out. There was a third man, deep backward square. See how they'll set up now that Wheater's back on strike. But yes, there is some risk associated. They could lose 2 wickets in 2 balls, and there are 2 more overs that Somerset will have. But if they can add an extra 20 or so here, that's quite valuable.
Yeah, it's not a big boundary leg side for Adam Wheater, and he's got a very strong wind. So whether he's going to get across the stumps and take him on.
4 out now.
That's going to be a wide, I think. Oh, loopy one. Gets away with it, Craig Overton. Dot balls. Quite clever bowling, really. Adam Wheater, no real chance of reaching that. Yeah, 20 off 58. Yeah, only getting 2 or 3 and over. Yeah, 1 good over at least. You can pick up 10 or 15, so it might be worth there having a little dip. Last ball the over. It might be another short one. Smashed away for 1. Not a bad return for Essex. Wheater will keep strike. Another good over from Overton. Good energy. 118 overs bowled. 329 for 8. Well placed here, Essex.
Yeah, good batting. A lead of 27. 2 overs until their innings will finish regardless. So again, in terms of our discussion earlier, taking the best of this year and implementing it next year, I think this 120 over benchmarks work quite well. Certainly when you consider where we're placed in this final. It's going to keep the game moving.
Yeah, well, the bonus point system in the county championship many years ago was 130 overs. It was actually too long. So teams used to bat fairly slowly, and they reduced it so teams had to be a little bit more proactive. I like this 120 mark. On the charge, Wheater. First sign of intent. 60th deliveries face, first real sign of any aggression.
Yeah, and you want teams to be able to bat for 4 sessions, because in Test cricket, of course, when you make that next step up, you want to have batsmen who are able to build an innings over not just 1 day, but 2 days. So, but 4 sessions seems to be a decent balance as far as not providing a disincentive to keep the game moving, especially over 4 days.
In the last number of years, the pitches have been tricky for batting as Davey continues around the wicket to Beard. Gives himself a little bit of room, plinks it to mid-off. If you bat 4 sessions in first-class cricket in this day and age in the county championship or the Bob Willis Trophy, you're going to be in a good position, because the wickets tend to nibble around. They give a lot to the bowler. So if you can manage, as a batsman, I'm talking as a batsman, as a batting unit, if you can constantly bat your 120 overs, you're going to be well placed come the end of the season.
Yeah, it's a point that Stephen Finn made yesterday on comms, that with pitches being as they are, national selectors are looking for players doing it in tough conditions, and batting through 4 sessions when they're often up on green tops, especially early in the year, which is always going to suit seam bowling in April and May in England just due to the climate. And indeed now we're the back end in September. Yes, the pitches ordinarily would be more worn than this, but still the overheads being as they are. Was bowling there from Davey, mindful of the situation that he's in, spearing it out wide and full, making it hard for Wheater to reach and find the rope.
Wheater may get on the charge or just shimmy. Well, ultra defensive now. Cow corner, deep extra cover going out, just giving ones. What's Wheater got? Happy just to take one. This is the time when the Somerset batsmen will start thinking about their job. Ben Green looked good in the first innings. Had good defence and got a good ball, truth be told, by Sam Cook. Nipped one down the slope through the gate. Tom Lammerby missed out. He's on a pair, so he'll be hoping to get a good start second time round. But as a batsman, you start thinking, right, start getting my batting head on.
The field all going out now. 2 left in the over, all on the fence.
Beard swipes it. Well, he must feel like Garfield Sobers. Aaron Beard, when he takes guard and taps his bat and he sees everyone on the fence.
I wonder whether they'll bring them all in. I don't mind the game of cat and mouse when you see an established player and lower order player and you're trying to control who's on strike, but it usually means you have to bring the field in for the last ball. But on this occasion, it looks as though they're purely defending the boundary. It's not about trying to keep Beard on strike. It's about risk mitigation. So we're seeing all bar one fielder on the rope over to deep point, not quite all the way back.
Well, Wheeler will just help himself to one. Anti-climatic end to that 119th over, but yielding a few runs for the Essex batsman. 334 for 8. The lead building slowly. 1 over left. Well, you've got to put bat to ball now, surely.
We were on a famous Essex number, the score before, of course, 333. Graham Gooch made on this ground in 1990 against India.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think he got 100 second time round, so not a bad week's work for the great Essex, well, legend of English cricket, really, one of the best English opening batsmen of all time, you would say. Right up there. Probably Cook and Gooch, 2 Essex men. If you're picking an all-time opening 11. Athers isn't here, so we can say that.
Might be a couple of guys by the name of Hobson Sutcliffe who might have a shot at that as well, but we'll let them argue their own case.
Final over. Greg Overton. Just going to be a single. Wheater not interested in 2. Well, look, Overton deserves another one. Deserves to pick up a couple of wickets here. He's been excellent. He's worked so hard. Bowling his 29th over. Wholehearted cricketer.
You've got to say, Somerset have done well since conceding this lead to Essex. 2 wickets with the score on 303. There was a decent slab of time there and they've kept things under control. I mean, of course, they would have wanted to have gone through them immediately, and that was certainly the way it was trending for a while there when Gregory was steaming in and taking wickets. But from where it could have gone here, they've kept it in check, which will mean that when they walk out in about quarter of an hour from now, after we have the changeover, 10 minutes for changeover, of course, and they'll have a mini session before lunch, which will be taken at 12:40.
Well, that mini session is going to be crucial, really, for Somerset to get through that unscathed. Try and knock the deficit off as soon as possible, just in and around either side of that mini session, then get cracking, get eating into a lead.
We're looking at it now, it's just coming up 3 past 12 local time, so they'll be off by 5 past, back on by quarter past. So 25 minutes, should get 7 overs in.
Wheater chops away. Eyeing up another red inker here, Adam Meter. Not much more he can do. Got everyone out in the boundary. Surprised he hasn't tried to take on that short boundary. Really surprised he hasn't tried to put a couple into the stands here.
Yeah, nothing lost. 2 balls left in this innings regardless, so men spread to every corner of Lords.
What a bizarre field. For number 10. Overton around the wicket. Well, Wheater is Hardly backed up. It's not great cricket, I must say, from Adam Wheater. Sitting on his bat at the non-striker's end. You've got 2 balls left in innings where you're trying to capitalise and get as many as possible, not even entertaining a single.
Yeah, I just wonder whether they've missed a trick here. In the last 10 overs, Essex have made 29 runs and haven't lost a wicket, which is fine. That was their decision to not get bowled out. But 29, if you make that 39 or 49, sure, again, it comes with some risk. No question, as Somerset have bowled well, but won't take long for them to knock off this deficit once they're batting again.
Short ball. Through to the keeper. Not interested in running a bye. Well, it's a strange end. It's a very strange end to the innings for Essex. Adam Wheater will walk off 26 not out. Aaron Beard played well. Did a good job. Essex's lead 36.
37, sorry, they got that last single, didn't they? I'm pointing at the wrong scoreboard here, but hang on, 36. 36, just ticked over.
Yeah, it was a good morning's work. I think Somerset did well. Essex got the most important thing Essex needed today was to get past that 301. Get the first innings lead. Somerset toiled well. As soon as they conceded that first innings lead, it was very important Somerset didn't give up the initiative and stayed in the game. Yeah, they look pretty happy. They're walking off the field there at Somerset. Plenty of high fives, plenty of claps all around. A job well done. I think Craig Overton was excellent with the ball, wholehearted. Lewis Gregory, the pick of the bowlers. Magical figures really, 6 for 72, 5 maidens. But Essex, they came this morning with one job to do. First of all, run rate just 2.81, but they got the lead. Very important lead of 36. Adam Collins, how did you see this one playing out then?
Well, I think you just got to go back 24 hours and see how important it was that Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley were able to bat throughout that middle portion of the day, putting on 170 for that second wicket. That laid the foundation, which meant that Cook, of course, was able to bat through that middle portion of the day all the way deep into evening 3. It meant they returned this morning and had 30 runs to get, and did so fairly easily. 20 runs in the first 2.5 overs, which meant that Porter and Wheater were able to crawl them over the line. Yeah, sure, they lose 2 wickets when the score's on 303 when the lead's won, but the main job is done. Yes, they didn't bat with any real urgency across the last 10 overs, which might be a point of frustration when they walk off the field now, knowing that they did get to the line and they did have, well, that 1 wicket in hand, I suppose, but that Wheater, who had been batting since last night, had a pretty good year. He was very much in, but just couldn't quite capitalise towards the end with those spare overs. But all told, that lead of 36, we mentioned before, roughly 25 minutes will be played before lunch. Unlikely they'll knock the deficit off before lunch, but perhaps just after that, if they can get to the first interval none down, the deficit will go shortly thereafter. They'll have 2 long sessions to bat. I mean, there'll be 74 overs remaining today. That's the best part of a day. Of course, we had an extra half an hour added on due to rain on day 1 and day 2. 74 overs today, 98 overs tomorrow. Sure, they'll have to be clever. They'll have to bat well, but there's no reason why they can't be in a position tomorrow, Somerset, where they can make a declaration, or even indeed tonight if they go well enough, give themselves ample time to win this game on the second innings.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adam, for your comments this morning. The heavy roller is doing its thing. Somerset, they're going to have a bat second time around. We've got a 1 innings game, Essex leading by 36. We'll be back very shortly.
26 minutes to go until the lunch break here on day 4 at the home of cricket. It's going to be a really interesting few minutes as well, a really interesting end to the day. A lot of it left, 74 overs in all, and then 90 overs tomorrow. Somerset in their second innings trail by 36. Essex managed to get past their score of 301 and well past in the end, 337 for 8 they finished. So now the onus is on Somerset's batsmen, because a draw is no good to them. If this game is drawn, Essex will lift the Bob Willis Trophy. So you'd think they'll have to show a little bit of urgency, maybe not immediately, but certainly at some point today. The big question will be when. The pressure, Stephen Finn, is going to be on those Somerset top order batters.
It is. I think that here at Somerset the plan will be just to bat, especially this little 26-minute period until lunchtime. Survive that, reassess where they're at lunch, but there'll be conversations going on in the dressing room at the moment.
Ben Green facing up to Jamie Porter, immediately nips one into his pads. Tom Lammonby, the non-striker for Somerset. Lammonby on a pair, he was out third ball in the first innings, LBW to Sam Cook. Ben Green made 24 from 66 balls, looked in decent order until he was bowled by the same bowler through the gate. Nice bit of bowling, that one nipping down the hill, but it's Porter from the pavilion end to start. Shorter this time. Jamie Porter, 29 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 85 in the first innings. Bowled well. Don't think he was totally happy with the way he bowled when I briefly spoke to him on day 2. But things really bubbling up nicely on day 4 here.
There will be conversations going on in the Somerset dressing room now. The bowlers who'll be on the massage table with the physio, prepping themselves for a big day's work when it comes round to it, either later this evening or tomorrow morning, talking about whether or how many overs they need to bowl Essex out here to win this game, and that will all be centred around the platform that they can build in these first couple of hours of their innings, and then hopefully provide a launch pad for them to be able to score at a faster rate in the evening session and really be able to push the game forward, because now, as Matt Floyd mentioned just now, Somerset need to win this game. Essex only need to draw it to lift the Bob Willis Trophy. Somerset need to win it, so the onus is on them to provide the impetus to set the platform now with the opening batsman and the top order, to keep the Essex bowlers at bay and then capitalise later and put themselves in a position where they can try and win this game.
Lovely delivery. The first one goes past the outside edge from Jamie Porter. That one going up the hill. So what do you think, long range view then, if you're Somerset here, what's the best case scenario you're thinking? You're thinking back to the end of the day, perhaps get a full day tomorrow to bowl at Essex?
I think best case scenario, yes, as we've seen in the 2 innings so far, 301 and 337, both innings have run over 100 overs. You'll be looking at that as a bowling unit, thinking that you need at least 90 overs to bowl the opposition team out, unless this wicket starts showing signs of deterioration, which we haven't seen particularly yet. They'll want at least 90 overs to bowl Essex out and give themselves an opportunity and a couple of bites at the cherry tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it and what score they feel they'll need to set. I think they're going to lead at the very least 250 plus to be able to dangle a carrot there for Essex to try. but Essex won't need to with the situation of the game. They'll just have to bat out the overs to win the trophy. So, you know, a few interesting caveats, a few little passages of play that are going to be interesting. As Sam Cook comes from the nursery end here to open the bowling on the back of a 5-wicket haul in the first innings to try and put these Somerset batsmen under pressure.
And he's bowling at a batsman who he dismissed with his third ball of the game. LBW swung that delivery full. Lammonby just fell over himself a little bit, out for a duck. He'll be thinking about that right now, you can be sure of that. Sam Cook runs in. Good start from bowler and batsman there. Well left by Lammonby. Very promising young player for Somerset. We didn't see it in that first innings, but he's got a couple of centuries this year in the Bob Willis Trophy. Came into the game before his first innings duck with an average of 49, 343 runs. Actually made his first class debut this year for Somerset. He's only ever played in the Bob Willis Trophy for them. His 100 against Worcestershire in the last group game was a superb effort. Carried his bat. Was widely lauded from all those that saw it. The next best in the whole game, just 32. Very impressive from a 20-year-old. Another interesting thing about Tom Lammonby, Steve, he's only ever opened before in club cricket for Exeter Cricket Club.
Seems to be doing a good job against the new ball then, considering he's only faced club bowlers with the new ball or opening the batting before, but he looks well equipped. The numbers suggest he's very well equipped to carry a bat in an innings in a low scoring game like that. Is no mean feat. He looks balanced at the crease. Looks like he wants to do a job for Somerset here, but first of all he'll be thinking about getting off that pair, which no one wants.
Three slips in for Sam Cook, bowling to the left-handed Lammonby. He's got a mid-on, square leg, fine leg, third man, cover point, mid-off, so no cover. That area is open. It's to entice Tom Lammonby to hit through there. Oh, that is an absolute peach of a delivery from Sam Cook. Did Lammonby all ends up that one? Maybe slightly flat-footed, but significant movement off the seam.
Yeah, I've got a few pairs before in my time. Not the greatest feeling when you walk off after your second globe. Trudge back to the dressing room. Remember, I got one at Kent. I managed to run myself out in the second innings. And when I got back to the dressing room, one of my kind teammates, and I've got a good idea who it was, had hung a Sainsbury's plastic bag up on the peg in my spot in the dressing room with a pear in it.
As in the fruit?
The
yes.
fruit,
yeah.
Yes.
Can I guess who it was?
Yeah.
Because you've mentioned him a couple of times. It wasn't Tim Murtagh, was it?
It most definitely was.
Okay.
I'm almost certain of it. Yeah, no one owned up to it, because you never know when a batsman walks into the dressing room after something like that, whether he's going to see it with humour or whether he's going to be livid and start smashing the dressing room up. So I think people kept out my way. But because I was, or we were, in a good position in the game and we ended up winning the game, I saw the funny side of it. But had we not, I'd have almost certainly been on the hunt for revenge in some form.
He got some revenge today anyway, calling him a spinner and a terrible batsman.
both accurate, I'd say.
The wind's just picked up again. Also a bit of cloud coming over. It was bright sunshine when we started the day. A lot more clouds right now. Essex certainly won't mind that. Beat the man at backward point, Ben Green. It's been a very accurate start by the two Essex opening bowlers. No runs, 2.5 overs in.
It was a wonderful morning this morning, walking here from the tube station at St John's Wood, down past the Abbey Road crossing, not a cloud in the sky. Had a bit of a sweat on by the time I got to the ground. Felt as though it might be slightly warmer up here today. And now we've been up here a little while, I can certainly very much tell you it's not.
Nice straight drive from Ben Green. Good bit of fielding by Aaron Beard. Very close in at mid-off. Keeps Green on naught, keeps the score on naught. Yeah, it's been a cold few days up here, for sure. Not that we're complaining, we've got a fantastic view. Very privileged to be some of the few people led into the ground. That one's nipped in, not too far away from the stumps. Oohing and ahhing are the Essex fielders. Just plant the seed of doubt in Ben Green's mind. He was out, bowled through the gate from the same end. Different bowler, it was Sam Cook, but I'm sure he's being reminded of that by slip cordon. Really good from Porter, right at these two opening batsmen, both Porter and Cook. 3 overs gone, 18 dot balls we've seen so far. I think we'll get one more over in. Sorry, we've got 13 minutes, haven't we? I got a bit confused.
It'll be the
there.
slowest over in history.
If it was Steve Finn bowling, it might just be one.
You'd need a few no balls and wides.
Yeah, 12:40 is lunch today, not 12:30. We've got a 2 hour and 10 minute session. And 2 hour and 10 minute sessions all day, in fact. Still making up time from losing overs on the first couple of days to rain. Finally, first runs on the board for Somerset will be 2 for Tom Lammonby, and he is off a pair. Big relief for him. He won't have a pair in a Sainsbury's bag hanging on his peg in the dressing room when he gets back there later. Bit of a thick inside edge, but he'll take it.
I think you most definitely do not care how you get off the mark when you're on a pair, but as long as you're off them, be happy. Happy man stood there now. The Somerset innings off and rolling. Start to tick off those 34 runs they're in arrears now, and then start to try and push forward to get themselves into a position.
Oh, he just sort of fenced away from his body there a little bit, Lammonby, and then, as if to say, well, I shouldn't have played at that, he practices the leave. Just noticed, Steve, the ground staff have moved round to the hover cover. Doesn't look like there's any rain coming from the usual area. But always a bit of a concern when you see that happening.
Pretty close to that. A few oohs and ahs from the Essex fielders. It's probing, it's nipped down the hill. Off stump is in the game. Both these Essex bowlers have been that full of a length we spoke about earlier, bringing the batsman forward generally. challenging that forward defence, using the slope, using the new ball to their advantage. Good bowling so far, no inroads yet.
Goes past the outside edge there. Really testing stuff from Sam Cook. He's in excellent form. His 7th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket in the first innings. Head and shoulders the best bowler on show for Essex. 32 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 76 he finished with. And he got out both of these opening batsmen. Is he setting up Lammonby for the in-swinger here? Possible LBW. Not been able to leave too many, as Lammonby has faced 11 balls. 2 not out. But that is a real strength of these two Essex opening bowlers, isn't it? They do make you play a lot.
Very probing, yeah. They good use of the new ball. It is important to make the batsman play as much as possible. We've seen the new ball in both innings so far make the inroads that were needed, especially the second new balls. It's important to just build that pressure, sow the seed of doubt in the batsman's mind, so he's not sure if it's nipping one way or the other. He'll feel he has to play at a lot of balls. That's where the edges come into play. But both these bowlers, the trajectory of them, they're not particularly tall men. Skiddy at the stumps means that they can constantly bring the batsman forward and zip it around, which is why they've both been fine bowlers for Essex for a number of years. Watching a good battle here.
So if, as Steve says, Somerset are to get a lead of about 250 by the end of the day, they're going to have to score 286 in the remaining 70 overs, 74 overs in total they'll bat, but 70 overs left as they've batted 4 already. So that's going at around about 4 and over to get up to that score. Will be pretty good going, you would think, against this very strong Essex bowling attack. They can, of course, bat into tomorrow, should they choose to. It just means they've got less time to bowl out their opponents with just 90 overs tomorrow. You can't make up time on day 5. So they certainly won't want to bat too long tomorrow. Really will cut off their options.
No, the game has moved at around 3 runs and over, or just under, for the last 3 days, which shows that it's not that easy with the quality of the bowling attacks that we've got.
Edged by Green, but that is going to go safely to the boundary. He's off the mark. Soft hands, wouldn't have carried had it gone to any of the slips. Relief for him.
Somerset's game plan here will almost certainly be to bat normally, try and tick over at 3 runs and over until tea. Give no concern to their dressing room that they're going to collapse or something like that. Try and build partnerships, and then the evening session we could see them come out and try and move that scoring rate forward.
A rare delivery down the leg side from Jamie Porter. Gathered after bouncing by the diminutive Adam Wheater. Sun's just popped out again briefly. Oh, that's hit the pad. Appeal by Essex. I think it was Height there. Probing bowling though, this, isn't it? Hitting that seam regularly.
nipping it down the slope. It's probing bowling, slightly high. Hit on the inside thigh, it looked like half a peel from Essex, not a big one.
So 5 overs gone, 6 without loss. Somerset just desperate to get through this initial searching period from Jamie Porter and Sam Cook. First target, get through the next 5 minutes, get to lunch and then take stock. If they do lose early wickets, then they will be up against it. Cook wanted to bowl that. Lammonby accepts the offer gratefully.
Yeah, it's nicely weighted. You know here hitting down the slope that you just have to time it out the middle of the bat, and it does race away, beating Ryan Tendershata at fine leg. But the round the wicket angle, he'll be trying to angle it in towards off stump, force Lammonby to play at everything, but that one was slightly too straight.
Why is he coming round the wicket then, do you feel, when he was having a fair amount of success over the wicket to the left-hander?
He was, I think we saw in the first innings with the LBW trying to bring it back to the left-hander from over the wicket is probably his mode of dismissal that he feels is most effective. But if that ball's not swinging, and sometimes the atmosphere, how cold it is, may negate the ball swinging, so therefore from round the wicket you do feel as though you get 2 bites at the cherry with both the inside and the outside edge with the angle. So here, come round the wicket and you'll feel as though you can get Lammonby to play at everything from round the wicket because of the angle, because of the slope coming back in towards him, and all that ball has to do is hold its line up the slope. It doesn't have to nip away, it just has to hold its line up the slope, and it gives the illusion that it's moved away from the left-hander. So I always like bowling round the wicket to left-handers, as you do feel as though you can get them to play more.
Big appeal, that one. Russell Warren unmoved. I think height again may well have been the issue there. Again, with coming round the wicket, depends on how close you are to the stumps too. If you're coming from wide of the crease, it's harder to get that LBW.
It also gives the batsman something to think about. You get very programmed to facing right arm over the wicket bowlers on bowling machines. People throwing around the wicket is something that right armers have used a lot to their advantage for a number of years now, or a few years. Stuart Broad being probably the main exponent in the world of it, coming round the wicket consistently to left-handers. We saw last summer how he terrorised the Australian top order with the amount of left-handers they had in it, coming round the wicket, beating David Warner on the inside and the outside edge. Just gives left-handers a little bit more to think about. That's exactly what Sam Cook here is trying to do to Tom Lammonby.
Well, Lammonby picked up too the previous delivery. Didn't time the on-drive fully, but enough to come back. Looks like we'll get one more over in before lunch. And it looks like that over is going to be bowled by a spinner. And when you mention spinner and Essex, it's only ever really going to be one man.
Simon Harmer, he's been a match winner for Essex since he arrived from South Africa. He's been an outstanding performer. Bowled Middlesex out in 2017, the first year they won the championship in a pink ball game at Chelmsford, bowled us out on the last evening. Got bad memories of that. But every time you check the scorecard, he's getting lots of wickets and not going for many runs, so he's been an outstanding player, important player for Essex. And they'll be hoping here today, on day 4 of the Bob Willis Trophy Final, that he can come to the party.
And he's on a hat-trick, Simon Harmer. 2 in 2 to finish off the first innings. Can he get it? No. Tossed that one up. Safely negotiated by Ben Green, his back foot. Always nice to start the innings on a hat-trick, isn't it?
Yep, can't say it's happened to me too many times.
Started the first innings, Harmer, from the nursery end, finished from the pavilion end, and that's where he started this second innings. Wants to turn the ball down the slope, which he has done there. Bit of a lunge forward from Ben Green. I think the man under the helmet at short leg, who is the veteran Ryan Tendescarter, might feel he's in business here.
It could potentially. I can see Green there tapping away around the footholes, where now, as we've just been talking about, bowlers do.
Down the track, that's one way to negate the spin. Push that wider by Harmer. Squirted away to the man at cover, Dan Lawrence.
Bowlers do bowl round the wicket a lot more, which does produce rough for off-spinners bowling to right-handers there, and you can see just small dark patches outside the right-handers off stump, which Harmer will be aiming for.
Down again, and this time a bit of bat pad, I think, but it's gone straight enough to avoid Ryan Tendescarter. Looks a little bit nervy here, Ben Green. Final over before lunch. Stays back this time. The correct decision. And that is going to be that. So Somerset have got to lunch unscathed. 12 without loss. Lammonby 8 not out. Green 4 not out. We've seen 7 overs in this Somerset second innings. They still trail by 24, so a lot of batting still to do. 67 overs left in the day, but Essex will be pretty happy with their work so far this morning, Steve.
Yes, they would. Batted well to get to 337, negated the threat of the Somerset seamers in the early part of the morning. Looked as though they may get bowled out at one stage with Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton on the hunt for wickets. Managed to negate that, get to 120 overs. And they've come out here and bowled a probing opening spell, but Somerset will be happy with their morning's work as well. Those wickets meant that Essex couldn't come out and play shots and get too far ahead, so the lead isn't massive, and they've not lost any early wickets here in their reply. So coming into this afternoon session, I think we're going to see a bit more toing and froing. Somerset desperate not to lose wickets to give Essex the advantage in this game. Too much, but they'll come with a view to setting a platform to be able to accelerate later on in the day, to be able to give themselves an opportunity to bowl Essex out to win this Bob Willis Trophy. So an enthralling 2 more sessions to come.
They certainly will be. Fascinatingly poised, this game. Just feeling the slightest bit of rain coming down. That's why they've got the hover cover on. It really is not even drizzle though, so hopefully it's just going to pass through and we'll be able to restart this game on time. The second session of the day. Just to remind you what's happened so far today. Essex got past Somerset's score of 301. They made 337 for 8 in the end, batted the full 120 overs. Adam Wheater finished 26 not out of 65 balls. Aaron Beard 14 not out of 47. That's after Jamie Porter, the night watchman, had done his job. 13 off 51. And that got Essex over the score they needed to be, up to 337 in the end. It means that Essex now are in pole position in this game because they can draw it and still lift the Bob Willis Trophy. Somerset, though, have to win if they are going to get their hands on that trophy, which makes it interesting. It means that they're going to have to bat with a bit of intent, set Essex a score, and then bowl them out. They are 12 without loss off 7 overs in their second innings. They trail by 24. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the start of that second session. It is finely balanced, this final, and that's because Essex this morning managed to go past Somerset's 301. In fact, they went 36 runs past that total. 337 for 8 they were when they were forced to end the innings after the maximum 120 overs. And since then, Somerset in their second innings have got to 12 without loss. Tom Lammonby on 8, Ben Green on 4, and it's Lammonby facing up to Sam Cook. First ball of the afternoon session. Solid defence from Lammonby, with Cook operating from his preferred nursery end, coming around the wicket to the left-hander as he had finished the first session. We had a little bit of rain throughout that lunch period, just the faintest of rain really, not even drizzle you'd say, not even mizzle, but enough for the ground staff to have the hover cover on briefly, but thankfully it has stopped now. Lovely straight drive from Lammonby, half stopped by Dan Lawrence. Good bit of fielding too, but you can't prevent the signal. Saves 3, so Ben Green will now be on strike. Niall O'Brien is with me at the top of the pavilion, and it's just got a bit grayer, hasn't it, Niall? That'll be good for Essex.
A little bit overcast. It's dropped a degree or two as well. Sam Cook, excellent first time around. Really well deserved fifer. Ben Green and Lammonby got to start again. Let's see off the shine for the more attacking middle order that Somerset possess.
Single for Green. One had to pick up and throw by Nick Brown. Both batsmen off the mark for this session. A couple of singles in the first 3 balls. And it's going to be a very important session as well, with Somerset desperately trying to build some kind of a lead here, and in decent time as well, so they've got enough time to bowl out Essex, which is what they have to do to win the trophy. Remember, if this game is drawn, that is good for Essex, because they scored the most runs in the first innings, and it means that a draw will hand the trophy to Tom Wesley's men. Somerset have to make all the running now. It means that they've got 74 overs in total potentially to bat today. There are another 90 tomorrow, so they've got to set a target and then bowl out Essex. Finally clipped by Lammonby. That looks like it's going to be a second boundary for him. It is. Beats Ryan Tender-Scarter on his inside down in front of the pavilion. So a good start by the left-hander.
Yeah, just eat away at this deficit first and foremost for Somerset. And once you get your noses in front, start to look a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive. It's going to be interesting to see how they, first of all, see off the new ball bowlers, but then how they go about attacking Simon Harmer, not just surviving against the quality South African.
Just cramped up Lammonby there from around the wicket. Did Sam Cook. 8 overs bowled, 18 without loss. I suppose initially, Niall, there's no huge need for Somerset to worry about run rate. They just want to set the platform.
Yeah, set a platform, keep wickets in hand for that last session. If they can tick along at probably 3.2 and over for this session and keep plenty of wickets in hand, that final session this evening they can really put bat to ball and try and up the ante. Maybe tick along at 4s, 4.5, and then have a real crack before the close of play. Don't want to get themselves out of the game before they're in it. First of all, they've got to see off these quality 2 new bowlers, and Porter and Cook. Beard was expensive first time round, so they may have a bit more of a chance to score against Aaron Beard. And then Harmer, that's going to be the key. How do Somerset play against Simon Harmer and take him down?
Again, as he did in that short spell before lunch. Jamie Porter seaming the ball into the right-handed Ben Green, which was how Green got out in the first innings, bowled by Sam Cook through the gate.
Got to try and work back, Somerset. You've got 66 overs left today. Ideally, you would love a few overs at Essex tonight. Even a 4 to 6 over spell this evening. So you've got to work back from maybe 60 overs remaining to bat. 4 and over gives you 240. Good cricket. Proactive. It's only a single, I know, but it's good. Footwork is good. He's looking to score. Early call. Rotating the strike. Left hand, right hand will help. Yeah, so you're going to have 6 overs potentially at Essex tonight. Try and nip 1 or 2 out. You've got 60 overs remaining from here on in. 4 and over will get you 240, so you're going to be somewhere around 260. I'll give you a lead of, give or take, 230. Got to be prepared to invite Essex in to try and create opportunities. No point batting too long, and then Essex can just bat out the final day tomorrow. So there's a bit of give and take for Somerset.
And if that's the sort of figure that Somerset are looking at, around about 260, maybe even getting up to 270, 280, they're going to have to go it up towards 4 and over for the rest of the day. And not many sides have been able to do that against Essex this year, especially with that man Simon Harmer in the ranks. Not many batsmen dominate him. Oh, a couple of sounds there again. Good nip from Jamie Porter.
Yeah, you say not many sides have dominated or can dominate Simon Harmer. I'd hazard a guess, and haven't seen all of Essex's cricket this year, but the general consensus around the county circuit is teams try to play quite conservative against Harmer. You see a lot of his wickets. He's got leg slip, short leg, and men around the bat. Well, Somerset can't afford that today. They've got to be proactive against the off spinner.
Which is why this could be quite an exciting day, because Somerset have got to make the running. It will create chances, you would think, for Essex, maybe a few more than in the first innings even.
Well, looking through the Somerset batting lineup, Tom Abel and Stephen Davis are probably the 2 best batsmen. Wouldn't be surprised if Stephen Davis comes up the order. Maybe it's a number 4. Left-hander, good stroke maker against spin and seam.
Lovely straight drive from Lammonby. Cut off though by Aaron Beard at mid-on. He's looked pretty good order, Tom Lammonby, the start of his second innings, having got a duck in the first. 20 without loss. He's on 14 after 9 overs.
Simon Harmer, if he bowls from the pavilion end, right-handers are going to have a fairly short chip down the hill, so there'll be an opportunity potentially to take him on leg side, or if he bowls from the nursery end, if there's a left-hander in, he might be able to have a dip at the shorter boundary. He's going to have to be calculated risk taken throughout the innings by Somerset. Can't sit and be quiet at the crease.
Lovely timed drive there, Tom Lammonby.
That's a good area for Lammonby. Generally lines up around off stump, and he looks to hit mid-off, which is what I like to see from a left-hander. He's looking to hit the ball back where it came from. You see a lot of left-handers get themselves in a bit of trouble trying to drive too square. I mentioned in the previous day's broadcast, Gary Kirsten always tried to dominate that mid-off channel, hit the ball back to where it came from.
That one's a thick inside edge. Goes away to Ryan Tendescarter, maybe pushing for 2. No, going to be 1. Not to the arm of the 40-year-old Tendescarter. Looking fit and healthy, ran round there. They didn't want to risk taking the second. So Cook gets a go at green.
Oh, it's dropped a couple of degrees here. It's got gloomy. I'm surprised there's no calls for bobble hats. Hand warmers on the go in the field. Essex fielders. Harmer, hands in his pockets. Cook's keeping his hands warm at first slip.
I think I might call for a bobble hat and hand warmers up here, to be honest with you.
Well, you've got one glove on and one glove off, so you've only got yourself to blame. You've obviously got gloves, but you're not utilising them properly.
Yeah, you need one, put the other one in the pocket. Save it.
It's not though, it's out. It's not in your pocket.
It is now. Just a bit of grey sky coming in from behind the pavilion. Hopefully not rain, but you never know. It is now starting to rain a little bit. Not quite hard enough for them to come off, but the umpires are looking quizzically over the back of the grandstand and the pavilion. Not good signs.
Ben Green, what have you got? What have you got in the locker to try and rotate the strike and get your innings going? You're 6 from 29 balls. Watchful before the lunch break is fine. Now you've got to try and rotate the strike, and you've got to try and assert some pressure back on the bowler.
Nicely clipped by Ben Green. That's found the gap between mid-on and wide mid-wicket. They might come back for 3, no, just 2. In the end, well chased down by Aaron Beard. Green moves on to 8. 23 without loss. I think the rain is abated just for the moment, which is good news. There was the possibility of some rain this afternoon around about 2 or 3 o'clock, but only just the faintest of possibilities. Leg side again from Cook. Perhaps hasn't been at his best at the start of this innings, and Green picks up the single on offer out to the man at deep square leg. End of the over, 10 bowled, 24 without loss. Cook's 5 overs have gone for 18. Porter's 4 overs have gone for 6. And Simon Harmer bowled 1 maiden just before the lunch interval. Clouds are definitely lower now than they were earlier in the day. Stephen Finn was talking earlier about how important the overhead conditions are here at Lord's. It's like bowling at 2 different venues when you've got low cloud cover compared to when you've got beautiful blue sky. Well, this now starting to feel like bowling conditions.
Starting to feel like Christmas. It's that cold. Not doing a great deal in the air. There's a little bit of nip off the pitch for Porter. No real shape in the air. Just trying to bang away at that line, and trying to use the slope to his advantage. Green in the first innings got a good seed through the gate, through bat and pad, took us off stump edge. He's got to be wary of the slope. That's the ball there. You just got to try and get that in the gap. It was notable in the first innings. Ben Green played very well, occupied the crease, looked good, technically sound. He hit a lot of balls to fielders, a lot of half volleys and balls that he could have scored. He struck nicely, but straight to fielders. It's an area he could probably work on over the winter, using his hands, using his wrists just to maneuver the ball into gaps.
Solid in defence there. Looks like he's got quite an uncomplicated style. Remains quite still and upright.
Yeah, he's got a good technique. Devon lad. Nice guy. I had a good chat to him in the hotel. Seems a nice relaxed character. Plenty of ability. Biggest game of his career, no doubt. Can he put a substantial score? Second innings to get Somerset in a strong position.
Thick edge for him. There is a third man in place now, so he just picks up 1, moves into double figures. 22 years old is Green. Lammonby just 20, so it's a very young opening partnership. Lammonby made his first class debut this summer in the Bob Willis Trophy. Ben Green hasn't played that much either. Just a handful of games for him. Made his maiden first class 50 earlier in the season, 54 against Glamorgan. Third slip coming out for Lammonby, going to mid-off. It's the captain Tom Wesley who's come out. It means that there now is a cover in the form of Tender Scarter. He really does nip the ball around Jamie Porter. Frequently hits the thigh pad and the upper echelons of the pad. Very good bowler he is, always challenging.
Lammonby sets up in about middle and off stump and has a little shuffle across. Often gets hit in that pad, back pad, but he's generally outside the line of off. So just have a look at his setup here as the bowler steams in. Jamie Porter, toes on off stump.
That's skewed away off the outside edge, half stopped by Paul Walter at point. Saved a boundary there. It'll be 2 instead for Lammonby. Good bit of bowling though. Porter won't mind that. End of the over. 11 gone, 27 without loss. Coming up towards parity now. Just 9 away. And that's the equation there for you. 63 overs left in the day. Somerset 301 in their first innings. Essex 337 for 8 in reply. And now 27 without loss, trailing by 9. There really isn't much in this Bob Willis Trophy final. And we've got plenty of time. I expect this could well go down to the wire tomorrow, unless something special happens, especially for an Essex bowler. Lovely bowling. Goes past Ben Green's outside edge, down that hill. Sam Cook has the ability to challenge both the edges of the right-handed batsman, as Green knows all too well from his first innings dismissal and that delivery there. Come through for a leg by. Gets off strike. It's been quite a good start by the 2 young Somerset openers. Not too many alarms. The ball has gone past the outside edge a couple of times. But generally they've shaped up quite well. Left the ball well. Does seem to play the straight drive quite nicely, does Lammonby. Classical. Ball has a good sound off his bat.
Well, Sam Cook's just changed the angle to Lammonby. Has bowled a fair bit round the wicket. He's going to have a crack at him over here.
He's switched to over the wicket, taken out a slip, but left cover open. Put that third slip in at mid-wicket to block off that area in case he gets a bit too straight. We've already seen Lammonby clip a couple of 4s off his legs.
Yeah, it's an interesting field, just leaving that gap of cover, trying to entice that drive. Maybe just shape it away, try and bring Cook and Harmer into play.
Nicely played by Lammonby. He's timed that nicely through the offside. He's not going to get in 4. It was just a little push. Picks up a couple.
Yeah, it's good batting, very controlled. Never tried to crunch this or overhit it, just pushed it in the gap. Sam Cook won't mind so much. It's exactly what he wants Lammonby to try and do. Just try and push it through that extra cover region. That's why he's left it open. He's got two slips in play, ready to snaffle up any half a chance. Cook and Harmer, Wheater behind the sticks, ready to roll. Bit of cat and mouse here by Essex.
Off the inside half of the bat. It picks up another run to finish off the 12th over. 31 without loss. Lammonby up to 20. Said he was a nice lad, Niall, Ben Green, when you spoke to him. What do you think of his moustache?
It's dreadful.
Well, that was definitive, yeah.
That's coming from someone who can't grow one, so it's purely jealousy.
I was going to say, I just could sense the hint of jealousy in your voice there. I think he looks dashing. Very Ron Burgundy. There's that straight drive again from Tom Lammonby.
Right in front though if he misses it, Tom Lammonby. Getting across all three stumps. Jamie Porter just having a word with the umpire when he goes past and just says, hitting, standing in front of all three, just to let the umpire know that if he misses that, it's going to cannon into all three. Slightly surprised with the way Lammonby's playing. I thought maybe Ryan Tendescada maybe come across to a catching mid-wicket and they could pack that leg side field. Lammonby is walking across all the stumps and looking at everything between mid-off and mid-on, mid-wicket. Really attack those stumps with a catcher at mid-wicket potentially.
Again straight, but that's nicely played by Lammonby. He's clipped that just wide of mid-on, racing away towards the boundary. Valiant dive by Aaron Beard, but I don't think he's managed to save that. He hasn't. That's going to be a boundary to the young 20-year-old left-hander. Third boundary for him through the leg side.
Yes, what I was speaking about. Lammonby getting across the stumps. That ball's not a bad ball whatsoever, but it's Lammonby's foot movement. He's getting across the sticks, clipping it through leg side. That's why I just thought it might be worthwhile reinforcing that mid-wicket region, leg side region a little bit more. It's a good shot. It was a really good connection, good bit of timing. Didn't try and hit it too square, which was the key.
That one much more on his legs, and he's clipped that away beautifully. Excellent timing there from Tom Lammonby. That raced away to the boundary over at the grandstand.
That's poor bowling. Jamie Porter knows exactly what Lammonby's trying to do, and he is doing. He's getting across the stumps. Porter needs to hold the line, hold that fourth stump line and just bring it down the slope. He's feeding Lammonby's strength at the moment, bowling too straight.
The two Somerset openers have just started to generate a bit of momentum since the lunch break. 39 without loss now. They're going at 3 and over. Last ball of this, the 13th over. It's been a good solid start for them. They're now past Essex. A couple of runs ahead. That's very full. Driven straight back to Jamie Porter, who's a bit annoyed with himself, I think, with that over. At least one freebie, a couple of very full deliveries, and often get that from him.
Well, it might be a nice opportunity to get Simon Harmer into the game early. He's just hovering around the bowling crease, Simon Harmer, as if to say he's going to have a bowl. I think he is going to have a bowl. Helmet and pads coming out for short leg. Adam Wheater will have his helmet brought out. So this is going to be the passage of play. Somerset leading by 3. That's their first objective done. Unscathed, excellent start. Now, how do they play the experience and quality off spinner as Simon Harmer? Can they get pressure back on the spinner and take him down for a couple of boundaries early, or are they going to look to sit tight and play conventionally? Young players in this day and age are generally very adept to playing spin, and they look to be aggressive.
Switching back to the nursery end is Harmer now, where he started this match in the first innings. Hoping he can bring the outside edge into play as well for the right-hander. Go down the slope, he's got slip in place. No one out on the boundary, everyone in. Let's see what Ben Green does here. Came down the track a couple of times in the final over before lunch, looked a little bit edgy. Hint of turn there. Just found turn in parts in the first innings. Expect a bit more, I think, now. Oh, turn there. That's a lovely line as well. He just hung that one outside the off stump a little bit, trying to rip it through Green's gate. And there was a bit of a gate there. It did turn, thick inside edge. Good signs for Harmer. That's the one just pushed through a bit, goes back.
Well, no sweeper whatsoever. And there is a bit of spin. Whether Ben Green has the confidence to sweep and sweep hard the deep square.
There he goes. He's listening to you, Niall. He can hear you. Tries the shot, doesn't come off. Big inviting gap for him.
It was too full, but this is good cricket by Essex and Harmer. Tempting the youngster.
That's a really good start by Simon Harmer. Maiden over for him. He's started with 2 maidens in this second innings. Players will have a quick break for a drink and some sanitising. But looking at that over, you do sense that the main threat could well come from Harmer in this innings.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be as the game goes into days 4 and 5. Wicket deteriorates slightly, although it's still a very good pitch. Spinner should come into the game a lot more. Green 10 from 43. He needs to get a bit of a move on. Lammonby's looked very assured, 28 from 41. Looks a good player. Tom Lammonby bowls some left arm seamers. Looks a good bat, good technique. Looks to put bat to ball. Exciting prospect for Somerset. Lots of young talent coming through at Taunton. But this is going to be a different prospect. Harmer on a wearing pitch when you've got to get after him and put runs on the board. Essex will be chirping away in their ear. A lead of 3 currently. 10 wickets in hand though. Plenty of power to come. So this game is nicely poised. 60 overs left today. You'll think Somerset will have to try and declare this evening. Essex obviously have the lead from first innings.
Going across his stumps. Lammonby clipping into the leg side just for a single. There's a man out on the leg side boundary for him now. After those boundaries in the previous over, clipping off his legs. Essex do have to keep one eye on the run rate as well. Won't want Somerset to get too far ahead and get too much of a head of steam up. Just the 2 men out for Ben Green though. Deep square leg and a third man. He's been the more becalmed of the two openers. 10 off 44 balls for him. 29 off 42 for Lammonby. He's looked really good. Edged just short of Simon Harmer at second slip. I reckon we've seen the ball drop short of second or first slip about 10 times in this game from both ends, and certainly a few times from the pavilion end. In the end, it was well gathered by Harmer. Nasty those when the ball bounced right in front of you. This one just angling in to green. But they're doing a good job for their side. Plenty of time. They do have the option to bat into tomorrow if they have to. There are 90 overs tomorrow. It's just a question of how quickly they can score today.
I will be preying on Ben Green's mind slightly. 10 from 47 balls. As good a job as he is doing, he will know that at some stage he needs to get his innings going. Break the shackles. At the moment, Porter's got his number. He's able to bowl dot after dot. Pressure on the youngster. Has he got a release shot?
Metronomic in that over. Jamie Porter, 40 without loss after 15.
It just puts a little bit of pressure on Tom Lammonby as well. He's going nicely, 29 for 42, but Green 10 for 48. He either needs to rotate the strike or else put bat to ball. Last thing Somerset want is Lammonby feeling the pressure his end when he's going nicely, but maybe restricted of strike. So the next 5 to 10 overs, you think Ben Green will have to be a little bit more proactive, whether that's moving around his crease against the seam bowlers or getting down the wicket to take on Harmer. Again, Harmer on the attack, short leg and slip, and no sweeper to the left-hander.
Immediately sweeps. Doesn't make contact.
Well, good work, Adam Wheater behind the stumps. Just trying to paddle that Lammonby. There is a 45 in play. Nobody back for the hard sweep though.
And we saw Eddie Byram in his splendid innings in the first innings of this match take on that sweep option against Harmer with no man out, which forced him then to block off that option.
Well, it's attacking field. It's not something we saw a lot of this summer in international cricket and test matches. Spinners bowling with such an aggressive field, tending to bowl with a more defensive field in the test match arena. But this is good from Harmer.
Down the wicket, straight back to the bowler. This attacking field really just sums up the confidence of someone like Simon Harmer. He's happy to bowl in any conditions, always attacks. Essex do look to Harmer still as their number one strike bowler, even on a green seamer really. He is that good. Oh, half a sweep really, got in a bit of a muddle there. Lammonby, I'm not sure what he wanted to do there, sweep or just clip him off the legs. In the end he did neither. It was quite a vociferous appeal from Harmer, but I think that was comfortably going down leg side. So that is the overdone. 16 overs, 41 without loss. Myself and Niall are done. Steve Finn and Adam Collins taking over.
Well, the first job for Somerset was to wipe off the deficit, and they've done that without losing a wicket. 41 for no loss. A lead of 5. Porter to continue. 2 slips. Lovely drive down the ground from Lavenby. No need to run for that. He moves into the 30s. Best shot we've seen in this innings so far. 45 for none, Somerset. Lavenby, after being dismissed for a duck in the first innings, is showing us a little bit of why he's been so highly credentialed in this tournament in 2020. A couple of tons along the way. Good afternoon, Steve Finn.
Good afternoon. Adam Collins, Somerset making steady progress. Lovely shot down the ground from Tom Lavenby. Beautiful full face of the bat. Got off his pair early on. Looked a little bit shaky first few balls, but looks settled now. Is playing nicely.
That wind really gusting up as it did around this time of the day yesterday, so it won't be necessarily easy conditions for the Essex seamers to operate in. We've seen Simon Harmer move from the pavilion end to the nursery end since lunch. Always a major threat in the second innings. 36 wickets in the competition.
And not just as an attacking option, as a defensive, keep the scoreboard going nowhere, because partly...
Another fine shot from Lavenby. Second boundary in the over, picking that up off the hip. Moving Somerset on to 49 without loss. He's now 37. The lead advances to 13.
Essex will want to take wickets naturally to try and make sure they win this game outright, or to try and win this game outright. But also in the back of their minds, they'll know that with their first innings lead and the fact that Somerset now have to win the game, they'll be very wary that if they let the scoreboard get away from them, it's going to bring Somerset way back into the game. So they'll be able to declare earlier, they'll be able to push the game forward, whereas if they bowl tight, they bowl dry here, keep the scoreboard not moving too quickly, then it means that Somerset always remain within their sights, and Somerset will have to take risks to try and win the game. So that's why we see the deep square leg go out to stop the boundaries on the leg side, and it wouldn't surprise me too soon if we see sweepers on the offside as well.
So with square leg out, there's a single on offer in that general direction, bringing up the Somerset 50 without loss. One ball to come, and this is the 17th over. How much of Tom Lavenby have you seen? You mentioned yesterday you've seen him play a bit of T20 cricket.
Yep, T20, but I think he batted a little bit down the order in an absolute run fest at Taunton last year. We chased down about 230, something silly like that. At Taunton, I don't think he faced too many balls, but from what I've seen of him here, he looks very organised, very compact. I think the sign of a good batsman is always how they hit the ball down the ground. And the straight drive he played early on in the over, straight back past Jamie Porter, was a wonderful exponent of what a straight drive should look like. So yeah, it looks nice, looks balanced. He's been tested out by the Essex bowlers here, but at the moment he's up to the task, and 38 or 53 balls, he's moving the scoreboard forward, which is exactly what Somerset will want moving through this middle session.
Yeah, getting an opportunity in this tournament that may otherwise not have been there for the 20-year-old. Made 343 runs in the group stage at 49. Mentioned those 2 centuries that included him carrying the bat against Worcester, I should say, in the final game of the season. A product of the Exeter system, and been part of the England under-19 setup as well. Played a couple of years as a middle order batsman. So he's been on the pathway, and at age 20, playing in a Lord's final, an opportunity here to press home a little bit of advantage that Somerset have picked up after lunch. 50 without loss. Mentioned in the morning session today that yes, there would be a first innings leader, and that was Essex, but with so much time left in this game, 57 overs left today and the full complement of 90 tomorrow, not a lot of rain around according to the radar. They're well and truly in this contest as Harmer starts again. The mindset for a seam bowler, especially in these circumstances. You talked about bowling dry and trying to just take a bit of pressure off the scoreboard. And Lavenby looking to score but can't beat cover. I suppose the flip side of that is that if you're in a situation where, having taken a lead into the second innings, if they start piling up runs and that lead, well, it's been eliminated already, that helps as well. Lammonby using his feet. That's a fine stroke. Out towards mid-wicket, going the aerial route. He moves to 42. 54 for none. That lead is now 18. It'll be tough for the bowlers to not necessarily keep their heads up, but knowing that Somerset, all the hard work they did with the bat, that Somerset could get back in this with a couple of good hours.
Yep, very much so, and that's why this game is so finely poised at the moment. 54 for none, building a partnership. Down the wicket to Harmer to try and throw him off his length is a good option. Not too many demons there, spinning demons in this wicket. And it's going to be how these Somerset batsmen do acquit themselves against Simon Harmer is going to be a very important bit of this middle session. We will probably see him bowl a fair amount.
Oh, there's one that bites a bit. We haven't seen a lot of bounce yet from Harmer, but just catching Lammonby on the glove before landing safely on the bounce towards Cook at slip.
The seamer's role in this instance from the other end is to, as you say, try and bowl as dry as possible. The way the Somerset seamers did yesterday and this morning, not chase wickets, not try and force wickets or force the issue too much as a bowling team. We're going to try and bowl hard length, straight over the top of off stump, try and make the batsman make the mistake. Because Essex do have the advantage of knowing that Somerset do need to force the issue at some stage today. It's about who hangs in there the longest.
So 18 overs gone, 54 for none the score. Lammonby, an impressive first season, and impressive so far today after lunch. Another cold day here at Lord's. The sun from this morning's now completely gone. Cloud cover, a fierce breeze from left to right, looking from our pavilion commentary position, blowing out towards the mound stand. So when Sam Cook, who is being brought back into the attack now, is bowling, it'll be blowing over his left shoulder. It was fantastic the first time around, Cook. 5 wickets in the Somerset first innings, bowling with 2 slips. But more runs, at least a couple. Oh, it's going to be 4. Misfield on the rope.
Harbour bridged that down at fine leg. Jamie Porter, stiff breeze. He's bowled a few overs so far in this game. Jamie Porter will be slightly stiff down there, running away down the slope to the corner of the ground where the ball does run away quickly and not quite getting down with much grace.
Yeah, a lot
to stop that ball.
Yeah, no, that was the look of a man that's just bowled a long spell. We've seen a lot of runs scored down at fine leg, but more often than not in this fixture, been deep backward square used rather than the sort of conventional fine leg. This time back where he needs to be, Cook on the off stump. So obviously when we're not calling, we're tucked away indoors today, which means we're in the pavilion. Unusually in terms of covering a game. Normally, if the media centre were in operation, we'd be calling from up there, which for a bit of a walk in the time we had at lunch and so on. And of course, in a COVID-safe way, it didn't go anywhere that I wasn't permitted to go. And saw in one of the display cabinets some memorabilia. That went through the Middlesex career of your friend and mine, Chris Rogers, who's been watching the broadcast throughout the week. I think he's listening at the moment, actually. Acknowledging his time here and the century he made for Australia in the Ashes Test of 2015. Yeah, always plenty of treats to be found when you're walking around this old pavilion. A real treat to be here this week.
Yeah, there's always a few bits and bobs tucked away. The room that you're talking about, the Middlesex room, in the middle of the pavilion on the top floor, there's some good memorabilia in there actually. Chris Rogers.
Shout for leg before, looks a fraction ambitious from our angle. Turned down, not a lot of support from behind the wicket. A leg by taken, 59 for none.
There's always little snippets of Middlesex's history in there, and Chris Rogers, a great player for the club for a number of years, putting some good performances on and off the pitch here. much loved figure here at Middlesex, and yeah, he helped really kickstart our push towards the Championship trophy in 2016. It really kick-started with him coming to the club in 2011, putting together some of the great performances that we've seen here at Lord's. I think 240 not out against Yorkshire was something unbelievably special.
What were you chasing, about 480 odd?
400 and plenty, yeah. It was it was a big old chase, but at no stage did we feel like we weren't going to get it, and as long as he was there, it was always on the cards. So yeah, it was a great pleasure to play with him here.
So Cook's pulled out twice in a row here. First time around he made it about 5 paces into his run. The second time he was blown off course just before his load up. It is a very strong breeze, it must be said. Well within his rights, of course, to back out if he doesn't feel as though he's ready to go.
That's it, and his hair's slicked back real nice. There might be a couple of those strands were mildly out of place on the run in.
We were talking yesterday about the option of a woolly hat, which we sometimes see in April and May. Peter Siddle, of course, wore one last year for Essex when running in to open the bowling down in Chelmsford. I've popped mine on today as well, for that matter. Thought after yesterday, today we have to dress more appropriately for the conditions.
I thought that, and I think I've underclubbed again 2 days in a row. It is, I don't know if you can hear, but behind us there's things flying about all over the place.
Yeah, there's definitely charms about being in a pavilion outdoors, but challenges as well. Privilege, all the same. So at the end of the Cook over, it took a while to get through it. A boundary along the way, 59 for none. That lead 23, Lammonby 42, Green 14, Adam Collins and Steve Finn with you on the call. After Essex made their way to 337 when they were all out. Sorry, I should say when they reached their compulsory closure, 337 for 8. So after 120 overs, about 35 minutes before lunch, which meant they took a 36-run lead into the second innings, but that's been knocked off fairly easily by Somerset. No real opportunities as yet. Lammonby looking to do the majority of the scoring. Green playing more the sheet anchor role at this stage, but going through the gears, facing Harmer here. His first one down the leg side. Now they have an opportunity to build through the afternoon. 55 overs remaining on the day. Lots of time in this final to come.
See the field at mid-wicket. The fielder at mid-wicket is halfway towards the boundary. The fielder at long on is halfway or 3/4 of the way back towards the boundary. Just inviting the Somerset batsman to try and take them on.
He does here, over the top, through the leg side. Doesn't look to have gotten all of it on face value, but I tell you what, he has. Watching the reaction of the fielders, it was as though they thought they might be half a shot there, but that's gone the journey. 6 runs. Talking of Green playing the anchor role of sorts until now, but that's one way to break the shackles. He moves to 20. It's 65 for none, Somerset.
I think we have seen in the last 2 overs a concerted effort from Somerset to not let Simon Harmer just bowl at them.
Will he go again here? No, he's beating the inside edge. Trying to whip though through the onside in keeping with your point.
Yeah, I think again Simon Harmer's such an important bowler for Essex. They rely on him to do the holding role and an attacking role at the same time. And if Somerset can get after him, it means they have to cycle the seamers.
Edge, past Cook, running down towards the third man rope, and it'll do enough to reach it comfortably. So another boundary. Runs have been ticking along quite consistently since we came together about quarter of an hour ago in the commentary position. Now 69 for none. Green has 24 of those.
But they will realise here that Harmer, if you just let him bowl at you, he will, and he is good enough to get you out at some stage. Whereas if you can put a bowler like him under a little bit of pressure without being kamikaze, you can put him under a little bit of pressure, not let him just try and work out how to get you out, but he has to think about how he's going to be slightly more defensive as well. It means that as a batting team, there's going to be less demons there for you. So intelligent batting so far from the Somerset pair. As long as they stack the percentages in their favour when they take those risks, and they're not playing silly shots. I think that could work to Somerset's advantage, and in their endeavour to push the scoreboard forward here and to get themselves into a position where later in the afternoon we could see some fireworks from the middle and lower order.
So the formal drinks break rather than the COVID hand sanitizer break here. Although in saying that, the breaks have become indistinguishable over the course of the Bob Willis Trophy as to which is which, but you can see both Somerset players looking out towards the balcony wondering where their bottle of water is as the Essex team do get the chance to refuel. And now belatedly they're getting a chance for a drink. Or at least I think that's what Labenby's asking for.
You want a nice warm cup of tea down there, I think, as opposed to a cold sports drink at this stage.
Well, I put mine on the floor beneath the brick, knowing that if I put it on the table, there's a chance it'll go all over your face, Finney, and then I'll be in a lot of trouble.
It might do me a favour, you never know.
So it'll be Cook to continue. 7 overs, none for 25 so far in this innings, but as I mentioned when he started this spell from the pavilion end, he was without doubt the best of the Essex bowlers the first time around. 5 for 76 from 32 overs, 10 maidens. He played both roles. He controlled the run rate and he was effective throughout, picking up both of these openers, Labenby and then Green. Then later on, Davies, Gregory, and finally Eddie Byram, who we'll see later in the day, I have no doubt, the century maker from Somerset's first innings. Having a conversation with Niall O'Brien earlier about the opportunities that the Bob Willis Trophy has given players that otherwise perhaps wouldn't have received one, of course, with no fewer international players and Colpack registered players and so on this time around, and sort of drawing from the best of the Bob Willis Trophy as far as the group system, the compulsory closure, which has played a role today in moving this game along, but also next year that there'll be these international players back and able to help guide some of the younger players through who've gotten an opportunity this year. And Labenby, who moved to 43, is one of those, of course, making his debut in this competition. And you had a couple at Middlesex as well, young Blake Cullen, the quick who played against Sussex. Martin Anderson, who'd been out of the side for a couple of years with some injuries. He did well with both bat and ball. I mean, you can see that tradition in most clubs where they were able to blood a few players and get them some valuable experience at this level.
Yep, I think Alistair Cook alluded to it this morning with this Essex team as well, with Aaron Beard maybe playing more than he might have done had Peter Siddle been here. Paul Walter, Alistair Cook mentioned, has got an opportunity batting in the middle order. So, yeah, it's definitely an opportunity.
That's a nice shot. Clipping off the pads. Green striking the ball far better now. That raced away to the boundary in front of the mound stand. He's 28. Somerset are now 74 for none, so that lead's moved on to 38.
It's definitely been an opportunity for people to get experience, and I don't think it's necessarily just having a look at people and seeing if they're good enough. I think it's a chance with the view to the long term to be able to give these guys, and it was the approach that we took in the 2020 at Middlesex as well. It's a few more games of first class experience for these young players, and playing under the pressure of playing first team cricket, I think just bodes well for you when you get a little bit older. I know I was very fortunate to be exposed to first team cricket at a pretty young age, and I feel like I benefited a lot from that going into my career, and gives you a lot of experiences and things to fall back on as you go through. So yeah, this Bob Willis Trophy and the T20 tournament have seen a lot of counties blood younger players, and I think that's a great thing for the game.
A swish outside the off stump, but again that intent from Green, who until a couple of overs ago was primarily preserving his wicket, but now really looking to score. And those games being played in a clump as well, 4 consecutive weekends, meant that there was a rotation of fast bowlers. There was an effort to make sure that plenty of people got that opportunity in a truncated season. No second 11 cricket or anything like that. Then the blast, which was seemingly over in a flash as far as the group stage was concerned, about 3 weeks all told. clipping again here is Green. To end the 21st over. Essex pressing and pressing, but Somerset are scoring nicely. 75 for none. The lead's 39.
Yeah, no, when they started their innings, I think they were 6 or 5 overs, something like that. So they've scored at some rate for the last 15 overs, 16 overs, and I think we questioned between innings whether it would be possible to push the scoring rate against the disciplined bowling attack of Essex, whether it would be possible to push that scoring rate up towards 4 and over to give themselves an opportunity to have enough time to be able to bowl Essex out in the second innings to win the game, and to give themselves enough runs to feel comfortable to be able to attack with attacking fields in that second innings. So yeah, I think the way that these two have batted here, we've seen no undue risks. They've made Simon Harmer leave the attack from the nursery end, which is a good thing for this Somerset team. We might see Harmer switch round to the pavilion end to see if he can get a little bit more purchase with those footholds outside the off stump to the right-handers. But I think it's been a very good start here from Somerset, 75 for none.
Yeah, so Walter into the attack. He bowled 9 overs, none for 29 the first time around, but didn't get a chance until the ball was really soft. So chance to try and hit the seam here. Got a slip in a gully. Green off strike straight away. They want a second, but Lammonby sends back his ambitious partner. Green's down 30.
Have you ever stood next to Paul Walter?
I saw him a couple of days ago. Is he taller than you?
Yes, I think considerably as well. He's one of the very few people that I stand next to and I think, I feel small here. This must be what normal people feel like next to me.
Yeah, well, I'm not a short guy, and you make me feel like one. How tall are you?
6'8".
You're 6'8", and he's got you well covered.
Yeah, he's at least 6'11", I'd say. Yeah.
Fantastic. I caught a glimpse the other day when he was walking through the corridor. I'm like, wow.
He's a monster.
He's done a lot in this team through the course of the season, down the leg side here, but he was batting in the middle order, of course. Bowling quite a few overs, as you would as an all-rounder, but then elevated to open the batting. Been so consistent with the bat. Not in this final, but didn't make runs yesterday. But when you go back through his scores in the season, he averaged 49, despite the fact that he didn't make a half century, which tells you something in itself, really.
Yep, he's hard to get out. He is an awkward person to bowl to. He's so tall.
Again, well down the leg side. Lammonby tries to get bat on it, but can't.
He is so tall and his stance is so wide that he's just able to smother your length, and you have to bang the ball in so short to get it up around his ears to be able to push him back that it can become difficult to bowl to. So it's no wonder that teams have struggled to get him out, judging by the stats. Averaging 49 without making a half century suggests that he's had quite a few not outs.
This time Lammonby gets bat on ball, albeit straight to deep backwards square. Moves to 44, 77 for none. The big selection decision they had to make, wasn't it, Essex, whether they play Brown or Walter at the top of the list. In the end, they went with both and shuffled Walter back down to number 5, and were happy to settle for that. The youngster Cushy missing out. But these are important overs. He's being preferenced over Beard, who's yet to get an opportunity in this second innings. He was expensive, Beard, after picking up Tom Abel. He has got decent wheels as well, Beard. I wonder whether they'll give him an opportunity from this pavilion end with the breeze coming across the left shoulder. Try and hurry up Green and Lammonby. That's, I suppose, the good thing for Essex here. They've got options. They do.
I still think that they'll come back to Harmer. He's only bowled 4 overs so far in this innings. 4 men out, and one of them has work to do here at deep point. Green's 31. That is the end of the 22nd over. 78 for none. The lead now is 42. Lammonby 44, Green 31. And I should be a captain because Simon Harmer's coming back into the attack. There you go. From the pavilion end. But it is slightly more noticeable, the footholes. And it might just be the angle that we're sitting at. We haven't actually been able to get down and have a close look at the wicket. But from here and where the bowlers have bowled around the wicket from the nursery end, it does look as though there are some darkish footholes outside the right-handers off stump. And I'd imagine the way Simon Harmer bowls, he'll vary where he's bowling on the crease, and he'll aim at those footholes to try and get the batsman playing a full shot out of those footholes. We'll see the field be slightly more defensive with the deep mid-wicket. Long on is up to challenge the batsman to hit the ball out of those footholes over Harmer's head, but this could be an interesting battle here.
So Harmer starting a fresh spell. Finding that foot mark with the first ball. Just landing and turning. That's what he's after. So accurate. Talking about his numbers the other day since making the move to the county championship. 251 wickets at 19 and a bit for Essex. Nice sweep that from Green. He really is batting nicely at the moment, the right-hander. Moving to 35 with that boundary. A slow start, but now really got his skates on, contributing to Somerset building this lead. He struck 5 fours and a 6 out of his 35. Yeah, the Harmer story is a quite remarkable one, really. He's still expressing an interest in playing international cricket. How he does that exactly is pretty complicated. Getting the footmark's not far away from an opportunity at short leg. Just what you foreshadowed, Steve Finn.
The veteran Ryan Tendershata in there at short leg. It's not often you see the oldest man in the team shoved in at short leg, but he's good at it. That's why he's in there.
Nearly carried. Excellent over this one. One ball to come in it. Yes, Green was able to get him away, but it's that consistency of purpose. Right in those foot marks. 2 to aim for. 2 big marks to aim at. Green to retain the strike. 23 overs gone. 83 for none. The lead ticks over to 47.
They'll be encouraged here, Somerset, with the way and the ease of which they're managing to keep this scoreboard ticking over. I think a sign of the bowling on the first 3 days was definitely that at times the scoreboard did not move and the teams were able to exert pressure on the batting team for long, consistent periods of time, and then that culminated in a short, quick burst of wickets. Essex will be hoping that at some stage they can build that pressure, that they can put these Somerset batsmen under pressure to be able to try and build so they can get those wickets. But at the moment, the Somerset batsmen are up to the task, ticking this scoreboard over.
Yeah, nearly at the point where they can start doing a few mathematical equations in the dressing room, I reckon, as the new over starts from Cook. Of course, a long, long way to go, but in terms of the run rate they'll need to go at, with the lead now at 48, we've got 51 overs left today. Of course, 10 wickets in hand, so they're well positioned as far as launching is concerned, and they've, since we've been on commentary, been going at about 4 and over, which is just where they need to be.
Yep, they will have most certainly at lunch talked about the position that they want to try and be in at tea. You don't want to look too far ahead, and it can be dangerous if you look too far ahead, but in the dressing room now there'll be a lot of confidence in there that they can push this scoreboard forward, that it's not impossible to score at 4 or even 5 runs and over through the evening session.
And of course Fielder's out as well, just one slip. Good tight lead there from Lammonby, but any target with a 2 in front of it. I mean, Somerset have only conceded 200 runs twice this season, granted. One of them was in the first innings here, coughing up 337, but aside from that, they've been very consistent at knocking over all comers. They'll know that if they have a good day with the ball tomorrow,
that's it. They'll be confident still, get their bowlers rested, give them the rest of this day off. 51 overs remaining. If they score at 4 and over for 51 overs, that gives them a lead of 250.
Oh, nearly getting through there, an inside edge onto the front pad. Cook having been spun around to that nursery end. Walter just used to help facilitate that with his previous over.
But as you mentioned, they will definitely be looking now. 84 without loss, 2 batsmen settled at the crease, putting pressure back on the bowlers. Somerset will be confident here that they can set Essex a target that could be challenging. I think you have to remember the caveat as well that Essex do not need to win the game to win the Bob Willis Trophy. So regardless of how many runs Somerset get ahead, they're going to have to give themselves enough time to bowl Essex out, and that's the fine balance. And the interesting caveat to the rest of this game is the fact that Somerset have to win the game.
Yeah, got to give themselves a decent whack of time, and a pitch that isn't really deteriorating. It certainly doesn't appear that way from our vantage point. It's not misbehaving. They'll have Jack Leach on the final day. I wonder where this game will be when we come back onto commentary in about 35 minutes' time. After this ball, we'll be handing over to Matt Floyd and Niall O'Brien. But when we return, I wonder whether this game might have sped up again. It's done that at different intervals across the 4 days. So we've had periods where it's really taken a few quick steps forward, then regressed, then pushed forward again. But it feels like Somerset are building this up in here. Again, a nice clip from Lammonby, finding the sweepers with ease in that direction. He's 45. And that will be the end of the 24th over. 85 for none. The lead's 49. Steve Finn stepping out. I am as well. Replacing me. It'll be Matthew Floyd. And then it'll be Niall O'Brien.
Thank you, Adam. Simon Harmer to continue from the pavilion end to Tom Lammonby, who's down, sweeping, paddling around the corner. I think it's a fine contact. That's running away to the boundary at the nursery end. Yes, bit of bat on that. So Lammonby continues to march towards a half century. He's just one off that now. 49 not out. He scored quickly too. 72 balls faced. 89 without loss now, Somerset in the 25th over. Collectively they are going at a good rate as well. And he laps again. This will be the half century for the young 20-year-old. He's going to get a second consecutive boundary down to that area, and it's been a really attractive and sensible innings from him. You can see what all the fuss is about. 53 not out off 73 balls.
Cracking half century. Tom Lammonby. He's looked good from the outset. Struck the ball nicely. He's been very proactive, especially against Simon Harmer. He's looked to put bat to ball, be aggressive in his foot movement, his thought process. Deserves a good half century. Somerset are marching on here, making all the running. Essex just questioning their tactics and field placing, just trying to come up with plan B. They're reinforcing this leg side.
So man's gone round the corner on the 45 angle. Paul Walter's gone out on the leg side boundary on the sweep. That's turned. Nice bowling from the experienced Harmer. Nice comeback. But in truth, so far he's been scratching his head as to what to do against these two young Somerset openers. They've played him really well. One pitching outside leg stump. Can't get past Ryan Tendescarter at short leg. They've been really proactive on the whole since the break. 12 without loss after 7 overs before the break. They were circumspect, and they've upped the ante since the lunch interval. Down the track, speaking of upping the ante, doesn't let Harmer settle on his length, comes down the track, takes the one to the man on the leg side boundary. 94 without loss off 25. So that means that in this session the two openers have scored 82 runs in just 18 overs. So going at over 4 runs and over, the intent is clear, Niall.
Yep, good intent, good execution. Shot selections have been good. We spoke in the previous stint on air. Simon Harmer, generally batsmen sit back and try to defend. We were intrigued to see how he would react if Somerset were a bit more aggressive, and so far Harmer's been subdued. Somerset have been excellent. Really good shot selection and execution has been absolutely top class.
That's through him. Sign of uneven bounce, perhaps?
Yeah, just kept very low. Tom Lamb, he's looked to flick it leg side. There is protection, but looked like he was just trying to work it through that mid-wicket square leg region. Stayed down. Not the worst sign in the world when you're batting third and the ball starts keeping low, because you think every run you get, if it starts going a little bit up and down, it might be that bit more difficult fourth time round. So Essex will be a little bit wary of the uneven bounce too.
Beautiful straight drive that is, beats the mid-off. He's done that a couple of times now, Tom Lammonby. He looks a class act.
Well, it's a long half volley, but you still got to put it away. It's been noticeable all innings how straight he's looked to play. It's a lot of balls through that mid-off, mid-on region, and that was excellent. Got his body weight and transfer into the ball nicely, just caressed it through the vacant region, back past Rob Bailey, the umpire, putting the pressure back on Sam Cook.
He really has put the pressure on Sam Cook right from the off. Cook was superb in the first innings, picking up his 7th 5-wicket haul. Didn't give much away. In this innings, he's going at 4 and over, 9.5 bowled, just the 1 maiden, gone to 37 runs conceded so far.
That first innings though, Somerset put a lot of overs in the legs, especially of Porter and Cook. You always wonder when bowlers are bowling that in the region of 30 overs in the first innings, how they'll rock up second time round. They had a good rest yesterday, the Essex bowlers, but it's cold conditions. It's back end of September, so difficult to get yourself loose and get yourself warmed up. They've been a little bit off the pace, Essex, so far. And I give more credit to Somerset than criticise Essex. I think Somerset have been brilliant as they approach the century.
I would imagine already this innings of Tom Lammonby has been one that's really caught the eye of watching England selectors, anyone involved in the setup. Just the way he's gone about it in a high pressure situation. He's not shirked responsibility, he's scored quickly. .98 without loss off 26. And he really does look like one for the future. I'm sure there'll be certain people at the ECB that are already thinking about how they can get him into the line set up as quickly as possible. 2 centuries in this competition already, having just made his first class debut this summer. One of those centuries in the final crunch group game against Worcestershire, which Somerset had to win. Carried his bat in that game in one of the innings. The next highest score in the match, 32, which really highlights the class of this young man, and in particular in that game. If he can get a century here today, that really will put the spotlight on him.
Yeah, a number of players have shone this summer, young players, but Tom Lammonby's probably been one of the brightest sparks. He's been equally adept at playing spin as opposed to seam bowling. Turns his arm over as well with the ball, good in the field, so he's a 3-dimensional cricketer. Credit to Steve Snell and all the coaching staff at Somerset who have brought this young man through the system. Steve Snell, ex-Gloucestershire wicketkeeper, working with the academy and second 11 down at Taunton. Doing a good job. very highly regarded up-and-coming coach.
So what's Harmer got then in response here? Essex in need of a breakthrough. This lead is growing. It's 62 now. He's their go-to man. Can he make something happen here? Maybe hit those foot marks outside the off stump. Not from that length, he won't. That was the quicker one. Pushed through.
Well, strong breeze going from left to right, just taking it down the slope.
That one turned and bounced. Ben Green just rode the bounce. Clipped the ball down to the man behind square on the leg side. There's one man out on the leg side boundary just in front of square. That's it. Everyone else in, including a short leg and a slip. Goes for the big sweep. And he hits the gap. That was really well played. There's a man out, as I said, just in front of square. He played this beautifully even, just behind square.
100 up, and here we go. Charges on now for Somerset. Both batsmen well set, good pitch. Essex on the back foot, Somerset on the charge. Lead is 66. Reinforcements out on the leg side now. Second sweeper behind square.
Well, Tom Wesley's really having to react to the way that these two young men are playing. They're really manipulating the field well. Green has swept Harmer really well, so now, as Niall says, two men out on the leg side gives him a bit more space on the offside.
Well, no matter point. End of the 27th over. Another good one for Somerset. 102 for no loss. At the moment, Essex are playing catch-up. They're being very reactive, which is not something you'd used to say about Essex over the last 2-3 seasons of first-class cricket, normally in the driving seat. They've just got to sit tight for a moment, Essex, and not get too far behind in this game. At the moment, it's still well within reach. Somerset are on top, yes, but this game can change quickly. Another change of bowling. Aaron Beard, his first bowl of the second innings, was disappointing first time round, truth be told. Talented up-and-coming bowler, but he bowled poorly first innings. He comes on when Somerset are 102 for no loss, so both batsmen looking to continue this fine partnership.
11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 68 in the first innings for Beard. He was the weak link really in the bowling attack. Essex can't afford for him to go at 6 and over today. Decent start, pushing Lammerby back onto his back foot. Rehearses his back foot punch. You're right there, Niall. You've cracked open the blankets, I see.
Bit chilly up here in the old turret, as they say.
First man to use the blankets in this game, Niall O'Brien.
I've never claimed to be overly tough. I like my comforts. Might bring a hot water bottle for day 5 tomorrow.
Surely it gets colder than this down at Railway Union, Merrion, Malahide down in Dublin.
Railway Union Cricket Club in Sandymount, known as Cold Blow Lane. Hottest day of the summer, you still got to wear a hat and 2 jumpers.
Turned away to the leg side. He's coming back for 2 is Lammerby. Aaron Beard wasn't very happy with that. Both fielders approaching it. Walter and Cook didn't really approach that ball with much gusto. Beard wanted just a single there.
Oh, double teapots all around here, Essex. Hands in pockets. Teapots. Glaring looks at the fielders. Well, things aren't going well for Essex here. Somerset in the ascendancy, driving this game forward. in control at the moment. Lead is 68. 47 overs remaining today.
Again, nicely worked for an easy single. We hear a lot about Essex's team spirit and the fact it's such a close-knit club. A lot of them have played a lot of cricket together for a long time now. Well, that spirit is going to be tested at times like these. When you're up against it, haven't really had a sniff of a wicket for a while. Need something special to happen. You've got to stick together as a team. Take the half chance when it comes.
Yeah, second slip going in for Ben Green, who's got into his groove after a slow start. He's looked very good the last 20 or 30 runs.
Nick, straight to first slip. That's the bit of magic that Essex have needed. And Aaron Beard has struck for them. It's Ben Green who's gone for 41, 105 for 1.
Nice catch by the chef, Alistair Cook. Doesn't miss many at first slip. That's a really good grab. Ben Green distraught, just coming across the line ever so slightly. The bat coming from second to third slip, angling to leg side and just getting a healthy nick straight in the bread basket of Alistair Cook. He's not going to miss out there. The wicket Essex needed. Aaron Beard does the job. Good bowling change by Tom Wesley. Ben Green played well for his 41, but he's got to go. His game is over with the bat. Cook bowled Beard for 41, and Somerset, they lost the first with 105 on the board.
The skipper, Tom Abel, the new batsman for Somerset. He looked good in the first innings, actually. He made 19 before he was caught spectacularly by Adam Wheater behind the stumps. Glove one down the leg side, which looped up. Wheater just grabbed it, diving one-handed above the ground. Off the bowling of Aaron Beard, and that's who he's got to face first up. Beard has just got a really crucial wicket for the defending county champions Essex. Looking to add the Bob Willis Trophy to the county championship. But Somerset have been the better side over the last few overs, courtesy of their openers. Now Essex have a small opening here, and Beard the man who's got it for them. He's in here to Tom Abel. Makes him play straight away. Great start that by the young man Beard. 28 overs gone. The lead 69, 1 wicket down. I said, Niall, that in the first innings he would have been very disappointed when at sixes really released the pressure. Well, that's one way to respond.
Yeah, it'll do him the world of good. He's a better bowler than his first innings display. We've seen him over a couple of years now. Still learning his craft, so you can allow him a bad day at the office. He was backed up well by his other bowlers and Porter and Cook, so he kind of got off the hook ever so slightly, but that's a good start. It was a good ball, really good pace, good energy behind it. Ben Green will just look back and think, could I have played it with a slightly straighter bat? Did my bat come slightly from out to in? Alistair Cook took a nice catch, pouched it nicely at first slip. We're accustomed to seeing Alistair Cook pouched him at first slip here at Lords for England. Need to build another partnership now. Essex will be saying, let's go bang bang, let's stick 2 on it. 105 for 1, make it 110 for 3.
Hint of turn there for Harmer. Alistair Cook having a quick chat with the senior off spinner. Got a couple of ideas as to how he should bowl at Lammonby. Toss that one up a bit more. Maybe that's what Cook was saying.
Simon Harmer. Will have to play as an overseas player next season.
That's the variation, I think. Just went straight on, slightly different, wider arm.
Probably the best spinner in the country. Himself and Chetan Patel would fight it out for those accolades, I would think. Simon Harmer, wonderful South African international. Chetan Patel retiring at the end of the season, the New Zealand international. Spent a long time up at Edgbaston plying his trade.
Getting a bit of drift there. Really is to the left-hander. That's what he's looking for, and then going to use the slope to turn it. Oh, that did grip a bit. Lammerby able to play off the back foot. Cook's having a lot of input at the moment, having a chat there with Tom Wesley. Great guy to have if you're the captain, isn't he? Just to lean on. Toss a few ideas out there.
Certainly all the experience that Alistair Cook's got. Important passage of play here at the tee. I think whoever has the best little spell here up to the tee break can really put themselves in a strong position. If Essex can get a couple more wickets, restrict that lead to maybe around the 100, 3 or 4 down, they'll feel like they're back on top. Somerset, on the other hand, if they can have a good 45 minutes or so, stick another 30 or 40 runs on it unscathed, they'll be well placed. And then we'll have a bit of a hurry in the last session, you feel. Somerset will try and put a lot of bat to ball and try and get a move on. 90 overs, of course, on the last day tomorrow. Essex can bat out the day and they'll win the trophy by virtue of a first innings lead.
That's how he got out in the first innings. Glove one down the leg side, which just popped up to be taken by Wheatus. Very well, it must be said. He probably had that on his mind as that one was whistling past him going down the leg side.
Well, once is unlucky, twice is bad technique, poor technique. Tom Mabel. You don't want to be strangled down leg side twice in a game.
Short again from Beard. What Essex will look to do now, they've finally got the breakthrough, is just build up a bit of pressure, get some dot balls in, try and bring the rate down a little bit. Good chance to stop the momentum that was really building up between Green and Lammonby. Won't be easy for Abel to just come in and start scoring freely straight away.
Well, Tom Abel has a bit of time up his sleeve because of that good partnership between Green and Lammonby, but he needs to get his innings up and running fairly quickly. Lammonby, on the other hand, he just keep going along his merry way. 61 from 93 looks good. Just keep playing the way he's playing. No undue pressure on Tom Lammonby. He's done a great job so far.
Fuller and wider, tempting the Somerset captain. He took the bait, but unfortunately for Essex, he didn't nick it.
Well, they're more up and about now, Essex. A lot more energy in the field. They're buzzing around between overs. There's a lot more chirp and chat out in the middle. Amazing what one wicket will do. They just sense maybe Beard just getting a little bit of shape on the ball. This is an opportunity to maybe nick a couple out before tea. Harmer, second slip, he's ready. The poucher, Cook's already taken one nice catch.
Goes short. This time Lammonby gets away, or Abel rather, and he'll get 2. So, good plan from Aaron Beard. He's either been short or full, attempting the drive in this over.
That's good running from Tom Abel. Excellent running. As soon as he clipped that leg side, he wanted to straight away. Fine leg is fairly wide, as is the norm these days. Long legs almost gone out of the game. The traditional long leg, trying to cover 2 bases, having quite wide.
That was full down the leg side. Abel's missed out there. He'll be disappointed with that. Could have got up and running with a nice clipped boundary. As it was, it's a dot ball. 107 for 1 off 30. The lead is 71. We've got 44 overs left in the day. If Somerset can go at around 4 and over for the rest of the day, they'll be happy with that, that's for sure. Get them up to what, around about 270-ish.
Well, generally in these kind of situations, the last session you look to go around and run a ball, especially if you've got 8 or 9 wickets in hand. So could stick another 150 on this score, 160 on this score.
Down the wicket, Lammonby plays this along the ground, and well run, straight to the man at mid-off. Easy single there.
Well, he wanted to get it through that extra cover region. He's slightly disappointed, Tom Lammonby, with himself. He was trying to pierce it through extra. Just got a little bit too close to the ball. Tom Abel, good player of spin. Nimble on his feet. Has good hands to work the ball through the offside and leg side. Not a huge boundary leg side. He's got a bit of protection. He'll have a deep square leg just in front of square. Ryan Tendescata has short leg. I tell you, you're unlucky when you're 40 years of age and they actually do short leg.
I think Keezy made a good point there yesterday, didn't he? That less running for the old man if you're at short leg.
More energy here from Simon Harmer is excellent. A bit more of a spring in his step as he delivers the ball. Fizzing it through, getting a nice bit of drift away from the righty and into the lefty.
Again, nice line, just pitching outside off stump. He does have cover on the leg side for the sweep. Everyone else is in. Cutting, Abel. Missed out there. It's a rare short delivery from Harmer. Wasn't able to thread it through the gap to the boundary. Down the pitch he goes and clips this one. It was in the air briefly, but he comes through for a single, showing immediately that he wants to put Harmer off his length. Both the openers did the same thing. Well run, well played. Just dropped it down there, wide of the man on the 45, Nick Brown, and came through for a 1. They have generally run their singles pretty well, Somerset, today. Kept the score ticking over. And we'll keep ticking over up here as well. Myself and Niall, replaced by Steve Finn and Adam Collins.
Thank you, Matt Floyd. Aaron Beard to continue. into the attack, into the book almost straight away. Of course, he picked up Tom Abel the first time around, bowling here at Lammonby, who's on 63. We were saying downstairs, Finney, that Beard has good pace. He's been a wicket taker in the past, but did go around a little bit the first time around, so getting a wicket early in the spell will do wonders for his confidence.
Yep, but taking a wicket early always gives a bowler confidence to then settle into their rhythm. You've got a new batsman to bowl at. You can build some pressure against that new batsman.
3 out, 2 on the leg side, and a third man for Lammonby. Oh, that's in the air through mid-wicket. Just to the left of the fielder there. They'll come back for a couple. Dan Lawrence doing the sweeping out there. So 110 for 1, the score. 112 for 1, sorry. With Lammonby 65, the lead is 76.
Not too far away from that man at mid-wicket, Simon Harmer there. Not a conventional mid-wicket, he's more of a catching mid-wicket. He's in there. Lammonby is in now, 65 from 97, looking to push on a little bit.
It's a much better shot. Lammonby striking this on the up, out past cover point for 4. Moves to 69, 116 for 1, just at the top of the bounce there. Really lovely shot, good contact. No change to the field. Back-to-back boundaries, 4 more. Down to fine leg. Just a nice little tickle on that. So 120 for 1. Lammonby now 73. He's made 2 centuries in the competition. As we see the ground staff down in the far corner of the ground, just reaching the hovercraft, which isn't a great sign, Steve Finn. They often know a little bit before we do if the rain might be just on its way. But they're ready to roll. But Lammonby making the most of this session while he's going so well. 3 boundaries on the trot. That's the best of the strokes as well. On the front foot, cover driving, leaning into it, over pitch delivery. 77 from 100 deliveries, really ticking over well. 124 for 1 now the score. The lead is suddenly 88.
Exactly what Somerset want here. Even though they've lost that wicket, sometimes that can stunt the impetus from the batting team. But Tom Lammonby's managed to keep this scoreboard moving. 3 boundaries in 3 balls helps that. He moves on to 77. As Adam Collins said, the lead is 88. Somerset with even more than half an eye on what they can do for the rest of this game.
So around the wicket now, Beard. And a quick single, that's good running. Abel calling through his younger teammate. Big over that for Somerset. 89 the lead. Lammonby keeps the strike. He's 78, 125 for 1. We're just keeping an eye on what's going on in the opposite corner to where we are. Looked as though they were ready to roll with that hovercraft, as though we were going to see some imminent rain. Maybe not. They've just worried back a little bit and they're sitting down on the covers. But it's been that kind of week, hasn't it? Swirling breeze and rain interrupting play a number of times.
The skies towards North London, where that weather is coming from today, does look grey. Do look like leaden skies. You do just hope that that doesn't make it our way.
Flat from Harmer. Lammonby up to the task.
Because that would really ruin the opportunity for Somerset to push on and for it to be a really entertaining last day's cricket. I think if there's rain that wipes out any of these last 42 overs.
Dancing and driving and doing it really well. Lammonby into the 80s. He's raced through the 70s. 4 boundaries in a hurry. He's 82. 129 for 1 now. The score Somerset, the lead's 93.
Controlled shot from Lammonby there. out of his crease, gets to the pitch of the ball from Simon Harmer. You don't see many people do. You don't see many people coming down the wicket to him. Meets it on the half volley and hits a very strong shot through mid-on with a straight bat. Wonderful shot. The scoreboard's moving still.
You see an innings like this and you can see what the hype's all about. A lot of talk about this young man over the last 4 or 5 weeks while the Bob Willis Trophy's been taking place.
I think anyone who stands up tall and hits the ball as he has done out down the ground and with strong shots.
Soft hands through where about second or third slip would have been. Gets a couple. But it was off the outside edge, so a little bit of encouragement there for Harmer.
You can understand why people are talking about him. He's had a magnificent tournament so far. He's continuing that form today.
16 away from 100 as well. Down the track, straight to mid-wicket, and through mid-wicket, down to the rope. A misfield there. Disappointment in that region. Lambenbidar 88, 135 for 1.
It's interesting to see if Somerset had seen the groundsman walk round towards the hover cover, thinking to push this scoreboard on even more. 99 run lead now.
Using his feet again. So Lambenby struck 5 boundaries in the 2 overs that we've been on commentary, Finney. Batting with real authority here. 88 from 107. 135 for 1 at the end of the Harmer over. Another expensive one. The lead 99. When they started this session they were in deficit. Now they're very much in the black. And good news as far as the weather's concerned. The sun's just poking through again. 41 overs left in the day. Essex hold the cards, of course. They earned that first innings lead. They batted so well yesterday, principally due to Alistair Cook, but well supported by the skipper Tom Westley. An important hand by Ryan Penderskata in the final session as well, just to show a bit of ballast at a crucial time. Off the back foot here is Abel, cutting. He'll get a couple. Porter doing the tidying up at third man, moving the lead into triple figures. Somerset lead by 101. As you pointed out in our previous stint on commentary, at some point Essex can, if they elect to, in this 4th innings, put it away and just bat time, and that's perfectly fine. They've earned that opportunity. But on the other side of the equation, Somerset putting themselves into a position where they can throw the bait out there, where they can give themselves a chance to even get busy tonight at a push. The run rate, they keep it going like this. It would take quite a bit to declare tonight, you think, but perhaps with weather that might bring it forward a fraction.
Yeah, my guess would be that Somerset here have half an eye on being able to bat for 41 overs, 40.4 overs, and try and push the score on. 4 and over gets them a lead of 260. 5 and over gets them a lead of 300. If they were to manage to score at 5 and over or thereabouts, then you think we might see them pull out tonight.
Abel into the gap. A couple more on offer out there, deep backward square. Walter doing the fielding.
Because they've got absolutely nothing to lose. It's not going to be a case of where in the 3rd innings you look to bat to a point where the other team have got absolutely no hope of winning the game, and you hope that that no-hopedness means that then that brings you into the game as a bowling team. Here the runs they're relevant, but they're not completely relevant, because Somerset would rather lose the game but giving themselves enough time to bowl Essex out, as opposed to having too many runs and leaving themselves short with overs.
Down the leg side and 4 more. Off the pad, leg by signalled accordingly. But Somerset won't mind how they come at this stage. Certainly not the captain able. 107 now the lead. 1-4-3 for 1.
Very much surrounded by grey skies, aren't we here? You can't see it on the stream, but every corner of the ground is surrounded by grey skies, but somehow there are shadows on the players out on the pitch.
Yeah, we've got a pocket of sun, as though it's meant to be. Cutting well. That's a fine shot from the captain. Hitting the rope. That deep extra cover. Moving into double figures. 147 for 1. Suddenly the lead's 1-1-1. They've really put the foot down over the last quarter of an hour. And of course, with Somerset's history of coming so close to these trophies in the past, albeit the county championship as distinct from the Bob Willis Trophy that they're playing for this week. End of the over, 34 gone in this Somerset second innings. They're 147 for 1. Again, that lead 111 as we move to a COVID pit stop. But yes, I suppose that they can't divorce this performance from the history of the club, never having won the top trophy, the one that matters most in the county championship. A chance to win this, which is essentially that in the season of 2020. A strange season, of course, thanks to the effects of coronavirus on the schedule and everything else that we've had to become accustomed to on the cricket field. With all that in mind, I'm sure they're going to give themselves every opportunity. If they have to risk losing to win, well, so be it.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the attitude that I'm sure they will take into this. They've been consistently there or thereabouts for a number of years without actually getting over the line. They'll see this as a great opportunity. I still believe Essex are in the driving seat or in the box seat, regardless of the scoreboard, as it is now at 147 for 1. A lead of 111 with 40 overs left today, 130 overs left in the game. Does mean that Essex, in my opinion, are still favourites considering they have that first innings lead, which means that they don't necessarily have to win the game, as we can also feel spits of rain coming onto our face here at the top of the pavilion.
Not a great sign during that break. The rain's just getting a tiny bit heavier as well. I don't think it'll mean they're considering coming off quite yet, but it's a factor. It's certainly a factor at the moment, where it wasn't earlier this morning. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Essex do control this game. It's got to keep their nerve, hold their nerve, make sure they can dry this up a little bit. Of course, the best way to do that's with wickets, especially that of Lammonby, who's ticking over beautifully, facing the spinner Harmer here and allowing the first one to pass outside the leg stump, leaving it be.
Yeah, it is most definitely Essex's job here. That might be the last we see of Aaron Beard for a little while.
Spitting out into the leg side. Bit of excitement around the bat.
But if Essex just managed to rein this in slightly, stunt the scoring rate for a little bit, set more defensive fields, more in-out, sweepers on both sides.
Running. Lammonby to 89.
That does mean that they'll be able to not let Somerset get too far away from them. But saying that, Somerset have a man in good form on 89 not out in Tom Lammonby. A very good player in Tom Abel, their captain, batting at number 3, wanting to push this scoreboard forward. You can see they want to rotate the strike, even if they're not hitting boundaries, they want to rotate the strike. Keep ticking at 3 or 4 and over, that means that this score will move on.
That'll be 4 more. Abel getting busy as well. A couple of boundaries in the last 2 overs. He moves to 15. That brings up the 150. 150 for 1. The lead is 116. Abel leaping on that short delivery and timing it through point. Had a good season, the captain. Indeed, these have been the 2 most prolific players for Somerset through the group stages. Couple of centuries each. So the right men for this task at this time. You can see Jamie Porter warming up beneath us here at the pavilion end. As you foreshadowed, Steve Finn, Captain Finn, who had the bowling change right last time, that it's likely he'll replace Aaron Beard from the nursery end. As he pulls his jumper off and looks to give his hat away as well. So it will be Jamie Porter at the end of 35 overs, 152 for 1. Porter, a formidable record over the last 4 seasons especially, but really across his career as a whole, in excess of 350 first-class wickets at just a fraction over 23. This is where they need him to, as the attack leader, find a way to get a breakthrough and slow things down a bit before tea.
That's it. The wickets will obviously stunt Somerset's progress here, but also not just wickets, they will be wanting Jamie Porter here. They'll probably see sweepers out. Got a third man, a deep square leg, a fine leg. And they'll be wanting him just to bowl as dry as possible here. Try and stop that scoreboard moving as fast as it has done for the last 6 or 7 overs or so. We thought the wicket before of Green might have dried that up, but they've managed to push it on even more since he's departed. But big job for Jamie Porter here.
About 18 minutes until tea, so 4 or 5 overs, probably 5. Lammonby into the 90s around the corner and back for 91 as well. Hard running. After that slow start before lunch, when they were just making sure they arrived at that first break without losing a wicket, they really have batted with authority through the middle stage of this day, especially Lammonby. Not quite seeing the catches we may have thought, but as you say, sweepers out, 2 on the leg side and a third man on the offside around the wicket. Porter, nice drive there, but straight to mid-off. Tough balance though, isn't it? You want to have catches in there, but equally, as you rightly say, there is a degree of just keeping the ball under control as well, making sure the declaration is delayed as long as possible if it comes to that.
That's it. Essex will want to face as few overs as possible in that second innings if they don't feel as though they can go for the run, so they can shut up shop and try and keep Somerset's bowlers out. But momentum is such a big thing in this game.
Now to 92. Yeah, the comparable scenario is the Sheffield Shield final, which we were talking to Niall O'Brien about earlier today, where one side can afford to draw, the other team chasing victory. A number of times over the years, you've seen 9 fielders around the bat on the final afternoon doing whatever they can to create an opportunity once runs are no longer an issue. Of course, this being the first time we've had that kind of decider in county cricket, but could well be a feature of seasons to come. Time will tell. Oh, there it is. There's the breakthrough. Tom Abel, the captain, caught at mid-wicket against the flow of play, and how Essex needed that wicket. 155 for 2. The lead is 119, but Jamie Porter, as we said, Steve Finn, back into the attack. He's done the job.
He has not quite a conventional wicket as he may have liked, but he'll take it nonetheless. It was an important partnership to break. Tom Abel, we know, can push the scoreboard forward. 15 off 21 balls, flicking that towards square leg. Was looking to expand his game slightly, but picked out Nick Brown at square leg, taking a pretty simple catch at head high. But the breakthrough that Essex wanted, and now the new batsman coming to the crease, they'll be wanting to try and squeeze, wanting to try and make sure this scoreboard doesn't accelerate as it did do when the last wicket fell.
Eddie Byram walking out, of course, made 117 in the first innings. Most impressive innings, his first senior century for Somerset, joining his fellow left-hander. About quarter of an hour until the tea break. But again, just as Abel was going through the gears himself, a couple of nice boundaries. He's picked out Brown at mid-wicket or forward square leg. And that's that. Porter, 4 balls into his spell, picking up his first wicket. And now giving them a real opportunity here before the tea break to exert some pressure on the new batsman.
I think we'll see the field come in here slightly. The square leg may come up from deep square leg just to try and buy a few balls. Again, this period before tea, little period of maybe 4 or 5 overs. Whereas Essex will want to try and squeeze, get those overs left in the day down, make sure that lead doesn't get too far ahead. Just make sure that Somerset don't get too far ahead of them. So a good wicket for Essex. Jamie Porter, as he has been so often over the last few years, the man who takes wickets at important times, and no more important time than that for them in this game.
So a long leg, third man out on the rope immediately for Byram. Of course, they spent a lot of time chasing leather from him on the first 2 days of this game. As ever, Alistair Cook at first slip. But a chance to go bang bang and just change the flow of the game, change the tempo of the game. Best achieved via wickets as ever. Staying around the wicket to the new batsman, batting in the short sleeve sweater. The end of a successful over for Essex. 155 for 2. Seen the back of the captain Abel for 15. So 12 minutes until the break. They should get 3 in at the least. We're seeing Simon Harmer to continue, so that may very well be 4. They can sneak through a Harmer over in 90 seconds or 2 minutes if they need to, I'm sure. Be in their interest to put as much pressure on Byram as possible before he gets set. And indeed, Lammonby in the 90s with that personal milestone not far away.
And now Harmer will be happy that he's got 2 left-handers to bowl at as well. Settle into a rhythm from round the wicket. Aim at those foot marks. So we've not seen too much happen for Simon Harmer. The odd one has spun, but more out of those foot marks, which are wide of the crease. But be happy here to settle in against 2 left-handers. Try and draw up this runs, as we've said.
So bringing Lammonby forward initially. No silly point, no short leg.
That's fine. I think that's a realisation of the situation. That man at silly point or short leg has gone to 45.
Flatter from Harmer. Lammonby misses out.
Means that Lammonby can't just go down and fine sweep to get off strike to relieve pressure. He has to look for a strong shot square of the wicket, which could bring a catch into play.
That's the Simon Harmer dip, isn't it, there? Loads of overspin, so much bounce. Still bowling in those sunglasses, as ever.
Optimistic, I'd say.
A routine's a routine.
Until you can't see where you're bowling it, because it's too dark.
So Lammonby just shifting down a gear since losing Abel. Happy to just absorb 5 dots from Harmer. Whereas before he was coming down the track and looking to hit down the ground whenever he could. Oh, close leave. Judging by the reaction of Harmer, Finney, that may not have spun an awful lot. Bringing off stump into the equation. A maiden, a good one from Harmer. 155 for 2 remains the score.
Yeah, the lead-up balls to that had all been floated, had all been flighted. That one flatter, quicker, not spinning, but either just missing the off stump to the right of it, or maybe just over the top. We couldn't really see from this angle, but good bowling from Harmer. It was one of those 2-minute overs that you said he might be capable of doing. He's got through that in 2 minutes, gives Jamie Porter another opportunity at the new batsman, Eddie Byram. An important little period of this for Essex. The scoreboard hasn't gone anywhere since that wicket. That's exactly what they'd have wanted.
It's getting dark again, but the good news is the drizzle has stopped. Still very windy. Not quite blowing into the face of Porter, but more into his right earlobe as he runs in. I mean, of course, that's something that regular run-of-the-mill club bowlers know all about, bowling in the breeze. Everyone hates doing it, but at professional level, I mean, it's an occupational hazard, isn't it? I mean, you have to find a way to make it work for you.
You do. You just hope that the captain gives you the other end. When I first started, Tim Murter used to always pick the end with the wind behind him, and because I was the junior bowler, I just had to give him a thumbs up and say, that's fine, mate, no worries. I'll bowl into the wind. But as I got a bit more established in the team, I was able to say, no, not today, mate, you go into the wind.
That strikes me as not necessarily playing to your comparative advantage, bowling at 90 mile an hour coming into the breeze.
It wasn't 90 mile an hour, trust me, into the wind.
No, I thought so.
No, but yeah, he enjoyed pulling trumps on me there, but it didn't last all that long. I think the wind is a thing that's underestimated actually for bowlers. For people watching, it doesn't always look that windy when you're watching on the TV, but dealing with the wind and what it does actually to your action and your momentum through the crease is quite a big thing, and it can affect the way you bowl.
Is it something you train for? So if you're doing centre wicket practice, that you'll intentionally try and bowl to the end into the wind in order to get, condition yourself to that?
I thought you were going to ask me if we set up 100 fans blowing into your face in the indoor school or something.
Not quite.
No, it's something that if you're at a ground and it is windy on that day or on the practice day, you will make sure you'll bowl a spell from both ends to get used to the feel of it, as you have to get used to the slope here at Lord's, sloping left to right. It's also important that when you've got a strong wind like that, you do bowl from both ends. We played a game at Sussex in a T20 a few weeks ago, and you were either bowling downhill with the wind or you're bowling uphill into the wind, and the difference between the two and how quick you have to run up the hill compared to down the hill, there's a vast difference in how you have to approach that, and that affects how the ball comes out your hand.
Yeah, that well-documented example last year at Manchester, the first day of the Ashes Test match there, where I've never seen a windier day as far as Test cricket's concerned. That cross breeze coming from the east, and a lot of discussion that day about how quickly or otherwise Jofra Archer was bowling, but the conversation from pundits who'd done the job before saying try bowling with that cross breeze and try and get your action right all day long at 90 mile an hour. Nothing easy about it.
Well, that's it, and I think people underestimate how difficult bowling fast is sometimes, and trying to bowl consistently fast, and people's expectation of someone like Jofra Archer, who is so capable, as we saw here at Lord's last year in his battle with Steve Smith, of bowling 95, 96 miles an hour, but there's no one in the history of the game, no matter how many people from the 80s or the 70s like to tell you that they bowled at 100 mile an hour all day. I can guarantee you that they didn't, and it's impossible to do that. So you have to take into account the conditions, you have to take into account someone's mental state of mind, someone's physical situation on that given day. And I think sometimes, especially for someone like Jofra Archer, people don't give him enough credit for being a skillful bowler as well as being a quick bowler. So yeah, I think when you're dealing with conditions such as those at Manchester last year, it can be very difficult to bowl fast, and I think some of that criticism was unjust.
Start of a new Harmer over. Porter finished his previous set with a lovely ball that just went over the top of the off stump, 155 for 2. Using his feet here, Lammonby, as he's done routinely through this session, for 1 here, out to mid-on. He moves to 93. That leads now 120. You mentioned the indoor school here. That doesn't prepare for anything, really, does it? It's so quick in those nets. I mean, if you do you mitigate against that in practice in there? Because surely first-class professional bowlers bowling in hard indoor nets. I mean, it doesn't have any correlation to the real world on grass, does it?
No. it's
Scare them.
Yeah, that's it. You try and use that to your advantage, but yeah, I don't think that anyone is kidding themselves that the lengths that you bowl in there are the lengths that you should bowl outside. So you try and practice to be driven in the indoor school because it is so bouncy, it is so quick. You try and make it so you're driven the whole time. Ooh. It's an absolute beauty from Simon Harmer.
How's that bounce?
And it's just funny, that change in mentality from the Somerset batsmen slightly since Tom Abel got out into a little bit more of survival mode as opposed to putting pressure on the bowlers.
10 dot balls for Byram so far, make that 11 as he steers towards Cook at slip, albeit on the bounce, trying to get off strike and get off the mark with a little late cut. Doesn't quite get all of it though.
And that
right on top.
And that has meant that Simon Harmer has looked infinitely more threatening in his last 3 overs than he did the few before that. Because Eddie Byram's playing him from the crease and letting him get a feel for how the ball's coming out of his hand. And that's why we saw Tom Lammonby come down the wicket, hit the ball to mid-on, trying to attain a bit more of that control again. But the Essex bowlers taking the wicket and then squeezing and controlling the scoreboard since that wicket has been a very good passage of play for Essex here.
So 1 run from the 39th over, 156 for 2, Lammonby 93. Really pulled it back since losing Tom Abel as captain. Byram yet to score from 12 balls, and Porter will have the last over before tea. About 2.5 minutes until the clock will strike 3:30 here at Lord's. Looking over to Father Time at our right. So an opportunity here for Porter. Lammonby looking just to make it through to the next session. Starting around the wicket to him. Going fine. There's a shout for leg before. They'll come back for 2. Presumably it'll be signalled leg by, given how strong that appeal was, and it is. So Lammonby stays on 93, but the board ticks over to 158 for 2. The lead 1-2-2. So a fine leg, a deep square, and a squarish third man in front of the Plum Warner stand. It's grey, it's dark, the floodlights are all on.
It's -6 degrees.
It's a much better shot. Just for one, Lammonby, but continuing to strike the ball with the middle of his bat, especially through the onside where he's been so prolific in this session. The strike transfers to Byram. He'll have 4 balls to negotiate to get through to the final session, to evening 4. Won't matter a jot that he's yet to score, just needs to make it through and they can reassess. This game's so well placed, as it has been throughout the course really. There's been nip and tuck, and both sides have enjoyed periods where they've been on top. Be an interesting analysis to see who's won which session, and that pie chart we often see on the Test match broadcasts.
We don't quite have that available to us.
We don't have that toy today. Well, we could probably work it out.
Yeah, who's up on WinViz?
Yes, that's right. Well, I wonder, maybe WinViz is in operation for this. I might have a look at the tea break. I think it would have, if you're going to go with draw, tie, and the 2 either side winning, probably a pretty decent spread across that. Obviously tie would be at 1%, as it always is, or 0.1% or whatever they have it as built in as their standard measure, but the other 3 would be relatively healthy numbers, although in noting of course that there's no need for Somerset to be looking at a draw, so no need for Essex to win really.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I still think, even though this innings so far has been excellent from Somerset, scoring at 4 runs and over, almost exactly 4 runs and over, has been a good effort to push that scoreboard forward, because at the start of the innings we questioned whether, given the scoring rates through the game, that would be possible. They put themselves in a position here where they can push on in the last session.
Last ball of the middle session. Left through to the gloves of the wicket-keeper, Waiter. That is T on afternoon 4 here at Lords, the 4th afternoon of the Bob Willis Trophy Final. A session where Steve Finn Somerset have made their way to 159 for 2. A lead of 1-2-3, principally due to Tom Lammonby, who's 94 not out from 123 balls, 15 fours along the way. They're still behind in the game on the basis that they conceded a 36-run lead to Essex on the first innings, but due to the way they played in that session, they've given themselves an opportunity in this final session to at least push hard and see what they can achieve later in the game.
It's going to be very interesting how Somerset approached this last session. Tom Lammonby's played outstandingly. His teammates are going to stand and clap him in now underneath us at the pavilion, as Eddie Byron claps him off as well. But it'll be interesting to see what Somerset's game plan is. There'll be conversations for the next 20 minutes within the 4 walls of their dressing room about the approach they want to take here. The coach will speak, the captain will speak. They'll have a target in mind, but I'd imagine we're going to see Somerset come out with a lot of intent in this last session to try and push themselves towards a target that they feel they can bowl Essex out for.
The 2 wickets to fall in the session were that of Ben Green when the score was 105, so 105 for 1. Green was caught by Cook at slip from the bowling of Beard for 41, and then Tom Abel about quarter of an hour before tea, who was caught against the flow of play at square leg by Brown from the bowling of Porter for 15 when the score was 155 for 2. As we've already mentioned, Lammonby will continue on 94. Byram is yet to score. Somerset are 159 for 2. They lead by 123 runs. We'll be back in about quarter of an hour for the evening session.
Welcome back to Lords as the Essex fielders just make their way onto the pitch and onto your screens. I'll be looking for a much better session to finish off day 4. That was a poor one for them in the afternoon, a very good one for Somerset on the other hand. 147 runs scored for the loss of 2 wickets, but crucially for Tom Abel's side, just the 33 overs it took them to get those runs. So they've scored at a really good lick, Somerset, as they've had to really, put in a position where they have to win the game to lift the trophy, as opposed to Essex, who can draw and still get their hands on it. Well, Somerset doing all they need to at the moment. The lead is 123. Tom Lammonby just 6 runs short of a memorable century. Simon Harmer bowling. He's down the track, first ball. Wow, what a shot that was, straight after the interval, leading edge. Very lucky there. The ball just looped up over the man at short cover and also avoided the man at mid-off. Good morning, or afternoon even, Adam Collins.
Yeah, that intent that Lammonby has shown, especially through the middle portion of that afternoon session. Again, down the track first up, but picking the wrong delivery to take Harmer on. He was willing to shut up shop against Harmer before the break, but using his feet leading edge very close to his demise.
Byram taking strike now, yet to get off the mark after 17 balls. But that was an interesting start to the session. Punchy decision from Lammonby. Turn for Harmer. Would have been very upset with himself, the young man, if he'd got out that way. First ball after the break with 100 at his mercy. Just 5 short now of a 3rd first-class century. Byram off the mark, finally, the man who got 100 in the first innings. Lammonby has the chance now to do the same. Just needs to perhaps calm his heart rate down a little bit.
He nearly got himself run out as well, which was the other part of that confusing start. He wanted to take 2 when there was never 2 to be had. Lucky that he was sent back by Byram, otherwise he would have been in strife, or his partner would have been.
Down the pitch again, almost gets done again. Just dragged out wide by Harmer. Had to reach for it just to get a bit of bat on it, get down the other end. Looking a little bit impatient here, wants to get to the 3 figures. The young man, he's just got to be careful, pick the right ball. Has played so well up to this point, he won't want to throw it away now. Oh, that again almost snuck through. It's been a good start by Harmer. Stuck on the back foot Byram. If he missed that, he was gone. So 41 overs bowled, 162 for 2. And that might well be, Adam, a signal of the intent of the Somerset batsmen to really push on this session and score at an even quicker rate than they have when they've been going at 4 and over as it is. That's not a good sign. The ground staff congregating round the other side. There's a hint of rain in the air. Dark clouds around.
It's not a good sign that I can see some drops of rain on my keyboard in front of me, which means that it's just drizzling a little bit since we've returned to our commentary position after tea. Where Somerset have been effective and efficient, really, as far as converting their starts in the group stage, they've made 7 centuries. The 7th was Byram on Friday, which is so important in terms of making sure that they've gone on with it, often in low-scoring games as well. This has been a fraction higher scoring compared to what we've seen over the course of the Bob Willis Trophy, but Lammonby has the chance here to be the 8th time a Somerset player's reached 3 figures and 3rd time for himself. In that final round at New Road, where they needed to beat Worcester, it was Lammonby who carried his bat. It was the only time they were put under any real scoreboard pressure with the ball. Comparatively, not to a major extent, but they were rolling sides for double digits or low 100s most of the tournament, which is why Josh Davey came into this final with a bowling average of 10 and Jamie Overton a bowling average of 10.7. Oh, sorry, Craig Overton rather. Jamie Overton took a lot of wickets as well for them. before leaving for Surrey, but it was Lammonby who, under pressure, was able to push back and make sure that they got the full points at New Road to reach this final. So he knows what it takes to push on, and in that instance carry his bat. But the job isn't finished is the overarching point here. He's done really well before tea, but he has to crack on here. He has to be the senior player and make sure that they give Essex plenty to chase tomorrow.
Oh, he's come down the pitch there as well, looking to come through for the single, sent back by Byram, correctly so. So he is looking a little bit edgy as he approaches those 3 figures. If he gets 100 here today, and certainly more people will be sitting up and taking notice of Tom Lammonby. There already are a few after the 2 centuries earlier in the season. Just one boundary will do it. There's one man out on the hook for him. I wonder what he'll do if he is given a bouncer, whether he'll fancy taking it on. He has been attacking all the way through his innings, but there's no one out on the offside, so if he pierces the gap there, could well run away and bring up his 3 figures that way. Only the 1 slip for him. Clipped off his legs nicely, just the 1 to the man out on the leg side boundary, Dan Lawrence. 97 now.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he does take on the short ball if it comes, or indeed if he gets to 3 figures after using his feet. He's such a striking player. He struck beautiful boundaries down the ground and square of the wicket on the leg side, behind point on the offside as well. Uses the depth of the crease, uses his feet, tall in the crease, very organised. There's a lot to like about Lammonby. Has the chance to stick the landing on a fantastic campaign with 3 figures here.
Byram it is, he tries the pull shot, doesn't come off. That's the end of the over. 163 for 2 of 42 overs. I think we can see though from the first 2 overs of this session that Somerset are going to look to kick on now with the wickets in hand. They may even, if they go really well, have the chance to put Essex in tonight. They'd have to score probably, you'd think, at 5, 6 and over to have a chance of that. If they go at around 4 and over, which is what they've been going at so far in the innings, they'll finish with a lead of around about 260, 270. 127 the lead right now. 32 overs left to bowl.
Yeah, that's certainly how Steve Finn sees it. Before tea, he thinks that the best play for Somerset is to make as many runs as they can today and go again tomorrow. Keep it simple, unless they go so well that they can burgle a couple of overs tonight. But
oh, that's a good delivery from Harmer. He's finding a bit of turn now, tempting the young batsman. Clever bowling.
With 90 overs available tomorrow, that's a full day to bowl them out tomorrow, and gives them a chance here. 32 overs left, a lot of time in this game.
Again, tempting the drive. Gets that one through though to the offside sweeper, so he's creeping along towards what would be a famous 100 for him.
I think we can sort of lose sense of that sometimes watching red ball cricket, just how long there is left in a game. In this case, 32 overs, an entire day tomorrow, so more than 4 sessions from here in the conventional sense, so 122 overs left in the game. If they do bat at 4 or so and over from here, I mean, yes, it will give Essex the chance to win chasing, no doubt, but crucially it gives them 90 overs to bowl them out on the final day. Now, the pitch hasn't deteriorated as yet, but that's a fairly long time to bowl a team out on day 5 in any test match, and of course we're playing by test match length this week.
And the other issue, of course, is it's not really going to be a day 5 pitch tomorrow because we've lost so much time to rain. Lost a lot of time in the first 2 days. It'll be more like a day 4 pitch, you'd say, tomorrow. Clipped nicely by Byram, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. Tidy over by Harmer, 164 for 2 off 43.
Yeah, and I really enjoy what the first innings element brings to this. That is Essex winning on first innings points if it turns out that they don't get a result, they don't reach a result by the end of evening 5. It meant that when we arrived this morning that we knew that one team would be chasing the game, and in all probability it would be Somerset, given that Essex only required 31 runs to take the lead today, and they did so fairly comfortably in the end. They didn't lose a wicket after they resumed they were 271 for 6 overnight and didn't lose a wicket till 303, which meant that we knew that when Somerset came out to bat, they would have to bat essentially the way we've seen them go. Nearly 4 runs and over so far, setting things up for either a late declaration on evening 4 or overnight, but they needed someone to go big, and Lammonby is threatening to do just that.
Clipped away nicely, right. Might this be the moment? It could well be. He's come for 2, and he's got to come back for a 3rd. That is a magical moment for the young 20-year-old Tom Lammonby. His 3rd first-class century in just his 11th first-class innings. We saw a beautiful 100 by England's greatest ever Test batsman Alistair Cook yesterday. Have we seen a glimpse of the future today with Tom Lammonby?
What a fantastic innings. 15 boundaries along the way, just 134 balls. After lunch he came out and batted with authority. The way he ran between the wickets, the way he got down the track, the way that he transferred the pressure back onto the Essex bowlers. He's earned 3 figures here. He's 3rd of the season, and really showing what this Bob Willis Trophy's been all about for young players. Getting the chance this year that may have otherwise not arrived. Taking full advantage, his 3rd century on the big stage here in a Lord's final. Just a fabulous hand, and keeping Somerset well and truly in this game, a lead of 131.
Well, if you didn't know him before, remember the name, Tom Lammonby. He's looked a really classy player. 3 first-class hundreds in your first 11 innings, that really is impressive. He hasn't actually made a 50 yet, so every time he's got to 50, he's gone on to a big score. Sign of real quality, that.
Yeah, that's a good trick to have. The true greats, I mean, the upper echelon of international cricket, that's often a pretty good sign, isn't it, when they've got more centuries than 50s. There aren't many who actually have that statistical achievement, but the fact that he started off his professional career in that vein is a very, very good sign, and I'm sure that we saw James Taylor, the England selector, here yesterday, not suggesting for a moment that Lammonby will be in that frame quite yet, but important to make people see you play the way you can on high-profile opportunities like this. And that's what he's done here. So they'll go into the close season and they'll know all about him. We're seeing the ball.
The handcuffs are out again,
handcuffs,
Adam.
yes,
Our
that's
favourite
right.
handcuffs.
So it has to get through the big one and not go through the small one. Is that how I... There it goes. It's got through the one that it needed to get through, and away they go.
Which you can be sure Essex won't be too happy about, because they probably would have wanted a change of that ball. It's not really working too well for them. But it is working well for that man on your screen there. Surely the England setup will be thinking about a possible Lions call-up in the near future. Not too many 20-year-olds knocking around with 300s in the first 11 innings. Porter continues around the wicket to Byram, who's perhaps another player who the selectors will be looking after his century, but Lammonby, I'm sure, is the one at the top of the list.
Well, he's been in the setup at youth level, played for the under-19s between 2017 and 2019 on 11 occasions, averaged 40 in 50-over cricket for England at that level. So they've had their eye on him in the past. He's just 20 years of age, and again, coming back to sort of stress this point that because of this competition, here he is, 11 first-class innings, making it count, taking full advantage. Not done yet.
That is out, chopped on. Eddie Byram, that's a big wicket for Essex and for Jamie Porter. Bit of a struggle for Byram today. 1 off 28 deliveries, but he's now heading back towards the pavilion.
Yeah, big, thick edge onto the stumps. Byram never quite look settled, did he? Off the mark just before tea, but or just after tea, I should say. But he never quite looked as fluent as he did on afternoon 1 and afternoon 2, in and out of those rain breaks when he went on to post a first inning century, which was so important in setting up the game for Somerset. In the end, Essex overtook them, and he needed to be influential again in the second innings and hasn't been. It just changes the game a little bit again, doesn't it? Granted, wickets in hand won't necessarily be a huge factor in this Somerset second innings, but we know that the best way to slow the run rate, cliched as it is to take wickets, and the responsibility on Lammonby's shoulders increases yet further as Bartlett walks to the middle. And the rain and the wind just pick up a little bit as well. It's only drizzle, but we can see it in the air. I'm not sure whether it comes through on the screen on the feed necessarily, but there is some drizzle in the air and those big gusts of wind that we've had all afternoon. Not easy for anyone, not least Bartlett coming out to start his innings.
Another young man in this Somerset batting lineup, just 22 years old, Bartlett. Made 12 in the first innings. Nicked off actually by Jamie Porter. Caught low by Alistair Cook from the other end actually when Porter was bowling at the pavilion end. But that was after a spell of sustained pressure built up at both ends. And he'll want to settle quickly given the match situation. Don't want to take 28 balls just for one like Byram did. Somerset need to keep pushing on here, keep the run rate good. First ball moves down the track. Interesting, tries to perhaps negate some of the swing, take out LBW of the equation. Ball just seems back, hits him on the body. That is the end of the over. 167 for 3 of 44.
So 2 wickets to Porter in this spell either side of the interval. Got himself straight into the book in that first over back when he won a false stroke from Abel, and then doing likewise with Byram chopping on. And that's the job of the attack leader, because there was a time there when Lammonby and Abel were ticking over, going at a run a ball, and this wasn't quite out of hand for Essex in terms of where they are in the game. But as far as the run rate was concerned, and 2 men who looked set, this could have got out of hand certainly in the evening session, but instead 2 wickets and Simon Harmer bowling from this pavilion end.
Looped that one up. Harmer, he is starting to find a bit of bite now, and I think he fancies removing the man on 100 here, despite the fact he's in good form. He's juiced a couple of false shots. Short of that one, well dabbed behind square. It'll just be the one though. So Ryan Pendescata there, he skirted round, or it was only a single, which brings the new batsman Bartlett on strike to the veteran Harmer.
Yeah, it's the 2 senior bowlers, isn't it? Porter and Harmer, Porter and Harmer. How often do we talk about them in combination? Now, the 2017 victory, the 2019 win, they were right in the middle of that, making sure that Essex took their 20 wickets week after week after week. Both have outstanding records, and it's no coincidence that Tom Westley threw the ball to this pair just when things were drifting a wee bit, when Lammonby was scoring heavily and when Abel was getting on top of them as well, and he's been rewarded with wickets either side of tee.
Sounds like a smart suit shop, that. Porter and Harmer. Something on Jermyn Street.
Yeah, maybe a law firm. You need a third name for it to be a law firm, wouldn't you? Cook, in this case. Or either Cook, really, given one took 5 and the other one made 100. Maybe both Cooks. Porter, Harmer, Cook and Cook.
Oh, that's just too much now. You're being silly now.
No. 4 names in a law firm's not without precedent. I think we can get the job done there.
Right, so what's Harmer done with his field for the new batsman? He's left cover open, wants him to drive through there, turn it through the gate. Got a man catching mid-wicket as well. Oh, and a bit of turn and bite. He hangs it outside the off stump. The ball spins back into George Bartlett. That's a nice line for the Essex off spinner to bowl. He's got a bit of cover for the sweep as well, with the man at a deep square leg, short leg. It's Ryan Tendescarter. Oh yeah, big turn. Starting to go now for Harmer.
Steve Finn made this call before tea as well, that they needed to swing him round to the pavilion end because the footmarks are more prominent, especially when there's a right-hander on strike. He gets a chance to bowl to one of those here in Bartlett.
Yeah, he wants him to drive through there, doesn't he? Wants to see that cover drive, inviting big gap there on the offside between the wide mid-off and backward point. Risky shot though with those footmarks. Over bowled, 168 for 3 off 45, 29 overs remaining today.
Yeah, there isn't necessarily the wear and tear on the track that you'd expect on afternoon 4, as you mentioned before, Floydie, that we had so much time taken out of this game, and just the very fact that this pitch has not been used in the season of 2020. It's the test match strip. Of course, very little cricket played at Lords, just the 5 T20 Blast fixtures, and of course no other first-class games, which means that it isn't suffering from underlying wear and tear, I suppose, and across this game, yeah, we have had time taken out of it. But there are footmarks there, and Harmer, being such a fantastic operator, so consistent with that flight and dip and accuracy. If he can land them in there, to Bartlett especially, having just walked to the crease, he'll be a handful. That's why he had a short leg as well, just looking for that shoulder of the bat. Extra bounce from that height that he bowls from. Now back to Porter, the attack leader, around the wicket.
All the lights are on at the moment. They have been since the last half an hour or so, I think, of the previous session. It looks now, this is the kind of conditions that you want to be bowling in as a seamer. The only downside, of course, is the ball isn't exactly new. It's in its 46th over. But certainly we have seen when the lights have come on, the ball has nipped around quite a bit more throughout this game. Lammonby takes 1, moves on to 103.
With all the lights on and no sun to speak of, there's already quite pronounced shadows around the players. We talk about the four-way shadow from the light towers here at Lords, but hopefully the light meter stays in the pocket till deep into the session. Not that we're quite at that stage yet, but it does seem to have that feel. Bad light did, of course, stop play prematurely on evening 2, albeit only from the last quarter of an hour or so, but nonetheless, of course, we are now deep into September, so in an hour and a half or so, might be a factor.
And that is one thing that could throw a spanner in Somerset's works, because they need as much time as they can get here. They really do need the 29 overs that are left, or 28 and a half now that are left on day 4, because they haven't got bags of time. And they need, as we discussed, as many overs as possible to bowl out Essex. If we do finish, say, 10 overs or so early today, will be a bit of a blow for them. That's a good ball. Seam and bounce down the famous slope. Porter's bowled pretty well in this innings. He's got a couple of wickets now. Perhaps Sam Cook not quite at his best earlier on. Was a little bit expensive, going at well over 3 and over. Aaron Beard, after a promising start with the opening wicket of the innings, getting Ben Green, has been very expensive, unfortunately. He's got it 7 runs and over, 4 overs, 1 for 28.
Yeah, that really was the quintessential Jamie Porter delivery, wasn't it? Able to beat the outside edge after drawing the batsman forward. Watching it back on the replay screen, just hit the seam and veered away ever so nicely down the slope. Enjoys bowling from that nursery end, even though the wind isn't exactly as he would like it. Can't be easy, not quite running into it, but it's swirling around and it's strong. Certainly not at his back.
169 for 3 after 46. Some refreshments and a couple of helmets being run onto the field by the Essex 12th man. Harmer's going to continue from the pavilion end. Really enjoying this battle actually between Simon Harmer and Tom Lammonby. You can see that Lammonby really wants to get after him, which is an interesting decision in itself given how dangerous a bowler he is, but that sums up the confidence that is coursing through his veins right now. And why not? 103 not out off just 138 balls.
Yeah, it feels as though Harmer wants to bowl at both batsmen here. Lammonby, because of course it'd be the prized wicket, but Bartlett, the new man, to the middle.
Down the pitch and works beautifully into the leg side. That is a great shot against the spin. Beats the man at mid-on, dissects the fielders perfectly. He's a class act, this young man.
How about those wrists to the pitch of the ball? That flick all the way along the ground, but the timing. Delightful cricket shot. Been pinned down for a little while here, Lammonby, but back on the bike here. That was quite the shot.
Mid-on and mid-off as a consequence of that shot have been dropped deeper now, about 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
In the case of Bartlett, we know he's a decent player of spin as well. Made a big 100 for England in the under-19s in India a couple of years ago.
Nice for the lap, bit of a top edge, doesn't really come off on that occasion.
But these really are the conditions for Harmer. Second innings. This is when he excels. This is when he takes his big bags. Needs to get moving. Seen all the variation, all these tricks in the bag. From around the wicket there, that's the faster one, which he's trying to zip between bat and pad. Then the big loopy off break, trying to bring slip into play.
Cuts well. Can't quite get enough power on it to get it to the boundary. I think it was half stopped by Aaron Beard at cover. So another single for Lammonby.
So he gets one ball at Bartlett here. It'll be interesting to see how they set this up. He's faced 9 deliveries yet to score. Might be a temptation to throw a couple of men around the bat just to make sure that he knows this will be a challenge. Instead, they just stick with a short leg and a slip.
Down the pitch and smites him hard down the ground, straight along the ground and well inside mid-off, who is quite wide for George Bartlett.
Yeah, 2 fabulous shots in that over off Simon Harmer. Just showing these 2 young men who are willing to take it to the veteran. Lammonby with that flick, and then Bartlett down to the pitch, just a shimmy down, not a dance as much as one stride, and then able to make pristine contact on the straight drive. Looked an absolute treat. Scurried away to the rope, which moves the lead to 142. So again, that's an important number on that scoreboard in the bottom right hand corner. The board we're looking at, that needs to keep going up and up. Needs to have a 2 in front of it in order to give them a realistic chance to have something to really bowl at tomorrow.
That's going to be another single. Just keep chipping on, don't they? Somerset, the lead is 143 now.
Interesting tweet in here from Ryan Campbell, who's saying, super pumped for my cousin Tom Lammonby, the former international. Ryan Campbell, of course, played for Australia and played for Hong Kong as well. Dutch coach.
God, I hope he hasn't got an Australian grandmother or something like that. You guys will be all over him.
Well, time will tell. Let's hope he's not having a Len, but he's certainly making it clear that he's celebrating the work of Lammonby here today.
Yeah, hands off, he's definitely one of ours. He's an England Englishman. Expect him to be in the Lions thinking very soon.
Absolutely.
After the season he's had. Comes down again, George Bartlett. Clearly a tactic of his, wants to try and negate any swing, take out the LBW for Jamie Porter.
Of course, there used to be almost a custom of whoever did well in the Lord's final in September, the white ball final, or the limited overs final, perhaps with the red ball back then, would end up on a winter tour for England. Well, a bit different these days. You do well here at the end of the season, maybe you get yourself a Lions tour. Would be a fitting reward for a fantastic campaign for the left-hander.
That's if there is a Lions tour, of course, this winter. Everything very much up in the air as it stands.
Let's be optimistic.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely at the moment, actually. We're not quite sure what the main England team are going to be doing. Supposed to be going to South Africa. Not sure that will happen. Supposed to be touring Sri Lanka and India as well. There's talk of perhaps the India tour happening in the UAE now. Good single, good running. Just drop and run. Will bring Lammonby back on strike. That's what Somerset will look to do for the rest of the day. Try and rotate the strike as much as possible. Run the county champions ragged. The intent has been really good from this young Somerset batting lineup throughout today. Going at a run rate of around about 4 ever since the start of the second session. And they need to keep going in this vein to have a chance of winning this match and taking the Bob Willis Trophy. It's a lovely straight shot from Lammonby. Just a single for him this time, mid-on quite deep. That brings the 48th over to a conclusion, 181 for 3. The lead is 145. I'll hand you over to Steve Finn and Niall O'Brien.
Matt Floyd, 181 for 3. Good lead. Somerset played superbly well, it must be said. They've been excellent all day. Tom Lammonby, well, that's a fantastic century. Left-handers pitch this one, Stephen Finn. Big session, 26 overs, plenty of overs still to play. Will Somerset fancy having a dip tonight, or are they going to just maybe creep into tomorrow?
I think it's hard to say at the moment. Essex bowlers have bowled well post tee. Come out, they've kept the scoreboard not moving. Simon Harmer wheeled away from this end, Jamie Porter the other end. Their two most threatening bowlers in this campaign have done the job for them post tee, meant that Somerset haven't been able to get too far ahead, but there is still time. 26 overs is a long time, and you'd imagine that at some stage this evening we'll see the Somerset batsmen try and accelerate and try and get themselves in a position where you're probably looking it's more likely to be overnight, and tomorrow morning they'll come and they'll take that new ball first thing in the morning.
Down the wicket, Harmer just seeing him coming, dragging it back a little bit more turn as this day 4 has progressed, and Jack Leach in the Somerset sheds probably pretty comfortable at the moment with a cup of tea, but he's got a big role to play, you feel, on day 5 as Essex chase down a total or look to survive. So interesting to see how the rest of this Harmer spell goes, and then Jack Leach on day 5 is when you look to your test match spinner to win you the game.
You do, and we can see the footholes at each end. They're not very, very prominent, but they're slightly prominent, and with the bowlers bowling a lot over and round the wicket, there are footmarks on either side of the crease up there, which gives, whether there's a right-hander or a left-hander batting, gives the bowlers, the spinners, something to aim at.
Well, Bartlett's struggled to get going. 5 off 16. When you're looking to accelerate, it's good work by Essex, as you quite rightly mentioned, just keeping a stop on the runs. Got stroke makers in the sheds. Tidy over. Bowled by Simon Harmer. They've got some stroke makers in the shed. Stephen Davis, left-hander, very talented batsman. Lewis Gregory can put bat to ball. Overton play well first innings, so I'm just wondering, was it in the thought process to potentially maybe hold Bartlett back and send in one of the more destructive batsmen?
I don't know, maybe not quite time for that yet, I don't think. I think as we move through this session, I think it's still important that Somerset being 3 down, they didn't want to, and as we have seen through this game, wickets have fallen in small clusters, so they'd have come out after tea not wanting to let Essex too far through the door. If Essex takes 2 or 3 quick wickets, it means that they're in with a sniff of bowling Somerset out. But if they can negate that initial threat and leave your stroke makers in the hutch.
Well, that's a bit of a swipe and a filthy one, but it's 4.
But it does feel as though now that they've only got 25 overs left to bat, they may just try and look to bat a little bit longer and then explode as we get towards the end. So we could see some fireworks over the course of these next 25 overs, and judging by that last shot from Tom Lammonby, pretty comfortable and well set on 115. Feels like it's his job now to accelerate that scoring rate.
Porter just the 1 slip. Alistair Cook the solitary slip. No protection offside. They've got a deep square leg and a long leg and a third man. Aiming to go over the top. Good cricket. Excellent. Wants 2. Might get 2. Big Paul Walter down there was quick off the rope. Lights on. It's got a little bit gloomy, but thankfully the rain has stayed away. It's 24 overs after this. Tick along at close to run a ball. They're going to have a healthy lead overnight. And then it'll be down to the bowlers. Been impressive cricket all the same. It's been hard fought. Both sides have not given an inch, as we expected. 2 strongest sides in the country. Jamie Porter.
It's been toe to toe most of the way through it, hasn't it, Niall? It's been nip and tuck. They've toed and froed at certain stages of the game. Partnerships, little clusters of wickets for both teams has meant that this game all the way through, even the first innings, Essex only managing a 36-run lead, which might be significant when we come to tomorrow. Potentially Essex being able to bat out the day to win the trophy, as opposed to having to chase those runs, which would have made it even more interesting. But most definitely all the way through it's been an even contest, and even now.
Well, you expect nothing else from these 2 strong sides. They've been fighting it out for the championship for a number of years now. Essex triumphing on a couple of occasions. You just feel maybe the fairy tale would be for that Somerset victory. Win them a bit of silverware. We've been searching for a long time. Still plenty of cricket to go yet. Bartlett facing up, Porter charging in. Oh, it's a good ball. Well, he's still extracting a little bit of movement down the slope. There's still a little bit in it if you bend your back.
It's definitely not a foregone conclusion that Essex are just going to be able to bat out the last day. Somerset, as you said there, they've come close a few times and they'll feel that this is their opportunity. Even if it doesn't seem to be that there are any demons in the wicket, they will still fancy their chances of having 90 overs. They've got a confident bowling attack. They've bowled teams out for cheap this year, double-digit scores a number of times, and they'll back their bowlers, the same bowlers that have won in those games. And that is the dismissal that Essex wanted at this stage. Bartlett trying to push that scoring rate along again. Jamie Porter, 3 men in a ring on the leg side, offering Bartlett to go over those men, but him not quite managing. Frustrated kick of the turf there. He's annoyed he's not managed to push that on, but big wicket for Essex. Lammonby is still there, but this might be the point where we see Somerset start trying to accelerate. We'll see one of the big hitters come in now. Be interested to see who they send out. But wicket for Essex, 187 for 4. This game finally poised.
Yeah, Bartlett never got going. His innings had no fluency whatsoever. He walks off a frustrated figure, but the side are in a good position. Any wicket at this stage just maybe halts, even only for an over or two, while a new batsman finds his feet. Precious balls that might be chewed up by a new batsman, and Lammonby is going to be joined by Stephen Davis. Well, if any batsman can get his innings up and running early, it's Stephen Davis.
He's an aggressive batsman, isn't he? Very good square of the wicket, very strong cutting, good player of spin, which might have been a factor in sending him out rather than one of the right-handers to take on the off-spin of Simon Harmer. This will be interesting how he starts his innings here. Usually a very free-flowing, quick-scoring batsman, very talented, was on the England radar a number of years ago, toured a lot with the Test team. Be interested to see how he starts this innings.
A slightly different player to Lammonby. Lammonby looks to stand tall and plays very straight. Davis looks playing square of the wicket. And the lead's crept over 150, 151 in front. Two left-handers though against the off-spinner of Simon Harmer will prove tricky. Lammonby's been keen to get down the wicket. Stephen Davis, not a renowned player of running down the wicket, likes to stay in his crease and loft over the offside. This is going to be an interesting passage of play. Oh, it's close. That's close. That's gone. Here we go. Bang, bang. Essex. Harmer gets the big one.
Exactly what Essex needed. As Niall O'Brien said just now, wickets do stunt that scoring rate. Lammonby had looked settled, had looked comfortable. Seen a wicket fall at the other end, prods forward. Simon Harmer makes the breakthrough, gets rid of the danger man. Tom Lammonby's played wonderfully for 116. Outstanding innings, but 2 in 2 balls gives Essex that hope that they can squeeze the two new batsmen, delay that declaration and give them a great opportunity to win this Bob Willis Trophy. Another twist, wickets in clusters. It's been the order of the last 4 days and we've seen it again.
Great knock. 116, best innings of his professional career to date. 151 balls, 17 fours. Marvellous, marvellous knock by this talented young man. Getting warm applause by the Somerset dugout below us. On a cold and grey afternoon, it was a bright innings. Deserves every bit of applause, and I'm sure the Somerset fans watching around the country and around the world would have enjoyed it. Lewis Gregory, the new man. You've got 2 men without facing a ball. This is going to be an interesting passage of play.
Lewis Gregory, the man who this morning took the wickets and yesterday taken 6 for in the Essex innings to get Somerset back in when it looked as though Essex were going to build a healthy first innings lead. He took those wickets in clusters, and now he's got a big job to do with the bat. We know he's a more than capable batsman, scored first class hundreds, has been in the England T20 and one-day squads recently. He's capable of clearing the ropes. He's going to be an important player for these next 24 overs of the day. Simon Harmer fired up, Essex fired up on a team hat-trick. If that's a thing, I think it's a thing.
No Craig Overton though. Craig Overton batted ahead of Lewis Gregory first innings. Made a good half century, so slight change in the order. A little bit surprising. A team hat-trick, eh? Who gets the plaudits? Who buys their round of drinks?
The coach can, that's the disadvantage for him there. The coach can cough up.
Harmer, well, he deserved that wicket, plugged away. Hasn't quite been at his best this match, Simon Harmer, but he always has a role to play. You never feel like you're far away from a wicket when he's toiling away in a long spell. Flighted, lofted, should be safe. Well, sign of the times to come. Maybe Lewis Gregory putting bat to ball. Just slid on straight. Lammonby was playing for a little bit of turn just through the gate. Good bowling.
Could change the pace. I think that's one of the great things about Simon Harmer. We've seen him operating with not a massive amount of spin here, as maybe they're used to at Chelmsford. We've seen some of those wickets turn a pretty decent amount over the years, or over the last few years, but this one, it's more of a holding role for a spinner. You have to be clever with your pace, and that's exactly what he has been.
A position now that Somerset have to be a little bit careful, because if Essex can get on a bit of a roll and take a couple more quick wickets here, Somerset end up batting a bit of time and trying to get themselves back in the game, as opposed to maybe pushing on. So it's an interesting passage. Davies and Gregory can't go too hard and open the door fully. At the moment the door is ajar. Essex is just trying to push it open and kick it down.
As we discussed earlier, I think that's the reason why they didn't send their bigger hitters in earlier. Send the batsmen out there, let the batsmen play normally, let them set that platform, so that then with free license, probably with a few less overs than we've got here to go, send those big hitters out to really take it to the Essex attack. And it's that wariness of knowing that Essex and people in this game in general have got on a roll, got 2, 3, 4 wickets in a row in a cluster, knowing that that can happen out here. I think you always got one eye on that. So good bowling by Essex, excellent since tea, pegged that scoring rate back that maybe got away from them a little bit in that afternoon session through good batting, a little bit of loose bowling. Porter and Harmer, the men who've dragged Essex again. It's toed and froed, it's seesawed all the way through, as we've said. And again with a lead of 152, not quite enough yet, but 23 overs to go. See how Somerset play this.
Just the one slip in play, got a deep square leg, fine leg and third man. Not over attacking here, Jamie Porter. And beats Gregory, all ends up. It's that fine balance, as you quite rightly mentioned, to not attack too soon and give the game away, but at the same time just knowing when to put the foot down. I think Somerset have done it pretty well so far. Their openers did a good job. They saw off the shine either side of that lunch break and they put the foot down in the middle. They just need to regroup for 2, 3, 4 overs and let Davies and Gregory get their eye in. They've got plenty of experience, these two batsmen. You bat well the last 10 overs, you could easily go and run a ball. You've still got 23 overs. If you have a good 10 at 60 runs, you have a good, and build it up from this point on to that point, and all of a sudden you've got another 110, 115. What would have been acceptable before balls bowled second dig? What would you have been happy with as a captain?
I think 280 would be a good lead. You want enough that means that you've got the luxury of, if Essex do put together a partnership. And that's an outstanding catch. What a catch that is. On the back foot, Adam Wheater leaves it for Alistair Cook, diving to his left, standing slightly wider as the only slip there, but Jamie Porter, again the man that does the trick from the nursery end, back of a length, nips away, flies, bounces, takes the shoulder of the bat, and Alistair Cook leaping to his left. Not looking a day over 35 as he is. Outstanding catch, and that sees the back of the dangerous Lewis Gregory. And again this game seesaws, 3 quick wickets, takes a great position for Somerset into a great position for Essex. 188 for 6, and now Essex sniffing blood here.
Well, that's an absolutely brilliant catch by Alistair Cook. He was probably 1.5. When you only got one slip in, you go a little bit wider, so he was at 1.5. People may think it might have been Adam Wheater's catch. May well have been, but what Wheater did very well is didn't throw a dummy in. He didn't dummy Alistair Cook, he just left him forward, and it was a great catch. Absolutely sensational catch. The ball out of nowhere is the first ball that's really bounced and leapt at the batsman, first time in a while, so maybe just still a little bit of life in it, and all of a sudden Essex are just showing why they're the champion side that they are. Well, Craig Overton has had a good game so far, batted well, bowled well, was excellent in the slips. The kind of cricketer that you feel would enjoy this opportunity.
It's very competitive. Craig Overton, you can see that when he's out there on the pitch. And now this really is a big moment for Somerset. They need to weather this storm from Porter and Harmer. Essex's 2 best bowlers in this game so far. Get the change bowlers on. Try and build this partnership and then try and push on to a point where they feel like they can declare. But those 3 quick wickets since tea most definitely made Essex feel as though they can win this game now.
Yeah, cracking, absolutely brilliant cricket. And now Essex sends blood. Another slip in, there's no sweeper on the leg side. Essex all of a sudden, for the first time today, they feel like they can get on a roll here and bowl Somerset out and get batting this evening. Porter steaming in. Oh yeah, more energy, more vigour, plenty behind that. Porter's tails up. All of a sudden that ball just leapt out of nowhere. Lewis Gregory, not much you could do about that. It was a pretty good ball, superbly well caught. Lead sitting at 152. Lights taking full effect, as you've mentioned all match, Stephen Finn. The overhead conditions just change and alter the pitch and the match. Oh, just wants that LB, honing in on that LB. Overton's up to the challenge. It's good cricket. The overhead conditions make such a big difference. I think here and probably Headingley, the two grounds of the overheads, play a massive part.
Yep, huge. We spoke earlier about the dark clouds being around the ground as opposed to over the top, but now that cloud has filled in, the wind's picked up, the lights are on, the atmosphere does feel heavy out there. You can see 4 shadows on every player from the floodlights that's out on the ground. It means that that ball has more chance of doing something.
Full face of the bat, Craig Overton. That's a good over. It's a very good over. Porter, excellent big wicket. Lewis Gregory snicked off as an absolute beauty. Alistair Cook, well, he looked like a 21-year-old, not someone nearing the end of his career. Fantastic to see. The England great, snaffling everything at slip, scoring daddy hundreds. Easy game. Simon Harmer to continue. Stephen Davis only faced 3 balls. He's been out there about 15 minutes. Quite a lot has happened since he strolled to the crease. Now Essex are on the attack. Got a deep square leg, got a slip and a short leg. Ryan Tendescada, a short leg. Mid off, just going to hang a little bit. Just try and tempt Stephen Davis to push one maybe for a single and pop a catch. Drift, nice drift. Totally different mindset now, totally different atmosphere to the game. The last 10 minutes shifted.
Very, very different. I think the cloud coming over has definitely aided that. Simon Harmer Davies prodding forward, tentative, knowing that Simon Harmer's coming for him here. But you do feel as though the Somerset bowlers will be keeping their fingers and toes crossed that conditions are like this tomorrow.
Well, Stephen Davis rarely charges down the wicket at spin. Likes to stay home and likes to loft the ball over the offside. Chip over extra is not the worst plan. It's just a risky shot when you've lost a couple of quick ones. No sweeper on the offside. Flighted again. Davis staying in his bunker. Happy to sit tight for the moment, Davis, and soak up a little bit of pressure. Doesn't want to expose the tail at this stage.
15 minutes ago we were talking about Somerset looking to declare, Somerset having a score in their mind. 15 minutes has just completely changed the complexion of this evening session now. Davies and Overton are going to have to look to survive for a short period of time. Maybe you're going to have to bring in your aspirations of getting to 280, bring those in slightly, and then keep your fingers and toes crossed. As I said, that tomorrow when they do come to bowl, if they get conditions like this from first thing in the morning when they've got that new ball, it could be mighty tricky to get any sort of platform to do anything for Essex. So scrap yourself to a total that you feel is defendable and then bowl your hearts out.
Well, he's got a bit of a delay here. Bit of a problem at mid-wicket. Ryan Tendescada is just going to check on one of his teammates. I think might be a little bit of a finger injury. Stephen Davis punched one off the back foot. Beard dived. Well, he's holding his back. He dived to try and stop the ball from Stephen Davis in the previous ball. I'm just wondering if he jar his back or tweaked a muscle. Very cold. Very, very cold. Doesn't look in good shape here. He's struggling, I think. Lower back.
It's like potentially a back spasm or something like that. He's in the fetal position. And his hands and knees now just looks incredibly uncomfortable. only what you can imagine in this cold weather. A sudden movement can give you a bad back. I know, sitting up here, keep walking downstairs thinking, oh, get a stiff back up there. Lord only knows what it feels like being out there on the field, but never nice to see someone go down and be in pain. Hopefully the physio can work some magic. The old magic spray.
Magic spray. What's next? The old sponge. Wet sponge will be next. Here we go. What is that? What's the science behind the old magic spray?
I don't know. It's very hard to say. You just feel a bit of something on there. Yeah, it's all right.
Like the ice bath. No
like
merit
those.
in it whatsoever.
Well, I still do them stupidly, and they're particularly uncomfortable. It takes me about 15 minutes to even get in the cold one.
Well, Aaron Beard's going to go off here. It's probably sensible. Realistically, probably wouldn't have too much more bowling to do this evening. Simon Harmer will probably twirl away for the rest of this evening session from the pavilion end. Porter might have one or two more, and then we've got Sam Cook as well. Precautionary to get him off. Just pull the muscle and jarred his back. At least he's up on his feet and moving. Davis is up and running with his single. You mentioned about surviving. I just wonder about Overton. Is technically and mindset, he's probably better off looking to be aggressive as opposed to just trying to sit in, and that's reflected in the field. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on. Harmer. Positive, good cricket. That's good, really good. I've been so impressed with Craig Overton this fixture. Positive in everything he does. Over bowled. Nice one from Harmer. He's bowled 21 overs, 1 for 69. The lead is 154, 190 for 6.
Jamie Porter is going to continue his spell. I think Essex still feel, this is incredibly important time of the game still. Jamie Porter sniffing 5 wickets, 4 for 44 off 17, has been outstanding today. Maybe, I think, you said you spoke to him early morning the other day, didn't feel as though he bowled his best on day 2. But here today he's been outstanding, and Essex's linchpin, has he been for a number of years. Puts his hand up in the final, swifts the momentum, switches the momentum in this game again.
Yeah, well, keeping a keen interest on his release position and where he's placing his feet. Before the game, before a ball was bowled, I spoke to Andre Nell, the Essex bowling coach, former South African quick, and he just thought, looking back on Porter a couple of years ago, he's bowling slightly wider of the crease this season and recently. So I'm just keen to keep an eye on that release point. Nice timing. Bowl well this second innings, 4 for. What about, there's been a lot of chat about Porter and England, and he's been quite vocal in his, well, I suppose, disillusion and disappointment by not being picked in England squads. Is it pace, or is it a skill element that's just holding him back from the England setup, or just the quality of the England bowling attack?
I think that's the problem, isn't it? You look at the people who are in that England attack at the moment, and it's hard to dislodge them. That is pulled away dismissively by Craig Overton. Jamie Porter maybe trying to dish out some of the chin music that Craig Overton gave him earlier in the day as night watchman. Jamie Porter hung around for a long period of time. Craig Overton gave him a good number of bumpers, trying to repay the favour there, but not quite high enough. He's a big man, Craig Overton. This slow wicket, you have to bang it in real short, not quite getting up enough. Craig Overton swats it away, but that brings an immediate field change. Second slip comes out, mid-wicket comes in. Square leg, it looked as though he was going to go back onto the deep square boundary, but he's not. He's honing in on the pads here, I'd say.
Yeah, quite strange. Slip coming out, and Simon Harmer jumped into a mid-wicket. And they kept Nick Brown at square leg. I was with you. I thought he was going to just trot out to deep square. There might be a bit of chin music, and Overton's going to take it on. He's certainly going to take it on. I don't think he's going to hold back here, Craig Overton. Could be an exciting passage of play. .194 for 6. The lead is 158. Yeah, it was amazing. Half an hour, 280 lead. Get at them this evening, and then all of a sudden you're scrapping. But you're right. Whatever you get, you got to make so difficult for Essex. First of all, to feel comfortable at the crease, but then every run's got to work so hard for it. Smaller total may play into Somerset's hands, though. Might just attract Essex into the chase. Essex is the kind of side I can't see him just sitting back on day 5. I think they'll want to win the game outright and show and prove everybody they are the best team in the competition. They are the best team in the land. I can't see the likes of Cook and co just setting the stall out to bat and survive. They'll look to play positively and chase the score down.
That's it. I think first and foremost look to set a platform, and then when you feel comfortable, that's when you start elaborating and express yourself. That's what Tom Lammerman did very well in this innings for Somerset, did outstandingly. Alistair Cook did the same for Essex in their first innings, and even in a small chase or a so-called perceived short chase, you still need someone to bat long and put their hand up, because it is a day 5 wicket, and regardless of whether we feel as though it's doing very much up here, there's still been a lot of cricket played on this wicket by the time tomorrow comes around. That hand in hand with overhead conditions, if it does ever tomorrow get similar to this, it becomes very hard to bat regardless of the situation of the game. As we're seeing, Somerset have gone from so comfortable to very tricky and backs against the wall now in the space of half an hour because of the weather conditions. So they'll be hoping that they can get these sorts of conditions to bowl in tomorrow, and that will play hand in hand to them trying to get those 10 wickets to win this championship.
Well, if you chase 200 on innings 4 in any match, whether it be first class test cricket, you've done well. That's a good chase. Anything over 200, Harmer to continue, slip in. Davis staying home. Harmer just tempting him, tossing it up, nice bit of drift into the left-hander. Davis not interested in getting down the wicket and trying to reach it on the full toss. Stephen Davis content. Played a lot of cricket, Stephen Davis. Worcestershire, Surrey, and been at Somerset for a number of years. He knows he can catch up. That's where he likes to play. He likes to play through the offside, Stephen Davis, to either go through or over the covers. Nice bit of cat and mouse here from Harmer and Davis. Best spin bowler in county cricket, Simon Harmer, really?
Yeah, I think Jack Leach and Don Best might want to argue with you about that one, but I think when you look at the numbers over the last few years, you can't argue with the fact that he has been the best spinner, and he's at the top of the MVP ratings for the PCA. I think he won it last year. I think he's at the top again this year, so there's absolutely no doubt that he is the most valuable, if not one of the most valuable players in the tournament, yes.
Oh, Tenduscara, short leg. Nearly pulling off a beauty. Straight off the middle of the blade. It's good over though. Maiden by Simon Harmer. 194 for 6. The lead is 158. It's a slow passage of play, but it's intriguing. Stephen Finn, well, he's out of here. Never seen him move so quick. Adam Collins alongside me.
Hello, Niall. You've been up here for half an hour already, and you're going to be here for half an hour more.
I love it.
Blanket on your shoulders. You're the one of us today that hasn't invested in a hat. I suspect you might before tomorrow. 194 for 6, so that lead 158. The umpire's doing it just as tough out there as well. Shots of both umpires through the course of the day shivering, which we've enjoyed. 4 men out, with Jamie Porter on the way, bowling to Overton. So 159 now the lead, and owing to the fact that wickets have fallen fairly consistently after tea, it's a slightly different conversation than what it was maybe half an hour or 45 minutes ago about how Somerset might really go after the Essex bowling. It's more about where can they get to? How far can they push this? 19 overs remaining after this one today. Can they still be hanging around at the close in order to give themselves an entire day, 200 and something, or will Essex race through the lower order and make the decision for them? Nice push from Davies.
Well, Porter's turned this game on its head. As you mentioned, half an hour, totally different conversation. Stephen Finn speaking about 280, maybe 290, and having a bowl this evening. Well, Somerset at the moment are hanging in there. Stephen Davis is using all his experience, all his nous. I think Craig Overton's going to attack. He's best. He plays best when he's on the front foot.
Of course, Overton batted so nicely in the first innings, making 66 in an important partnership with Eddie Byram. As for Davies, he made 27 in the first innings, but across the competition, made a century early on, an unbeaten 83 in the first round, and that big 10th wicket stand with Jack Brooks. Certainly not into that situation yet. Overton would classify himself as an all-rounder, I'm sure. Bowling all-rounder, albeit. A couple of half centuries in this competition in 2020.
Yeah, I think he's certainly an all-rounder at this level.
Yeah.
I think his pace is good, his aggressive bowler, very talented batsman when he's looking to be aggressive and take the attack to the bowlers, and his slip catching has been exceptional. He's gobbled up everything as slip, absolutely brilliant. Even when he was at second slip and he was so close, low to his left, low to his right, he snaffled everything. So good cricketer, very good cricketer for Somerset.
You've got to love a fast bowler that's good in the slips. He's unable to get this away just off his hip. Porter does the work and he's followed through, but there's been a number of fast, well, Ian Botham, of course, who is a prolific slipper in his pomp. James Anderson, who used to field there quite a bit, doesn't do it that often these days, but would often field at slip for Graham Swan.
Yeah, James Anderson, excellent slip catcher. Turned himself into a fantastic slip catcher, really. Hard work, talented man. I think Glenn McGrath was in the slips at one stage.
No, that wasn't really his go. End of the Porter over. Not a successful one this time around. 197 for 6. The lead's 161 with Overton 7. Davies 2. The last wicket falling on 188. Yeah, there's been... You want to go back a long way. Terry Alderman was a fantastic slipper. But we're going back to the 80s there.
How old are you?
Old enough to know Terry Alderman had a good pair of hands.
You can't be old enough to remember watching Terry Alderman play.
At the very end of his career, he retired in '91. I remember watching him play a little bit, but having watched the tapes, as you do when you're a cricket-obsessed kid. But there aren't loads of them, is my point. And the fact that Overton has shown in this match a couple of low takes at first slip and then at second slip. Good all-round performer, as they'll need him to be here. He's on 7. Whipping harm around the corner. Not a lot of room to work with there between short leg and the man at the 45, but he finds the gap, gets a single, gets off strike from the first ball, 198 for 6. Other fast bowlers who fielded in the slips. Kapil Dev fielded in the slips. Like he may have. Again, another famous all-rounder, more than just a fast bowler. Davies takes on mid-off, does it well. Lawrence doing the work there. Would have needed to have been a perfect piece of fielding to have had Overton in trouble at the keeper's end. 199 for 6. Another easy single down to that man Lawrence. As the 200 comes up. 200 for 6. 227 minutes, so just inside 4 hours. Going at a decent clip. The lead's 164. The next milestone here for Somerset is how do they get to a lead of 200? How do they break this down? Overton and Davies will be most important to that pursuit.
Well, at the moment, Davies is not entertaining or interested in taking Simon Harmer on at all. So the bulk of the scoring for the time being will have to be done by Craig Overton. Still got plenty of time. 17 overs after this one.
It's a bit wider, and he does take him on. Out behind point. So taking advantage of a looser delivery there, Davies. Out to the boundary, he moves to 7. 204 for 6, and the lead's 168.
Well, you can see what Simon Harmer was trying to do. Trying to just tempt Stephen Davis to chip one in the air. He tossed it higher and wider. You know Stephen Davis likes to go inside out over extra. It wasn't a bad ploy by Simon Harmer. Davis was just about good enough. Get his first boundary. 17 overs to go, Adam. There's still plenty of runs in the tank here. They don't need to do anything too crazy just yet. You have a good flurry of the last 6 to 8 overs and pick up 35, 40 and stick another 20 or 30 on it between now and then, and you've still got a good lead of 220, 230, which is a good score. Fourth innings chase at 230, a good chase.
And the fact that they scored so quickly earlier in the innings does give them just a little bit of latitude here. Davey, Leach and Brooks to come. They can't shut up shop. They're going to have to keep playing with some purpose, but thanks to the way that Lammonby played earlier and the support he received from Green at different times, and then Abel, albeit briefly. Hasn't been a lot after that, but it does mean that there's still plenty of time in this game. 107 overs left, and they want at least 90 of them to bowl at Essex come what may. On the leg side, half a question asked about whether there might have been a tickle down the leg side by Overton, but no sincere appeal.
Gloomy conditions now. Dark skies all over. Lords, ground staff at the ready. Down by the hover cover, we're hoping there's no rain, and we're hoping there's going to be no bad light coming into play.
Well, bad light, it's an interesting question about this particular game because the reading was taken very late on day 2. Taking on the short ball here, down towards the long leg, and it's put down. An opportunity down at long leg. It hung in the air for a long time. But a life there for Overton. Ben Allison doing the work down there. The sub fielder, Ben Allison, in the squad this week, the young 20-year-old. On the field for Beard, who had that back spasm about a quarter of an hour ago. Had a chance to get involved in the game, but Overton survives. He moves to 10. Wasn't a tough chance either, Niall O'Brien. Wasn't a tough chance at all.
Well, that's a sitter. You don't like to criticise any player, and it's cold, it's difficult, but that should have been taken at this level.
So Cook goes again into the attack and creating that opportunity. Got to keep their heads up here, Essex. 4 wickets and they can return to the rooms and know that the game is completely in their control. They can take the declaration out of the question altogether. Indeed, at this stage, the declaration really isn't a talking point, given that they've been able to take consistent wickets either side of tee. He finds the gap. There at cover, gets 1. Even though Davies is the senior of the 2 batsmen, as far as where he walks in, Overton might be the more dangerous here as far as what he can do in a hurry. Obviously in form, having made a half century the first time around.
Yeah, very much so. He will be the aggressor. Stephen Davis, when he chooses to go, is a destructive batsman. Just doesn't do it in as battle hungry as a way as Overton would. Stephen Davis in his own right has opened in T20 cricket for a long time, and he can take any bowling attack apart. So I think when Stephen Davis decides it's his turn to go, he can be equally as destructive.
So little drops of rain on our screens here, and it is very dark. Used to be when you'd see 4 shadows across the fielders, that would be a rule of thumb about bad light. But because the reading was taken so late on evening 2 when it was particularly dark, that's a good sign in terms of them staying on. That's the end of the 58th over. That lead, the most important number on the board, is 171. 207 for 6 the score. Somerset with Overton 11 getting a life in that over. Dropped down at long leg by the subfielder Allison. And Davies is on 8.
Well, every over that passes, those shadows surrounding the fielders and umpires are getting darker and darker. Rob Bailey is at square leg. He's just got his meter out. He's having a look, just taking a reading.
Well, that's the first time we've seen it out of his pocket, umpire Bailey. And as I mentioned before, the reading that they took on evening 2 will be the reading that it goes by. Even though there are shadows everywhere, there is no sun to speak of, the floodlights are on full, it won't mean a jot unless that reading goes below what it was at about 10 to 6 on Friday night. In a way, that was well handled by the umpires in terms of making sure they get as much cricket as they can. They didn't go for the early measure, which has been a criticism of the way that light's been adjudicated at the international game in recent times. How much of that is reasonable is a different question altogether, but we do know what we're up against here. Bad light and rain. 16 overs remaining if they can avoid both. Harmer to continue. 2 men around the bat.
Well, I reckon Craig Overton's going to have a look at a couple here and then try go downtown. I reckon he's eyeing up this long on cow corner region below us. Walters patrolling it long on.
Yeah, long on and a cow corner and a deep backward square. Overton playing with a straight bat off the back foot. No one out on the offside, so encouraging him to go up and over against the spin if he's brave enough. Just a reminder, if you're joining the broadcast, Essex, having claimed a first innings lead, will win the trophy if this game is drawn tomorrow. So Somerset have to make the running. They have to win the game if they're to claim the Bob Willis Trophy. A draw will be good enough for Essex, who had a 36-run lead on the first innings. They're now 170 runs behind Somerset, batting in the third innings of this match. Nice take there by Wheater.
Yeah, good work, Adam Wheater. He's been tidy behind the stumps all match. That was excellent work. Bat flying in front of him, moves nicely, clean pick-up.
So as you pointed out before, at the end that Harmer's bowling from, the pavilion end, they're more or less fine with keeping things quiet. We're seeing the umpires convene at the end of the over. This could be an important conversation. There is some drizzle. That won't be enough to get them off. It'll be light that they're concerning themselves with. Looks like we are going to continue.
Well, it's got lighter since the end of the last over, so I think it's going to be a case of the umpires will probably just have a chat every couple of overs. What do you reckon? How do you look? Looks okay at the moment. Spin from one end and seam from the other. But the rain is just very light. The rain won't take us off. Neither side wants to go off. I know Essex fans will be thinking we'll be happy to go off, but I think Essex want to win this game and win this game properly. I can't see them settling for a draw tomorrow. I think they'll try and chase these runs down and win the game outright and show everybody in the country that they are the best, they are the most dominant. They want to try and win it outright. If it comes to a situation where they've got a block out, so be it.
Yeah, and they're in a great position to do exactly that, one way or another, as Cook starts a new over around the wicket. Davies picking out the fielder at point. The other element is that no time will be made up on the 5th day, so 90 overs is 90 overs on day 5 of this fixture. So if they come off at some point in the next 15 overs, we won't be getting those back. Whereas on other days you can make it up, of course, as we've done over the last couple of days. Shot. On the front foot, driving through cover, bisecting the two fielders. Out to the rope for 4. Davies into double figures. He's 12. Somerset 211 for 6. The lead 175.
Well, that's been a trademark of Stephen Davis for the past 15 years in the county game. Elegant cover drive, efficient foot movement, energy through the ball, head in a great position. Not a big flourish, not a big flurry, just caresses the ball up the slope. Beautiful boundary.
Ooh, a bit uppish in defence there, Davies. Got back in the crease and a fraction cramped up. The ball landing just before Cook and his follow through. To put a hypothetical to you, Niall, if play does end prematurely today, let's say in the next 5 overs or so, let's hope it doesn't, but if it were to, and these overs are lost, from Steve Finn's perspective, they need to give themselves a full day really to bowl Essex out a second time. But with a lead of 175, well, that might be 179, and it will. Off the back foot this time, finds the same gap. Again bisecting the fielders. 2 lovely shots from Stephen Davies. He moves to 16. 215 for 6, the lead's 179. If the lead doesn't have a 2 in front of it, might there be a nagging temptation to go out in the morning and bat for 5 or 6 overs, or will they just say, look, the overs we're going to bowl with are far more important than the runs on the board? I mean, these are the sort of questions they'll have to ask themselves, nagging questions, and why it's important they stay on the field, really.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't think they have the luxury of batting a few overs tomorrow and getting an extra 10 or 15 or 20 runs, because when you're losing overs for the changeover, the last thing you want is to have a cracking day with the ball and Essex to potentially bat out and you're a couple of wickets short. Whether you lose by 10 wickets or 1 wicket, you've got to give yourself a chance to bowl them out. So I think tonight is their only chance to bat, Somerset.
Inside portion of the bat out to mid-wicket. Bounce back well to finish the over. Cook after a couple of boundaries. So 179's the lead now. So even if play did cease down, it won't, because obviously the light has picked up a wee bit as they go from one of these COVID breaks, and by that I mean the hand sanitizer will come out to the middle. So even if play did stop now and the rain started falling, they'd have 2 runs and over to play with, but again, not that that's necessarily a factor, because you can't expect to keep any side in professional cricket down to 2 and over. But it all comes down to that equation of how long is enough and how many runs are credible to play with in order to set aggressive fields and the like.
Well, whether they have 180, 200, 250, Somerset are going to have to bowl exceptionally well. Essex have a good batting lineup, and they've got the great man Alistair Cook in form, who will look to set out a stall to shepherd the innings and bat through and win a game for his county and win another title for his county. So whatever Somerset get, they just got to believe they've got enough. If you chase anything over 200 on a last day pitch, whether it be a 4-day game, first class, or a test match, anything over 200 in a chase is good effort. It's all about belief for Somerset. They've got the bowlers to do it. They've got a good bowling attack, and they've got an international spinner in their side, and they've got to give him a good long run with the ball and ideally some runs on the board so he can have those attacking fields.
Yeah, and 200 is an important number too. Worcester made 200 against Somerset in the final round, and of course Essex made 337 in the first innings here, but every other innings in this competition they've skittled sides inside 184, so they'll be able to back their bowlers on that front, no question. But what we're really driving at here is that Essex are really in control of this game, especially with the additional weather element around, although it must be said it has got brighter in the last 10 minutes, which is a good sign. We don't want it rained off, no one does. 14 overs to go today, see if they can get them in. Whipping through mid-wicket. Good effort to essentially save 1. Beard back on the field and immediately copping a whack to the finger after making that timely dive. 180's now to lead.
He's in the wars, Aaron Beard. Hurt his back and he's throwing himself around like a sprightly youth that he is. Caught one on the left hand there. It was a good half stop. Now Stephen Davis, has he got the confidence to step out and lift Simon Harmer over the extra cover region? Is a good area for Stephen Davis, through and over extra.
Yeah, I wonder whether, despite the threat that Harmer poses, I wonder whether Davies is the senior of the two men, more experienced of the pair, while the fielder broadly in, deep backward square, the only man out at the moment, whether he does try and take it to Harmer, whether he might try and knock him off his length, try and get this up to 200 in a hurry, whether he takes responsibility for that, leaving Overton up the other end. He won't hear, he's happy in defence, understandably given the threat that Harmer poses, but who would you think, is it more likely to be Davies to play that role if they make a decision that, with all this water in the air, the precipitation in the air, if there is to be a storm, the discussion we were having a moment ago about declarations and survival and all the rest, if they make the call that we are going to end up getting taken off here, we've got to make the most of what we've got left. Is he the man most likely, or would it be Overton?
Off spinner, maybe Overton, hitting with the spin. It's clever from Harmer. He's given Stephen Davis absolutely no width. He knows Stephen Davis likes to go through and over extra. Another tight over from Simon Harmer. He's bowled 25. He's taken one for 77. 216 for 6 with a lead of 180. It's clever from Harmer. He's playing the game, and Davis at the moment is holding firm. 13 overs. I like to look at the overs and come up with a bit of a run rate. If you can get 4, maybe 5 and over for these last 13, 5 and over will give you another 65, and you've got a lead of 245. You take that right now.
Oh, would they ever? They went off 5 and over from here. They'll have done exceptionally well.
The way I look at it, though, you don't necessarily need to go 5 and over now. The last 5 overs you could go 8 or 9 and over. So
right, yeah.
Between now and then, even if you go 3 or 4, you'll set yourself up. Anything over that 220, I think they'll be absolutely thrilled with.
So Sam Cook wicketless today, 5 in the first innings. Has a deep backward square and a third man out. Overton remains in defence. So both men have got to start. Davies has faced 36 balls, Overton 25. Looks as though that drizzle might have stopped as well, which is another good sign. A bit brighter, a bit less gloomy. Overton's defended with a nice straight bat throughout the 2 innings that he's played in this match. Really is in good nick with the blade.
Good nick with the blade, and then might not have another game of cricket for a while. Unclear of his winter plans at the moment, you would feel. Lions cricket potentially.
On the leg side there. You're having this discussion with Michael Atherton yesterday about how they might configure an England squad for the winter, and how you'd expect that will be considerably from plans for Australia, where you'd think that Overton might be more of an attractive proposition, given the height that he bowls from, the pace that he seems to have picked up since the last time he played for England, the form that he showed this year.
Well, I think he's probably down the pecking order a little bit. As well as he's played, look at someone like Ollie Stone from Warwickshire, ex-Northants. If Ollie Stone is fit and firing, England are very keen to get him involved in their test match plans, especially down under on flat wickets, when sometimes you've got to enforce when the ball goes a little bit soft. But Overton certainly improved as a cricketer. Genuine all-rounder ambitions now, it seems.
Again down the leg side. If he gets anything on it, it's going to run away for 4. We've seen a number of times today, both when Essex were batting at the start of play, when they were trying to eliminate that deficit, so many runs came down to fine leg, and That's the risk if Cook stays on that line, but Overton just not able to get across the stumps in time to get bat on ball.
A number of people playing this game will be harbouring England ambitions moving forward. Good over, 216 for 6. Yeah, you look at the players on the show here. Porter, Lammonby. He'll be harbouring some high runners. Lions cricket potentially. Looks a good cricketer to me. Porter's been in and around the setup for a while. He's aired his frustrations in a couple of articles about his disappointment about being left out of sides. We've got Overton himself. Dan Lawrence, who's been in and around the English setup and the England bubbles, looks a good cricketer. He'll be looking to get more opportunities. He's not far off the England set. They reckon he could be maybe the next cab off the rank in terms of the batting spot.
It certainly felt that way, didn't it, in the bubble, that had they needed another batsman for whatever reason, injury or otherwise, that he may have been called upon. Yet to make a debut. Yet to be a real factor in this game, but of course will bat in the second innings. Good opportunity for him just to remind the selectors of his ability. Saw him go nicely, of course, in the blast as well. And the fact that Ollie Pope, of course, has injured his shoulder again. It'll be interesting as to how they set up, although it must be said that he has time on his side in terms of what England might do over the winter. All that up in the air at the moment for obvious reasons.
It's amazing, watching this little battle between Stephen Davis and Harmer. It's just who's going to give in first, who's going to lose their patience first. Harmer's twirling away, Davis is content to watch.
Just one out on the leg side. Oh, there we go. There's the flighted delivery, asking Davis to have a crack. Smiles on the faces of those around the bat. No contact made. Will he try it again? No man out on the offside. He does. Does he find the gap? He does well enough to get at least one. Out to Lawrence, who'll get a couple. Good running from Overton, calling him through. So the lead now moves to 182 after a period of time where the ball didn't move. It's now 2-1-8 for 6. One more opportunity in this over for Harmer. Bowling with a slip and a short leg. Davies well forward. Push through, flat, defended. A couple from the over. 11 to go today. You'd expect Harmer will be set and forget from this end. So there's 6 overs you can almost be certain of. It's how do they shuffle around at the nursery end. We've seen that crucial spell from Jamie Porter, which netted them 4 wickets. Cook's in operation at the moment. Beard picked up a wicket as well, but has been expensive, and as you mentioned a couple of overs ago, has been in the wars. He was off the field for a time there after that back spasm, copped a whack on the hand as well. Cook continuing for now. Good little consolidation after losing their previous wicket on 188. This pair have put on 30. Down the leg side and 4 more. Very handy runs there. Craig Overton just doing as he wasn't able to in the previous Cook over. Getting into position to glance, and due to the fact that there's a deep backward square or a long leg but not a fine leg, that races away into the rope in front of the pavilion. 2-2-2 for 6. Overton's got 16 of them.
Well, Cook can have no complaints because he's got away with 2 or 3 in this short spell so far. Overton was good enough that time. They're valuable runs, useful.
That's a nice shot as well, but for none. Overton continues to strike the ball well with a straight bat. Unable to just get it past the fielder on the drive, but the fact that he's hitting it well is a good sign in terms of what they need to do over the next 11 overs, which is continue to tick the board over. It's not just about survival.
Well, it'd be nice to see Overton put bat to ball here. Have a good flurry, have a good 45 minutes with the Willow.
It'll be doubtless Matt Floyd and Steve Finn who are going to enjoy that flurry if they have a pop. We've done the hard yards here as they've been trying to get through this little tough period. It'll be Floydie and Finney who'll see some theatrics if that's the way they choose to go. They'll be taking over at the end of this Cook over.
I can go and de-ice my fingers.
After 65 minutes up here, you're entitled to do just that. It's been a good stint from you, Niall. So Cook to the crease. Sticking with a deep square and a deep backward square, a long leg, more to the point on that angle, and then a third man. Just the one slip. And a point extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. All on the one. That's where Cook wants to be. Keeping Overton in defence. After starting with a deficit of 36, Somerset now lead by 186. Last ball of the over. There'll be no run. 2 for 6, Overton 16, Davies 18. That lead again is 186. We have 10 overs left today, and for that, I'll pass over to Matthew Floyd.
Cheers, Adam. 2 for 6. Double Nelson. That was Richie Benno, if you didn't figure that out. Not a great one, I'll admit. The lead now 186. 10 overs left. Harmer continues from the pavilion end to Davis, who after a fairly slow start has got into his groove with some very typical Stephen Davis type easy on the eye shots through the offside, front and back foot. Like that. Except this time, straight to the man at cover, who is the gigantic Paul Walter. O'Brien did a great stint there, didn't he? An hour in a row up in the wind tunnel up here at the top of the pavilion. He looked cold, didn't he, Steve, when he left?
I don't know how he's done that, to be honest. You can probably hear the shivering in my voice. I can't feel my hands, feet or brain at the moment. It is mighty cold up here, windy. Not that pleasant.
What is pleasant though is the cricket and the match situation. It's been a really good game, this. Two top quality sides battling it out for this trophy. Not much in them. Bold Harmer. Bit of turn and bounce. End of the over, 65 gone. 9 to go, and an important 9 overs as well if we get them in. Hopefully we will.
Yep, the wind is playing havoc with the floodlights. I think the alarm has gone off once to warn that they might blow away off into central London. I think if it sounds 3 times, then the floodlights have to come down and inevitably play will have to stop as it will be dark out there. But at the moment, with 9 overs to go, Sam Cook with the ball in his hand, Craig Overton batting with Steve Davies. Somerset's lead 186. Finely poised game.
going down leg that comfortably. They'll scamper through for a leg bye. Have you ever been involved in a game here when that's happened? When they've had to bring the lights down after 3 alarms?
Not yet, no. Not yet. I mean, this is particularly windy today. It's been blowing all day from the north. You can see the flags at the top of the stands. Stiff in the breeze. Nothing floppy about them. Old Father Time pointing directly towards central London. But no, I've not actually played in one like this.
Cutting away with a flashing blade, Stephen Davis. This goes down to wide third man, and they'll pick up another single. Fingers crossed then. Today isn't the first day that Stephen Finn sees the floodlights brought down because it's too windy. Tell you what you wouldn't want to be doing on a day like this is being the hoist cameraman. Could you imagine if we had a full-on broadcast with a man or woman in the sky and the cherry picker in this wind and cold?
No, you wouldn't feel all that safe up there, as it looks as though we've got a light meter being brought out by Rob Bailey. Takes the bails off.
Please no.
Places it on there, and this wouldn't be good news for the game. Places the bells back on, which is a good sign, I think. Going to pop it back in his pocket, and play resumes, which is a good thing for this game. Good thing for Somerset. 9 more overs to move this score forward.
What was interesting in that previous shot was you could see Essex captain Tom Wesley in the background there, keeping a beady eye on Rob Bailey. And I think just caught him sort of slightly wincing when he decided to play on. I'm sure he wouldn't be too unhappy if there was some time taken out of the game, because that would mean almost certainly that Somerset would have to come back and bat tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the case anyway now, with the wickets that Essex took at the beginning of this session. But I do also think that even though Somerset would have had sights on setting somewhere between 250 to 280, I think even if it does end up being 240, 230, something like that, have a little hit around tomorrow morning. As has been mentioned today, their bowlers have only gone for more than 200 twice in this competition so far in 11 innings. And if the conditions are anything like this tomorrow, it can be mighty hard to bat and you can get on a roll. That entwined with a new ball is the sort of thing that Somerset will be hoping they wake up tomorrow morning, and often you wake up and you want to be clear blue skies. Tomorrow morning Somerset are going to want to see grey skies, but not too grey to be dark, and bad light. Mildly grey, so the ball nips around all over the place and makes it hard for those Essex batsmen.
That's a very short delivery, well over the head of Craig Overton. He's a very tall man. He did dish out a few himself when he was bowling, so I'm sure he's been expecting 1 or 2 since he went out there to bat in this second innings. Again, looks like Rob Bailey's having a look at the light meter again from square leg this time, not placing it on the stumps but having a look from where he is, and he's having a word with Dan Lawrence, I think. They continue though. This can be a dangerous time for the batsmen. We have seen when the lights do come on here, we nip around, it can also turn for the spinner. Here's Harmer. That's turned, and that has been taken by Alistair Cook straight to him. Lovely bit of bowling by the experienced off-spinner. Davies has gone. Somerset now 7 down.
7 down, lovely flighted delivery from Simon Harmer. We've seen him. Steve Davies doesn't really come out of his crease that much. And Simon Harmer's been floating them up there, challenging Steve Davies to drive. We know he's such a good attacking batsman. Challenging him to hit there through extra cover. Tries to push back, not quite a drive, not a defensive shot, but a good low catch by Alistair Cook there at slip, and another wicket for Essex. 224 for 7. The lead's 188. Game finally poised still, but a wicket that Somerset didn't really want to lose at this stage. Josh Davey comes to the crease, who used to be a Middlesex player. I played with him a lot when I was a bit younger. Used to be a very fine batsman, started his career as a batsman slash bowler at Middlesex, didn't bowl that frequently. Now Somerset's opening bowler, takes the new ball, greets his new ball partner out there, Craig Overton, strides to the wicket. Again with his team needing just a few more runs here to be able to feel comfortable to have something to bowl at. Keep Essex under pressure. 8 overs remaining, 7.5 to be exact. Simon Harmer has wheeled away from this pavilion end since tea. He's been economical, he's kept that scoreboard going nowhere, which is exactly what his team needed, because when they started this session, Somerset were on a roll, Lammonby was flying. The other top order batsmen were supporting him ably. The Essex bowling attack again fights back, takes the wickets, keeps them in the game. 7 down.
Josh Davey made 17 in the first innings, not out. Played a couple of very classy shots actually. You can see that he started out as a batsman, but this will be a challenge with Harmer in these conditions.
Did he play for Hampstead when you played for Hampstead, Floydie?
No, he was Winchmore Hill Cricket Club, Davey. Tossed it wide, turned and bounced. Yeah, Winchmore Hill, played against him a couple of times. I think he got me out LBW, I seem to remember, in one game.
Probably not out, going over down leg side.
Oh yeah,
something.
yeah, definitely not out.
I've never met a club cricketer who's out when he's given LB.
That's a great delivery. Wow, that has gone a long way. Tossed a long way outside off stump, and it's turned right through the gate. Bounced a bit too. Ryan Tendescata, you are in business at short leg. Down the track, maybe a good option if it's going to be turning that much. Hits the man at mid-off though, no run.
That turn and bounce will excite Jack Leach, who's yet to come in. Able batsman, as we saw. He scored 92, I think, here for England against Ireland. Scored those crucial, or that one crucial run in the Headingley Test match whilst batting with Ben Stokes. But the thing that will excite him the most is those last few balls from Simon Harmer.
More of the same. Still looking, of course, for his first wicket of the season, Jack Leach, poor guy. He's been on the sidelines for a long time. Very difficult to just turn up in a final and perform when you haven't bowled that much. Bowling a really good attacking line, Harmer. Outside off stump, because he knows he's got a lot to work with now with the pitch. 7 overs to go. Somerset might even get bowled out tonight. You never know. That will accelerate things too. Doesn't look easy out there for the batsman. There's that light meter again with Rob Bailey. Once it gets to a certain reading, which by the looks of it hasn't got to yet, we will be going straight off. Umpires must be cold on a day like this.
I don't understand why they don't wear gloves.
One for Overton onto the leg side.
Just a side thought. If I was an umpire, I'd be petitioning to wear gloves, or be allowed to wear gloves at the very least. So if it's this cold, and your hands are out the whole time, it wouldn't be all that pleasant. He's a tough man, Rob Bailey, though. So I hear from when he played. Big, tough batsman. He can handle a few hours without some gloves on out there, more than I could.
Yeah, I reckon some nice white gloves, like a snooker referee. Might have kept a bit low, that one. Davey just jamming his bat down on it just about in time. Haven't seen too much variable bounce so far. One or two maybe have kept low.
Yep, a couple have kept low, but it's not low. You can adjust to that as a batsman. The one that Josh Davey received there, we saw one bounce slightly more to induce the edge of Lewis Gregory earlier from Jamie Porter. Lovely delivery, lifted, bounced, left him slightly. But not too many demons out there. We've seen a small bit of spin for Simon Harmer. We know he is for an off spinner, a big spinner of the ball. Gets awkward bounce, he's a tall man. We haven't seen too much out there that is anything untoward for a day 4 wicket now.
Drives through the offside, Josh Davey. He's going to pick up a couple here. He's off the mark in his second innings. It does look like Somerset are going to bat out the rest of the day and then come back tomorrow, get as much as they can. I don't think they are too keen to go hell for leather, really, and risk getting bowled out quickly. This isn't a good sign. The two umpires are coming together now, and yeah, Rob Bailey has said that is it. We have gone past the threshold in terms of light. It does seem pretty dark at the moment, I must say, with all the lights on, and the artificial light has certainly taken over. Essex won't be too unhappy about that. Time out of the game is good for them. The lead is 191 now, so we're losing 6.1 overs in the day if we don't come back out, and I presume we won't come back out now because of the conditions. Players trudge off. It's still on a knife edge, this game, Stephen Finn. I'm going to head downstairs and get ready for a couple of interviews. Adam Collins coming in for me.
It is still most definitely on a knife edge, where Somerset would have had visions of building themselves a much bigger lead than they've got at the moment. At the beginning of this evening session, 3 quick wickets curtailed their ability to be able to do that. They had to do a period of regrouping. Craig Overton, Steve Davies, to try and build a partnership, to lay a platform to then accelerate again. But Simon Harmer taking the wicket towards the end of this session now. The important wicket of Stephen Davies, who's very capable of coming out and playing aggressively and pushing that Somerset total towards one that could be very challenging for the Essex batsmen. But Somerset still will be relatively content with where they're at. 191 lead, 222 for 7 in this innings, and it's shown at times that it's still very challenging to bat out there, especially when the conditions come over, the cloud gets heavy. There are footmarks there for spinners to bowl into, which will interest Jack Leach. Not long ago, England's #1 spinner. There's enough there for this game tomorrow to be a very, very good contest.
Absolutely right, well summed up. So 191 is the lead. Just 20 runs added across the last 10 overs, which speaks to how well Essex were able to tie things down. That all-important wicket of Davies, as you mentioned. But Overton never really got away either. He's 17 from 42 balls. Down the other end, Davies 2 from 9. That Previous wicket was Davies, caught at slip from the bowling of Harmer when he was on 19. As far as the setup now, if play does cease to continue today, if the stumps are drawn, it'll mean that 191 runs to play with, 90 overs tomorrow, no additional time. It's a difficult situation for Tom Abel to be in. Do you pull the plug now and give yourself 90 overs to get the job done, or do you build a little bit of fat in tomorrow morning, declare and go? It'll be a tough call to make either way.
It would be. I think given that there are only 90 overs to play tomorrow means that the second new ball doesn't come into contention, which can sometimes be an important factor when thinking about winning a game on the last day. You look towards the back end sometimes and think, okay, if we declare now, we could potentially have 10 overs with a second new ball to try and eke out those last few wickets. That tomorrow, with the rules in the Bob Willis Trophy this year, mean that the second new ball doesn't matter because that comes at 90 overs. So therefore, my personal opinion would be that you come out tomorrow and you just have a dip. You go Craig Overton, Josh Davey, a very capable batsman, both aggressive batsmen in their own right. You score as many runs as you can for 5-6 overs, and then you hope you can get 40 runs, score at 8 and over for 5 or 6 overs, get 40 runs, get to 230 ahead, and then you have a good crack.
So just to clarify and confirm, as you will have seen on the screen, that the stumps have been pulled out of the ground. That is the end of play on day 4. Stumps called with Somerset 227 for 7 in their second innings. They're in the lead by 191 runs at stumps. It's Craig Overton still there in the middle. He's on 17. He's there with Josh Davey on 2. As the hovercraft comes out to the middle, Matt Floyd's downstairs to grab a couple of interviews. In terms of the main contributions today, Tom Labenby, 3 centuries in 11 first-class innings in this competition this year. Fresh on the scene, the left-hander played beautifully, especially through cover. He's given himself every opportunity to raise the higher honours and potentially get himself an Alliance tour if one does take place over the winter.
Very much so. I think when you stack those numbers up as a young man, a 20-year-old, and then most importantly, we're here playing a final, a 5-day final at Lords, on a good wicket, a test match wicket, right in the middle of the square in front of the national selectors who were here in the Warner stand watching. I think that sort of contribution can put you into contention for higher honours. So very much the way that he played, the manner in which he played, there was nothing lucky about it. He played strong shots, played very good shots, looked calm, measured in an important juncture of the game for his team, put his hand up and scored an important 100. So very much looking forward to the future. I think the future looks very bright.
151 balls in 201 minutes, 17 boundaries. Yeah, the majority of them either down the ground or through cover looked outstanding. Green was the second highest scorer with 41, but no one else made it into the 20s. Davies 19, the next highest scorer, and that was principally due to Jamie Porter. We were on the call when Porter came back into the attack, immediately picked up a wicket, that of Tom Abel, who was caught at square leg, and that got things going either side of tee. But the observation at the time was that Porter is the attack leader, has been for a number of years. He had to make something happen to change the flow of the game, because for a while there it was drifting a bit. Runs were coming freely, the partnerships were building, and then Porter intervened, 4 wickets, outstanding.
Yeah, outstanding spell of bowling, and again, for someone who's been unlucky not to get higher honours, for England to do that at that stage of the game. For Essex, it did look like it was meandering slightly for them. Somerset would have been thinking about potentially declaring tonight, having a go in these conditions that we see now to try and get a few early wickets. But that wicket was tame, it was caught at square leg, but him bowling to a plan there, bowling with 3 men on the leg side, bowling straight, stifling the runs which had been free flowing up to that point, then started the rot for Somerset, which then pegs them back and brings Essex back into the game. And him and Simon Harmer, either side of tee, are the people that have really turned this game again.
So Porter, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 41. You touched on Simon Harmer and how important he was in holding down an end as well. They found it not as difficult to score off him later in the day, I suppose, but on the whole, he's such a consistent bowler. Spun him around to the pavilion end, had those footmarks to aim at, and he seldom missed.
Yep, and I think that's very tricky. It does look as though the angle that we're on here, the footmarks are more prominent when someone's batting at the nursery end as opposed to the pavilion end, whether that's the light or not, I'm not 100% sure, but certainly from where we are, they look more prominent at that end. So flicking him round to the pavilion end, using the slope as an off spinner to potentially get some to hold down the slope. As the day's worn on, he's got even more and more accurate towards those footholds. He's proved very challenging for both left and right-handed batsmen.
And down at pitch side with Matthew Floyd is the man who picked up 4 wickets today, Jamie Porter.
So Jamie, how about the match situation then? Are you happy with how you guys stuck at it and came back from 155 for 1?
Yeah, I think obviously they got off to a great start, but I think credit to the way we've managed to pull it back there after tea, and I think we've put ourselves kind of back in the position we probably wanted to be in.
4 for yourself. Did you feel in better rhythm in the second innings than the first innings?
Not particularly. I thought I was pretty happy with how I bowled for the most part of the first innings. I just felt, the situation is one I enjoy. Pitch, a very slow wicket with not a lot of sideways movement. So it's something I'm actually more familiar with than people would think, because it was just a bowl straight, set straight fields, and I'm actually quite enjoy doing that. So
you don't think there's much in that pitch for the seamers overall?
I think it all depends on what happens above. For the most part there was nothing, and then when the clouds came in and the lights come on, the odd one just did a little bit, but for the most part I think it's a pretty good wicket.
As far as the chase is concerned, you don't need to win the game. You can actually draw the game and still get your hands on the trophy. Does that complicate things slightly as to how you approach it?
Not particularly, no. I think we'll probably look to win it, to be honest, if the opportunity arises. I think it's a nice safety blanket to have, knowing that if we don't get the runs, we can still, for about the time we win the game. So, but I'm sure the batters will look to chase down whatever's set.
So Alistair Cook's a nice safety blanket to have in your changing room as well.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the best knocks I've ever seen yesterday. Always seems to kind of do it in the big games. So.
He certainly does. This is what it's all about, isn't it? It's showpiece final at Lords. We're going into the final day. It's on a knife edge, this game. These are the days that you get up for as a cricketer, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean this is what we're all about at Essex. We love playing in the big games. We always view Somerset as a big game for us. So it's it's a big day tomorrow, and we're all really excited.
They lead by 191 at the moment, 7 wickets down. At what point does it get, it's maybe a bit too much, we might have to think about maybe going for the draw here?
It's hard to say. I suppose that's for the guys out in the middle to assess. I think if they bowl well, it won't be easy to score. So the batters will have to be patient. That'll be one of the the big things. But no, I think for the we'll look to win for as long as possible.
Very well bowled today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Back up to you guys upstairs.
Thank you, Matthew Floyd. Thank you, Jamie Porter. A nice safety blanket to have, Stephen Finn, but from Essex's perspective, they want to win this trophy tomorrow. They want to win outright.
Yep, very much, and quite bullish talk from Jamie Porter there, which I think goes hand in hand with the way Essex play their cricket. They want to play the big games, as he said. They've been there or thereabouts for a number of years now. At the top, winning it twice, now going into the last day in the hunt to win the Bob Willis Trophy. So yeah, it very much goes hand in hand with the way Essex play their cricket, and with 191 runs on the board, if they do bat the day, if they do get put in tomorrow morning and they bat the day, they're probably going to get the runs anyway. 191 in 90 overs. And
that great attitude about the idea that their club ethos is to perform on the big days, and really that's what we've got here at Lords tomorrow. It's a 5-day final. It's going to go to the death, and they've got an opportunity to win the game, yes, as you discussed before, but they held their nerve this afternoon with the ball. They won that first innings lead, which they earned this morning. They step up when the moments matter.
Yeah, and that's why them and Somerset, who have also fought hard all the way through this game, have been at the top of the first division for the last 3 or 4 years, challenging for the trophy. You don't get into situations like this where you're going into the last day of the season to win a championship without being consistent, without having that cutting edge and that desire and ability to be able to win the important parts of games, and that's very much what Essex are doing.
And of course, what a joy the fact that tomorrow they will know that Alistair Cook, in tremendous form, as Porter said there, one of the best innings he's ever seen, will have the chance to walk out again at Lord's, a ground where he's made so many thousands of runs over the years.
Yep, very much so. Alistair Cook is obviously Alistair Cook. He is an outstanding performer, has done it for a long time for England, and now loves doing it for Essex, and Somerset will see him as a big wicket when they do get the ball in their hand tomorrow morning, whether they decide that it's first thing or whether it's after 10 overs, after having a bit of a dip at trying to get some quick runs. They will see Alistair Cook as the big wicket in that Essex top order, and it's going to be up to Alistair Cook to be up to the task.
And thinking about Dan Lawrence as well, as we mentioned on the call, sort of the next man in for the England side at the moment. He missed out in the first innings. He was out early for 6, but with, as you say, the national selectors here, a Lord's final, which isn't the convention, a big opportunity for the young man.
Yep, very much. He is an outstanding player. He's an outstanding player. He's done it in big games for Essex over the last few years, and he'll certainly be determined to be able to do that tomorrow for Essex.
Speaking of young, outstanding players, Tom Lammonby. He made 116 today from 151 balls, and he's down at pitch side with Matthew Floyd.
Tom, the lead is 191. How good a lead is that, do you think?
Oh, look, definitely gives us a chance tomorrow on a day where we're looking for a result. Seeing the likes of Harmer, Porter, and Cook, the way they bowled today, it's really hopeful for us on that wicket, which is getting trickier by each over. So definitely gives us hope for going into tomorrow.
Well played today yourself. Third first-class 100 in 11 innings this season. Was that your best one?
Oh, look, I'm not too sure. I'll hopefully have a sit down at the end of the year and reflect on how this season's gone for me. But look, I just enjoyed being out there today and had a bit of fun. Rode my luck a little bit at times, but look, just had fun, and things kind of just happened from there.
Well, you actually had to score at a decent rate, didn't you, today when you went out there, because you needed to set Essex a target and then perhaps pull out and then bowl them out, of course. So did you enjoy having that additional pressure to have to score runs?
Oh, look, I don't think it was a set mindset. I think we went out there and as a team and as a batting unit, we always look to take the attacking option. We never want to let the bowlers be able to just bowl at us. So to go out there and almost put a bit of pressure on the bowlers was quite nice. I'm not sure if the game dictated the way I played or the way we played, but it was certainly nice to get a few and get going.
As I said there, that's 3 first-class hundreds for you in your first 11 innings, which is a staggering rate, really. How have you been able to adapt to 4-day first-class cricket so quickly?
Oh, look, I think first of all, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. It's only, as you say, 11 innings in so far, so just trying to improve each day and look to take positives, but also learn on the mistakes I've already made. So it's been nice. I know I didn't struggle, but had a few low scores early on, so it's always nice to almost feel like a part of the team, being able to contribute and hopefully be able to win games for Somerset.
Talk us through your opening experience as well, because I understand you haven't actually done that much of it up until this season, and how have you found adapting to that?
Yeah, no, definitely very tricky, but I think the way coaches or players, obviously having Trez in the coaching staff and other coaches like Greg Kennis have made it really not easy, but have helped the transition. Obviously, as you said, I'm more of a 3 or 4 up to now, but opening's going okay at the moment, so we'll see what happens in the future.
So do you feel like a fully fledged opener now?
Oh no, definitely not. I think we'll keep taking it each game as it comes.
Right, tomorrow then, obviously you've still got 3 wickets in hand. How many would you like, ideally?
Look, I think whatever score we get, as I said, we've got one more day of cricket left. Everyone will be 100% willing to give everything to defend what we score. Ideally, if we can push over 200, 225, then I think we're definitely in with a chance, especially seeing the conditions and the deterioration of the pitch. So, yeah, we'll just look to hopefully add a few more in the morning and then have a right good go with the ball.
Well, you spent a lot of time out there with the bat, didn't you? So what do you think of the pitch then? Is there something in it for your bowlers, both the seamers and the spinner?
Yeah, definitely. I think the way we saw Harmer and Porter bowl this evening, the pitch definitely still has bit of nip in it and a bit something to offer for the seamers, but also a lot of spin in there as well. So hopefully we can use that to our advantage, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, fantastically well batted today. We all really enjoyed it, and I'm sure you'll sleep very well tonight.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Tom Lammonby, a happy young man, an impressive young man, and a modest young man. Good head on his shoulders.
Yep, although he talked it up as a minefield there, so he must have played very well to get his 100, but no, he played outstandingly today. And he's right there. There is a little bit for the spinner, and then for the seam bowlers, when those overhead conditions come out to play, that makes it very good for seam bowling here, regardless of what the wicket's like, regardless of the stage of the game. You do get more lateral movement. So Somerset, as he said, will come here tomorrow after his outstanding innings today. They'll come here tomorrow fired up to try and get an extra 30 runs if they can, 40 runs if they can, and then they'll give it a right good crack. As he said, they're a competitive team. They've got competitive characters within their dressing room, and it's going to be a really entertaining day's cricket tomorrow.
Absolutely. Somerset still a chance to win this trophy. They close overnight at 227 for 7, a lead of 191. All to play for tomorrow on day 5 of the Bob Willis Trophy Final here at Lord's. It's been a pleasure having your company throughout the course of this Saturday. We'll be back on Sunday morning, tomorrow morning, bright and early at 10:20. Until then, good night.